Everybody, how are you? Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. You guys stopping by once again. Um, hey, George. Hey, George. Thanks for coming through. Nice to have you back. What's up, buddy? Thank you, Building Bridges TV. And man, do you ever debate viewers? Yeah, literally every night. Hello, thank you for the 200 bits. It's awfully kind of you. Thank you, CDN 123 and Maid Kev and Boji. Sorry. Um, well, I guess that's it. There's no one else. But back to you, Bridges TV. Yeah, we literally every night. That'll be the first thing we do. I mean, oh, assuming people are around, but yeah, we yeah, we have discussions. Oh, you just been introduced. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. CPAC's literally alt-right crazy in town. Yeah, I haven't actually gotten a chance to read into CPAC and what's happening there. So I don't. I've heard some that it's generally more insane than usual, but I actually haven't had a chance to look into it. But I'm really curious. Uh, Thank you. Nova Rose. Hello. Hey, how are you? Oh, we're always around. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Eagle Eye. Paul. Yo. Prime hosts 6 days a week, a coordinated panel followed by open panels. Yeah. Coordinated. That's definitely in quotes. Pence is afraid. Was Pence there at CPAC? I mean, I gotta look into it. I just didn't get a chance to do it today. I was busy with this, setting things up for tomorrow. So, yeah, I didn't really get a chance to do that. But it sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. I mean, a lot of probably a lot of racism, misogyny, transphobia. You know, the usual, right? But concentrated. Yeah, thanks for coming. There, fuck. Alright, sorry, I forgot to do something. And I forgot to tweet. God damn it. Alright, well, I should just do it now. Stuff. I knew I was forgetting stuff. Uh, uh, just tweeting right now. Okay, 1 second. Finish up this tweet. Ba-ba. Okay, that should do it. All right. Oh boy. All right. Sorry, I'm noticing all kinds of things right now. All right. Hello, Big Kumba. Nice to have you around. Um. Mm, oh, he backed out after he heard. Oh, Trump was going. Oh, really? Yeah, he's a little afraid. Oh man. But I mean, like, I don't know. Like, Trump is not a person to be intimidated by. He's not. He's a coward. Like, he couldn't fire people. Like, he couldn't do it face to face. Like, he literally got famous. He's like such a fucking fraud. Like, up and down, this man was a fraud. Like, he got famous for his television show when he was like a big boss, right? Um, for The Apprentice, right? And what was his famous line? You're fired, right? And the emotion of his fingers, you're fired. I remember my grandma liked it a lot when he did that. Like, you're fired. Yeah, whatever. But he literally does not. We've seen again and again while he was in the White House. They refused to fire people face to face. He would fire them on Twitter or on like Fox News, but he wouldn't like actually tell people. Like that's how James Comey, the former FBI director, found out that he was fired. Like he was literally at some sort of FBI base or something, or a retreat or something like that. Anyway, he was talking to like new recruits. Um, and like then people were asking him, "Oh man, uh, how do you feel about the news? Yeah, like what's going through your head?" And he's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. What news?" And then they point him to like CNN, and it's like, "Oh yeah, James Comey just lost his job. He literally just found out." And then, because he wasn't in Washington, I guess where he was living, right? Um, so then, he was like stuck there, like he had gotten there on an FBI plane, but like they had to like bend the rules to give him a ride because he's no longer an FBI employee. So like they nearly just like left him there. like yeah, but that's Donald Trump. Yeah, big tough guy. Again, no one to be afraid of. This guy's a fucking wimp. And another thing, again, on the fraud aspect, um, like for The Apprentice, you were supposed to be like an apprentice. Like once you won the show, right? Like supposed to like get this like great spot in his organization to learn from the best. Oh man, ugh, God, we never really know. But yeah, to learn from the best. And people were like, yeah, I became like a spokesperson for like a few months. Like they would like appear, make some like media appearances. Like, oh hey, here's the winner of The Apprentice doing this thing for Trump. Maybe like at a ribbon cutting ceremony or something. But that was it. That was it. And it wasn't like some entry level position, some great job where you could like learn about like business. I don't know what does that even mean, but business, right? Um, complete fraud. Oh well. Uh, uh, uh we, Titan, we might be able to do that. We might be able to do that. But yeah, thanks all for being here. Just looking at the chat again. Ranch commander basically voter suppression talking points. Take back the GOP states. I would imagine. Yeah. Isn't this your CPAC theme anti-cancel culture? Fun. Really? They have themes? Hmm. It's 100% the DB emote. I mean, it is. I mean, it says emote, but Trump is gold. Is like a dense Emmy. Trump and gold is. Oh, you mean like that statue? Yeah, like a dunce Emmy, I guess. Sure. All right. What do we got here? What do we got here? Roxas found the stream through a roundabout manner. I noticed the One Piece themed lobby names. Do you do OP related panels every now and then? Either way, the topics discussed have been pretty interesting from what I've seen so far. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we did an anime discussion like 2 nights ago, like 2 nights ago or so. We had a very long anime discussion. We had Destiny. If you are familiar with him, he stopped by, and we yelled at him for his anime takes because he thinks that Attack on Titan is bad, and so obviously he was wrong, and we have to let him know he was wrong. Yeah, every so often we just talk about like just random stuff. Usually it's political, but sometimes we just talk about random stuff. Yeah. Are we? But thank you for being here. Really appreciate you stopping by. It's awfully kind of you. Jay Burke. Are we all better off now with this new admin or under the previous? The new one. Yeah, 100%. Not even a question. Um, better off. Apprentice ratings are going to be higher when he returns. Will he return, Khalil? Do you think he'll actually return to it? Do you think NBC will, like, which channel would actually show this? I mean, the ratings would actually be off the roof. But would NBC actually risk the backlash? I don't think so. Um, especially since he burned all the bridges there. I mean, I don't know. Money talks. So, but then would advertisers back it? That's a tough question. I don't know. Um, uh, I heard that he takes an AOT. Takes an, yeah, right? Yeah, it's terrible. His takes on Attack on Titan. Oh well. Hello, Henry. How are you? And the Pokemon debate that derailed into cannibalism discussion. Not derailed. That's exactly where it was going to go. I'd like to discuss how pepperoni is the worst pizza. Okay, all right. Look. That was your first bad take. I won't ban you for that. But pepperoni, honestly, what? Pepperoni's great. Sausage is, but I can't forget. I think I kind of maybe like sausage better. but I don't know. It's tough. They both work. Pepperoni, sausage, and bacon. Oh, oh, I haven't had that since college. Oh, so good. Oh, so good. I miss that so much. I've got to have that again. Oh, so good. OAN prime time. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they're a news network, but I mean, if it brings in money, then I guess they won't care, right? Trump will never come back to NBC. He burned bridges. Yeah, with Mark Lazarus. Yeah. Sorry. What is on tap for tonight? We'll see. CDN, pepperoni debate when. 6 foot ant. I came here to say something, but I can't remember what. You were going to say how great you are, 6 foot. How you are an amazing artist, and everyone should know and respect that. So there you go, 6 foot ant. Everyone, go check out her channel and her Twitter. She's doing this like really interesting art project. She does commissions and stuff. She's really fantastic artist. Go check her out. She's amazing. And she designed one of our emotes, the eagle one. She's an amazing human being. We're happy to have her here. What? I mean, hold on. You said I just said all those nice things about you, and then I find out you think Attack on Titan's bad. Oh, 6 foot ant. Ah, this hurts. This hurts. Holy crap, this hurts. Someone or yeah, I know, right? I really want that. Pepperoni isn't the worst in my opinion, but it is the most overrated. Okay. I like turkey bacon best. Bajoy, Baj. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Boji, maybe. Anyway, I like turkey bacon the best, but I think scattered on pizza it's fine. It's just regular bacon is really salty. I don't like that. Meat on pizza is just gross. Oh, okay. Well, then we don't understand each other at all. Eagle, you called. Oh, hey. Thank you, building bridges. Hey, are you familiar with the RPS mandate California pass? I don't know what you're talking about. No, not at all. Polar's World. And no, I know she broke my heart. Yeah. Okay, never mind. But 6 foot hand, I wanted to talk to you about more emotes. Since we talked about that previously, I wanted to make one for all of my my wonderful mods. But yeah. All right. So let's jump into it. All right. So exclamation point open. Let's you know. This is open walk on panel. We're honest members like you. Yes, you. If they are, yeah, you. May participate. Join Discord server and go into the robot waiting room so that you can let in this Discord link for your convenience. Hey, B more. Yo, thanks for coming through. Why does people like start with doobies? I don't know why people like come in and the first thing to do is use doobies emote. I have no idea why people do that, but okay. Do you like furries? We've had a furry conversation before. We've done that. Pineapple? Dude, I just don't understand you. We just cannot be friends. What? 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 No, sorry. Anyway, a pineapple, the best topping? You're out of your fucking mind, buddy. Ground beef, jalapeno, and cheddar cheese. Ground beef. Pineapple is good on pizza, but it's hard to find toppings on it. Oh, thank you, Low 2 Eng for gifting. You gifted a tier 1 sub to Bajoy? That person with the terrible takes? The terrible taste in pizza toppings. This is the person. Thank you. Welcome to Loris Generation. Confused. Oh, I had no idea it was Doobie's emote. Yeah, it Doobie. Yeah, maybe I should have been able to Doobie so everyone knows. I have like 5 rat dogs in Discord. He wants me to put more. They're fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots. They're hideous. Why is he the ugliest fucking things? I don't understand. They're the ugliest things. All right. Anyway, thanks. Hey Rita. Hello. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while, but nice to see you again. think I haven't seen you like in a long while. Rat dog is a guy. God no! I need to put it. I need to put it on as a tier 3 emote. So put it out of your reach. So no one uses this thing. It's like, oh yeah, if you're using this, then at the very least you paid me quite a bit of money. That'll make me feel better when I fucking see it. God, this is terrible. Alright, anyway. This is a... Fuck. This is the worst. Alright, so this is a walk on panel. I'm hopping in. Oh, we got some people already. Huzzah! There I am. So you guys want to come on in? If I could get a mod in the lounge to check someone. Oh, hey, Polar.
I'm here to defend Rat Dog. Don't ever get rid of that. That's my favorite emote. It's better than the Polar emote. It's better than any other emote you've created. It's perfect.
How?
It just works. I don't know what else to say. Like if someone says something cringe or like yikes, you just press the Rat Dog. Like it's like a Tony W.
But why? It's disgusting.
It's good. It's good. Like it's perfect for your channel. Like you know, you have a panelist that comes on and just says something like really like bad. You just press Rat Dog. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know. I don't. It's just disgusting. It's the worst. Okay. Oh, he has, and apparently Doobie also has an evil monkey face. An evil monkey face. Of course he does. Of course he does. The evil overlord, of course, has an evil monkey face. Why wouldn't he? Of course. Holy shit. No. It's terrible. God, you guys are the worst. Terrible taste. But thank you.
Where did that picture come from?
I have no idea. You have to ask Doobie. I literally have no idea.
Doobie was the one. Wait, that's Doobie's dog or something?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know where he got it from, but that's his. That's he asked me to put it on, and I did for him. So.
It's a pretty fucking hilarious emote that you gotta admit.
It's amazing. It's your best email.
It's the fucking worst. I don't even advertise it. If you put exclamation,
I like mine. Mine is cute.
If you put exclamation point emotes, I don't even fucking advertise that shit. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's just terrible.
I'll run a poll. Hold up.
No. I don't want people's bad taste. Oh man. Does anyone have a camera?
See, at least my emote is cute, and it looks.
I'll do it on.
My room's gonna be a little dirty.
Oh god, fucking. Do be sending me something horrible, I'm sure. Oh god, it's gonna be something terrible. Oh, for fuck's sakes! Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. You're terrible.
This is the most I've ever seen you react to something. It must be actually bad. What the
It's horrible. Oh god, DB showed me his other emotes, and oh.
Well, now you gotta post them so we can see.
I don't gotta do any of that. I gotta delete this post is what I gotta do. Like, holy shit. This is just horrible. You cannot show us now. You can't not show us. Oh no, I can easily not show you now. I'm definitely not going to. Oh god, it's just, oh, it's the worst. Oh god, alright. So do we have do you have cameras?
I got cameras. I'm just making my bed really quickly. I can't look like a scrub on screen.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. I'll wait around for you. What a tease. That's the first time. It's nightmare fuel. It is. I won't expose you all to that. Are these the politics? I guess they must be. He says he has one on his own Discord, so I guess I haven't been around his own Discord long enough to see that. But yeah, they're fucking vile. They're vile. I don't want any part of them. But okay. Alright. I'm sorry, that was a hard derail from fucking everything. Alright, so let's just do this. How are you? Yeah. Thanks for being here. So yeah, to everyone, this is the exclamation. I can't even read this. No, it's again, democracy has failed us all. Look at this. Oh.
It's yes and yes.
Alright, again, exclamation point open, lets you know. This open walk on panel. Honest members like you, yes, you may join and participate. Join Discord server and go into the robot waiting room so that you can be let in. There's a link. We'd love to have you all. We have a few people in the waiting room. But I
Discount Joe Rogan? I take
No.
offense to that.
I can go in there and vet them if you want me to, Prime, but
okay. Oh, sorry, what?
I said I can go in there and vet them if you want me to.
Oh yeah, please, if you could do that, and come right back. Sorry, guys. Okay. So I've got to do a bunch of stuff behind the scenes here. But yeah, how are you doing? Was it T-Jam or T-Jar? T-Jar?
Yeah.
Hello.
Good.
Hey, how you doing today?
Pretty good.
Hey, again. What? All right. Sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Sorry, I just have to handle something. Okay. Hey, George, what up, buddy?
Ooh, yeah, what's happening, brothers?
No,
I'm kidding. Happy Friday.
Fine. Was that Macho Man Randy Savage?
Yeah, that was my. See, it doesn't work that well if I'm not drunk, so I really should work on that, actually.
It's nice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, got a new person. Hello, new person. Building bridges. Hey, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Fine. Anyone else here have a camera?
We
Anyone?
want to see your beautiful faces.
Yeah. Would actually be
my
quite
God.
helpful. Hello.
What's going on?
Hey. Okay. Yeah, so what I was thinking of doing, is,
Can we judge this man on his closet?
Whoa, no, absolutely not. I just moved in.
Okay.
No shot.
yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking of talking about, and I hope Polar comes back soon because he's the youngest one I know in my community. But talking about the pandemic generation, right? Like the people who are growing up like at this time, and the effects this is all having on them. I was reading an article posted by my trusty mod Smugplug, talking about this. Hey, Empress, how you doing?
Just got done debating some conservatives. Came third place on a conservative panel. I'll take it.
Okay. How do you? Was it like an elimination or something, or like?
No, they were doing a thing for $100. And like the person who came in first and second have pretty massive followings, and then I came in third. So I was like, hell yeah, I'll take it.
Who else was on that panel?
Rob Noor, CTV, GSU was on. Someone named like Fiery Patriot or something like that. Tiffany Wolf. She's pretty new to the community, and Joe.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw that there was. I saw you were on. I didn't get a chance to watch. I was too busy. But I'm glad. I'm glad you did well.
Yeah, yeah. They seem to like me, so I'll be going back again if they'll have me.
Okay.
That show's interesting, to be honest. Yeah, John Burke.
That would be an interesting panel to be on. I haven't actually been on one of these.
It's
and gotten
fun.
A chance to mess around with conservatives. I think that would be interesting.
I've been on that. I haven't been on that stream, but that John Burke person. I actually talked to him, and right when I started Twitch, right when I started, I was on a panel with I think a Dylan Burns panel actually, and he happened to be there. Talked to him. We wanted to connect afterwards, but we never got a chance to. That was right when I was starting, so I don't really know anyone.
Prime.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you remember that? Does anyone here remember that one stream? That was like one of the Dylan Burns like hippie dippies, and then like this is a long time ago, like August or something.
Okay.
It was like you, Destiny, Bastion, IRI, and it was like the big one, like the first big one that Dylan had like ever held. That was a good one. That was fun. I remember that one with you on there. That was a good one.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. A lot of good times. That was probably the first time I had been on with Destiny. And Dylan was kind enough to let me on, to invite me on that one. It was really,
You guys
really
kinda
good.
got into
Yeah.
it the other day, right?
And then I made a connection. That's when I first became Discord friends with them and all that. All right. So what I was saying before is that I'd like unless you guys have something else you want to talk about, something burning, a topic you guys want to discuss. There is
Back into religion.
religion.
Oh god.
No, no, thanks.
No, I think we ran that one into the ground pretty good yesterday.
Yeah. I was thinking talking about the pandemic generation. So, yeah, talking about like how this has been affecting kids growing up, and like what we think the long-term effects of this will be. That's why I'm glad you're here, Polar. Like, I'm curious how you feel about all of this. Like, this is like a big time in your life, and like, I don't think you'll like get like a prom, probably. You know.
I will say my school had prom really early, and everyone was really mad at them. Like they had it in like late February. So I'm a senior, but I went to it my junior year. And everyone's like, "Oh, why is it so early?" But I mean, I guess it was luck. I mean, I got to go, so that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I know. But yeah, a lot of people are gonna be missing out on these like great moments. And they'll never come back, right? I was reading an article. I can put it in chat. This, and again, Smugplug had given this one to me, but I'll put this article here. That's a fucking terribly long link. Holy shit, that's a horrible link. Ugh.
That's atrocious.
Yeah, it's a terrible link. I don't know what that's about. But
fucking liberals.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it talks about like these like two high schools or something, and how kids are making it back, and how so many of them are just ecstatic to be there. George, is that you?
It is indeed me.
It is indeed me. I don't normally get on cam because of tax reasons, but just for you, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Look at that,
George. I love you so much.
George is at the same time. He's in Syria right now, and he's fighting off the Syrian government.
Dude, George survived a fucking politics purge. So like he's a survivor.
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah.
On politics server, he got demodded a while back, but then he managed to reascend to his previous glory.
No, I meant the comment about Syria. Was it?
Oh, there was a missile strike in Syria by Biden against an Iran proxy military force. Like earlier, is it earlier today or yesterday?
Something like that.
It was yesterday. No, not.
Yeah, they killed a U.S. paramilitary contractor and a bunch of civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah, bomb's bad.
But yeah, the U.S. striking back, like that.
Yeah, the pandemic boxes. Marjorie Taylor Greene was tweeting about these. She was mad.
Oh, you mean the neon boxes? They are. Yeah, it's it's pretty crazy. Yeah. Like they look like dolls. If you look at that, I put the link again in chat. That horrible link that I just put in chat.
Yeah, from like Toy Story.
Yeah, they look like from a toy store. These kids, like, that's what I thought it was. Like, these are terrible looking toys at first.
You know why? You know why Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't like these? They're selling off the kids like they do in QAnon, dude. Are you serious? They're packaging them right here. This is
Oh
proof.
God!
This is just
No,
proof.
she is legit crazy. But like she tweeted this out while in the middle of the controversy about the trans thing too. So it seemed like she was trying to divert from the trans thing to look at what they're doing to the children after she literally insulted someone's trans child.
Plus, I mean, there was the whole Wayfair thing where if you bought one child there, you got another free.
No, it's not funny. No.
But yeah, IPA, I agree with you. IPA says, I wonder what the effect this will have on really young kids. I have a 1-year-old, and I feel like there will be studies done on them eventually. How do their lack of socialization / extra time with parents affect them? Attachment styles and social skills, etc. Yeah, I think for a 1-year-old, you're probably fine. Maybe, I don't know. But a 1-year-old, you're probably fine. But like the ones that had were old enough to have friends, but not old enough to be able to like vocalize their feelings, right? Like kids who were very young, right? Like in their 6, 7, right? You know. Those kids, they don't have like life experiences they can share over Zoom, right? They don't have things going on, right? So like they become friends by doing things like, you know, actual activities with each other, but they can't do that. So it makes it very difficult for them to socialize, remotely. Unlike an adult, like you could just like tell your experiences, talk about like your day and all the things you're up to. So it makes it very, very
Do things like
difficult.
this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe I have a little bit of a bias here due to my background.
Mhm.
So I will fully disclose that I work in human-computer interaction. So yeah, put that out there first. But there is some research on socialization of children in the internet age, and I think that surprisingly, while they may not necessarily have the tools to completely understand the consequences of what they do on the internet, et cetera, there's lots of issues with that. In terms of socialization, there are like fundamental differences in terms of socialization through the internet, but they do learn socialization still. So I do agree it will be something. There's a lot of like very preliminary research on this subject that's been slowly coming out. But they're definitely going to want to look at this generation and see like what does reliance on internet socialization do, and it does seem to create this kind of dualistic presentation of self. So there's kind of like that which is the self that one internally expresses or expresses within a small group, and kind of the public internet presentation and persona that develops. And they intuitively do this, right? They do it very quickly when they start using social media at a young age. So we're talking like, ages, so age groups like 10 to 12, and then we're talking like 13 plus. Because there's not, like I said, there's not a lot of research on like children under that age because of legal frameworks that prevent data collection on that. So you have to do a lot of roundabout techniques to actually collect data on that, whereas now we might be able to, for the first time, get some real research on the subject. So for me, I'm like all over this stuff. I think it's going to be yummy to eat up as a researcher and kind of, dig into the details of that, because it is fundamentally different and it does change the way you socialize.
Eating, I would say, okay. Empress saying researching children and then eating them up in the same sentence only supports Marjorie Taylor Greene's conclusion. No, but in reality,
hang on, I need a slice of pizza right quick.
Okay, I'm gonna to be honest, I never thought about this, but there are friends. This is just in general, but there are friends that I actually I used to have a lot of friends, right? I was very popular at school, yada yada. I don't care about that now. But then when you're not at school, you tend to forget how, why do you really engage with these people if it wasn't for that environment, right? Think about it in the same sense your college or streaming or whatever. You wouldn't be friends with a lot of these people if you weren't in this environment. And that's been really tough for, at least I know, a lot of younger kids to deal with, because you share, you bond over shared experiences, you talk about schoolwork, all this stuff, and it's just not the same anymore, right? One of the best parts about school is the socialization that's provided by it. You get to meet other kids your age. Some of y'all will have the same interests, some of you won't. But now, like, you stare at I hate this, and I'm on online school right now. It's like I stare at a screen. Okay, my teacher gives me work, I do it, and then I'm off. I am not socializing with the other people on there, and that's really tough. I mean, like Twitch streaming and stuff has been able to help because I'm like still consistently meeting new people, all that stuff. But I know for a lot of other like students my age, it's really bad. Like there's just no other outlet for them to engage with other people that are new or like that actually rely on some other aspect than just like your personality.
Well, that's why I think the gaming is like a really good thing because I know there's when I started playing Dota back in like 2011, 2012, like the people that I met on there, I like a lot of those people I'm still friends with. And I know that like, if I'm ever in certain parts of the country, I can always like go and stay at their place and all of that. And so I think it's if they're able to have another outlet, so maybe they're not able to have friends or maybe they're not able to see their friends, but maybe if like I don't know, they can get a big group of people to play games together or something like that. It's a way to maintain that sort of social interaction.
It's much
And
better
I
than
think-
like doing nothing. Like better than having no social interaction. Yeah.
Go ahead.
One of the things I was just gonna say, one of the theories, and Empress, she'll like this as an HCI guy, or HI person. That the one of the theories that I have really liked in the past 10 years or so when we've started hearing about it is the theory that like I don't know if you guys are familiar with like the technological singularity, but like there's a theory going on that the technological singularity has already happened. It happened in around 2000.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of truth to that. And
Could you
I think
explain
that,
this
like,
to the audience so that they know what you're talking about?
Yeah, so the technological singularity is this idea that basically humanity becomes intrinsically connected at some certain point, right? Like all of the sum of all human knowledge, for example, is available to everybody at the drop of a hat. You can contact just about anybody at the drop of a hat. And it's been a while since I've looked it up. I don't know the full definition offhand, but the idea basically is that it's the point in which we all become like hyper connected. And I think that there's a lot of truth to that, to the idea that it's already happened, right? Like there's ever since, it used to be back in the 80s and 90s, like you had to have a memory, right? Like you had to know things. You had to be able to rote memorize, and you had to be able to keep context in your head. And now look at us, all this, the sum of all human knowledge is available on Wikipedia. You can contact just about anybody on the planet. There's this thing called memory externalization now, which has been a thing for, a while. People have been taking down notes for a long time. But the interesting thing is that we actually have like group externalization now through programs like Jira and GitHub and Trello. So it's a situation where, yeah, I personally am pretty convinced that the singularity has already happened. We're just not particularly good at it's the beta version of singularity. It's the 1.0. There's still bugs, right? But like, when we look at like, world conflicts and stuff, like there hasn't been a real war in quite some time, right? And it's like, and I mean, there's been proxy wars and police actions, but it's like, there hasn't been anything that just like crazy that has popped off in a little while. And I think part of it is because you can't, like, it's impossible as a state actor to be a sneaky bastard anymore, right? Like you have to actually, like, the only way you can do shitty things is like if you cut off the people's access to report it, and even then the signal tends to get out. So I think more than any time in human history, like this time in particular is really, really interesting because like there's so much potential there.
I think I agree with you, George. Like I had always initially thought about the aspect of like information is much more accessible than ever before. Also with that is like it's much more like at the same time we have a lot of information that's centralized, so you can go to one place and access a lot of that, and that just saves a lot of time from like society to society, which was like an issue like a couple hundred years ago. But I never thought about the aspect of like that relating to conflict, because you can't be as sneaky, right? One, and two, like if as a person in a state that's engaging in like atrocious actions, it's much harder to like not feel as responsible, right? Because like, oh, like, before it may have been, the newspaper, the New York Times is writing about, some things that are going on in Syria in comparison to like, you can see videos of atrocities or gas attacks, things like that. So I think that's an interesting way of looking at it. I think I'm leaning towards that.
I think
I'll look
I
at
think it's a little bit different than that. I would give a different lens to this, right? It's not so much that conflict is less, so much as it is that the battlefield has shifted and changed completely. In terms of on-the-ground military operations, yes, this is drastically declined, but the way in which we conduct these operations has significantly changed. So a good example of this is, I forget where off the top of my head, I tend to get countries confused, but Russia has to great effect combined utilizing their capabilities to halt communications, because obviously, for military operations, we are heavily reliant on things like communication and ability to transmit information, right, at many different levels. So they've effectively utilized signals intelligence to cut off communications between bases such that they can very quickly plow through an area, right, in terms of their hard power application. Simultaneously, you're also seeing this kind of constant warfare on the digital front, right? Trying to gather information, trying to find weaknesses, trying to then expand those weaknesses into other systems where they might be relevant, right? And it's constant informational access. Once information is out, it can effectively be treated as out to everyone because everyone's trying to get it from everyone else. So you effectively have this constant information warfare rather than traditional physical warfare. And I think it's very important to recognize that because this is partially facilitated through the exact same algorithms that kids are using to find the groups that they're socializing in online, right? We were talking before about these kids who are, not socializing with groups in schools anymore. Where are they socializing? On social media, where you're much more likely to form in groups. You're much more likely to socialize with people who have already pre-existing similar views to you. Is this going to lend towards, for example, developing of more extreme views and cultures over time, since we're in this now digital age of socialization? How is this going to affect that kind of information warfare that I was talking about before, when you have all these different types of narratives that are developing, and we've been watching this over the course of the past 5 years, right? Now you're having it at a degree different than any other point in human history.
I agree with Empress because I have not seen the frequency of Marxist-Leninists at 14 on the app of TikTok and not have been in awe. I completely agree. Extremism, especially online, when it comes to like young people, like joining these groups or like identifying themselves, at least when it comes to these political groups, has gone much further away from like the general liberal conservative, but like to like when I see a 13-year-old Trotskyist on like the goddamn like internet, like come on, or like I'm hearing like 15-year-olds
Base
talk about,
Trotskyist? What?
and I have 15-year-olds considering themselves like, like are going through and reading Austrian econ or like engaging in like, I forget his name, but like it's crazy to the extent that like groups are getting smaller and more like separating from the norm. It's just I would just recommend for anyone who like doesn't believe me, just go on TikTok, get on political TikTok, and you're gonna hear some of the craziest, most abstract positions I've ever heard. So,
well, the
I'm
interesting
sorry, you're
thing
not
here, Polar-
convincing me to download TikTok.
No, I don't need to.
Yeah,
I don't need to
that's
weaponize my
yikes.
information.
That's
the
a
interesting
yikes from
thing
me.
here. The interesting thing here, Polar, is that I think, like, I think you're right. I don't think that there's as many, like straight up tankies as there used to be. Because I mean, well, for starters,
Really?
Because of base
Marxism,
post
Leninism,
leftism. That's why.
Well, yeah. USSR style leftism is, I mean, it's 100 years old, right? It's shown its age. It feels antique. But the interesting thing here is I feel like neo-communism and neo-socialism, neo-communalism has really taken off amongst the youth. And the reason why I feel like, this is my personal speculation and conjecture, is just that one of the things that the internet has done, and it's a great favor to leftism, is that like people suffering isn't just some abstract concept anymore that you hear about in a newspaper every once in a while, right? Like when people suffer around the world, you see video of it. You see live streams. You can sit there and experience the pain and horror that they get to experience. And I really feel like that helps people like really shift the perspective and shift the narrative as to like what's going on in the world, right? Like do we really think in 1980s we would care about like what happens in, you know, some I mean I know that there was Rite Aid, right? But it literally took an entire continent or entire continent to starve, you know, for Freddie Mercury to get on stage and help out that charity. You know, it's like now it's like, you know, I mean you had Coney 2012, you had, you know, I'm too high to think of all the different like problems that we've had.
Invisible children.
Well, my point here is just that like,
Oh, sorry.
you know, it doesn't take that much. It really doesn't take that much of an atrocity to get people's like virality is a thing nowadays, right? If a couple thousand, you know, ethnic minorities starve in some country nobody's ever heard of, right? Like that's like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, you know, that would have just happened, and we might have heard about it in history books. 10 years later, now it's a trending hashtag on Twitter within, you know, 30 minutes. And I think that's the power of collectivization of communication.
I would also say that I was just gonna say I agree. I would also say that it looks like a lot of younger people had a lot more time on their hands in order to like get their access to this kind of stuff. Like the amount of leisure time that at least I got like as of last year when the pandemic had started was absolutely crazy. So I had a lot of free time to, like, you're right, like paired with like everything that was going on, paired with all the free time, paired with a lot of information that just was like waiting to be discovered. So I agree as well.
Got some new people here in chat. So let's see, talk to them. Hello, we'll start with Branch Commander. How are you?
Hello, Prime. How are you?
Hey, thanks for being around. Really appreciate you spending
Thank
time
you.
here. Thank you, Sit Oreo. Oh, Sit Oreo.
Sit Oreo, yes. Hello, thank you. How are you guys going?
We're doing absolutely fine. Thank you so much for dropping by. And I guess
What's the hand up?
the hand up.
Are you Australian?
I am Australian. My
God.
voice is I'm a bit sick right now. I don't have COVID. I got tested. I'm a bit sick right now, so my voice is a little bit but I am Australian.
Wow, that's cool.
We've had quite a few Australians come through here. So
Yeah, very cool. Very common.
yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for being around. And Glaucosaurus, thanks for coming back. I remember you from a long time ago.
Yeah, I've been around.
Yeah. Do any of you want to add to this? We're talking about this pandemic generation. I'm actually curious as to what our Australian friend thinks about it, because you're
What pandemic?
exactly
Right?
that. Yeah.
So it's so nice being able to leave the house and do things. Yeah. I don't know. The main thing when you guys were talking about that, the main things that I was picking up were just about social media and being the current generation, that being a main focus. And the main thing that I can think of about Australian news that just happened recently, I don't know if any of you guys heard of this, is that Facebook, at least news in Australian Facebook, has been, but he's like, yeah, bro, yeah, you get it, yeah. So,
Yeah, I heard about
this. The face of knowledge. We literally banned. Well, Facebook basic. Oh, how do I start this? It's so big. The government was like, hey, news companies, you have to give Facebook companies or whatever have to ask for money from news companies. So yeah, my brain.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw that story. Facebook is extremely butthurt because Australia is simply asking them, okay,
so they boycott it.
Yeah, if you're going to be using the local news stories there, right? You have to pay the companies, right? Pay them some small fee, right, for their stories. Facebook said "fuck you," and then cut off all the Australian news pages that have been
Yes,
connected.
we can. So when I go to Facebook, because I had a few of my friends ask, if I go to Facebook and I type in any news companies, even international news companies, I get fuck all. I get nothing.
Wow. Yeah.
I have to use a VPN if I want to. And I heard Google were maybe stepping in on it, but I also read somewhere that Google is starting to create deals with Australian news companies, such as 9 News and 10 News and all that jazz, which are politically right-leaning companies, if that means anything to you guys.
It doesn't surprise
Google
me.
paying off right-wingers? What?
No.
So this is Standard Oil replaying itself out in the 21st century.
Yeah,
pretty much.
And I think a few people have touched on this, so I kind of want to. I don't often talk about what it means to be post-left, so I think maybe this might give some people some insight into what I believe and why I believe it. So you mentioned the Marxist-Leninists. I heard people talking about, and the Trotskyists even, Jesus. People in chat were talking about the sadists and sort of anti-vaxxers and flat earthers and how all these types of communities form. And there's this idea called the Munchausen Trilemma. I've talked about it before. Quite simply, in order to assert some sort of truth or have an epistemic worldview, you must engage in some kind of flawed logic, whether that be circular reasoning, recursive reasoning, or an axiomatic assertion, right? A baseless assertion. So effectively, these people are existing.
What is the ultimacy of your reality, sir?
Okay, Mr. Batman, calm down.
Shit.
Throwback. But no, in all seriousness, right? So because of this, it's very easy to adopt as a human, as an ideology, right? Some sort of narrative explanation for how you find truth and what truth becomes. So there is no foundation. You can't justify these things because they are inherently either flawed logic or baseless. And from these is kind of created this meta-narrative, right? This sort of all these different understandings of truths interacting with one another to create this kind of intersubjective Overton window. So as that kind of disperses more and more, you have a higher propensity for conflict. And this is a really big problem, right? Because people are becoming more and more extreme as they enter those individual meta-narratives and are only exposed via algorithms to people who have similar beliefs to them. This is a really big problem, particularly when those same corporations who are developing this kind of behavior prediction algorithm are also using the same information to influence behavior, effectively engage in behavior modification of some kind. And if this sounds crazy, this is quite literally what Cambridge Analytica did in multiple foreign countries before they used the same technologies that had been developed by intelligence services for changing political outcomes on the UK and the US in the 2016 election and Brexit. So it's a very real problem, arguably also caused a genocide in Myanmar, right? At the very least, abetted a genocide in Myanmar. This has very real world political implications. This has very real world implications for potential violence. And what do we do, right? When you have these like fundamentally different understandings of the world forming that are many of which are dangerous, and many of which, how do you pull someone out of that, right? Like,
well,
what do we do?
It's becoming a Hobbesian wasteland.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's all pure ideology, right? So like, and that's like when you're this is how you sort of wind up in the post-left rabbit hole because everything is fucking baseless. So what do you do? And it's the same critique that neo-reactionaries create. It's kind of like people treat these narratives like religion, right? It's unquestionable.
There's actually a name for it. It's called psychological splitting, and I would also say like identitarianism, right? Like they kind of both go hand in hand. Like it's about like not actually having like reasoned values that like you actually think through and decide what you want to believe. It's about, oh, I'm on team X and whatever team X says is right is the way I think. And if you don't think exactly like that, then you're the fucking enemy and literally the worst. Like way too much of that in society going on.
I agree because we kind of do that to a certain extent. We're kind of doing that right now. Like when it comes to political groups, at least online, like no one wants to like leave the safety of their like established political group, right? Like they don't want to disagree and then
Well,
have that narrative challenged as well, and that can be somewhat difficult, right? Like there's a social setting that's necessarily applied to that, and disagreeing with that could come with like harmful social repercussions.
sure, but like I criticize leftists on this just as much as I do rightists. Like folks who sit there and think that like the USSR literally did no wrong, right? Like Yezhov and Beria were bastards and they were bad for the Soviet Union, right? Like Deng was a bastard and he fucked up in many ways. I like Mao, although even Mao didn't do everything correctly, right? Like.
That's
Yeah, like
weird.
there's one of the things that can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I had to
Okay,
mute
okay,
you,
so-
Glaucus, first because we had a lot of background noise coming from you. But yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things that I just want to say is just like an intrinsic, like Achilles heel of like classic revolutionary leftism, right? Is this idea, this loose relationship we have with the truth. We think that the truth is something that can be molded and engineered to fit our needs, and that's never the way it needs to work, right? Like we should never be afraid of the truth, right? Because it's on our side. That's my personal belief, but like. What the biggest thing is that like traditional leftist organizations, be it the USSR, PRC, whatever, it's like they're so obsessed with not being humiliated or not being caught out doing something that's not perfect that they will actively suppress the truth in order to propagate like this propagandic vision of perfection. And there's an old saying in computer science that you cannot, and life in general, that you cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? Like we do good, we can get better at getting better, but like perfection will never be attained. And like to pretend like any kind of political system is perfect and without flaw is folly.
Well,
I would
but isn't the goal political action though here? Like I get it. Like so, I'm not exactly a leftist. I'm a progressive. So like obviously our end goals are going to be different, right? But I'm making a congressional bid in 5 years. I'm working with the Democratic Party out here in California in my region. Like I'm actually really trying to go for like big changes we can actually make. And while I agree that labor is inherently exploitative when it comes to like a capitalist system, and we could talk deep into those things, but I think the major goal for us right now at least should be like, let's get minimum wage higher. Let's get bare minimum, a public option for healthcare and move forward from there. I think like sitting here and infighting about, you're not Marxist enough, or, you're too liberal, or whatever the case may be. I think it's extremely kind of shooting ourselves in the foot, honestly.
Yeah, that's a great call out. In the major in the major metropolitan area in which I lived, I can tell you that like among the activist community out here, like we are our own worst enemy, just because and nobody likes each other. They all hate each other for stupid reasons, or pissed off at each other for stupid reasons, and it's all about the infight and who is the true leftist. And it's like that's yeah, I completely agree with you. That's dumb. Like we can agree on basic things, like basic outcomes that can help, that materially help people, even if we don't agree on what utopia looks like.
I think I would. Oh, sorry. Go.
Please.
Sorry, thank you. I was just gonna say I think it's ridiculous because you're doing the thing that I see a lot of the time, which is the phenomena I'm not like other girls, but in the political circles. Like I'm not like other lefties. Ooh, like it's trying to create a sense of superiority and the ability to not admit when you've made a mistake. I'm pretty active in other political service in another one, and I see it all the damn time, and it just pisses me off. Like I'm anxious enough to admit when I got faults. Like I'm happy
see
to
where
do
you're
that.
from.
But like I'm close with a lot of the admins on there. Yes, I have good friends there.
Oh, you know Tim then.
On the,
Okay.
Isn't
I
that?
do.
isn't
I
that
do
just
know Tim.
incumbent?
I love Tim.
Tim's great.
I wildly disagree with him on everything, and I think he's
Same.
just fucking shut up, Tim. But like, love him.
Shut up,
I
Tim.
would I'd do anything for your dog, Tim.
He is
but
efficient
shut
as
up.
fuck, though.
Mhm.
It's crazy to think, at least on the politics server, there are some mods and people that I think are absolutely amazing and that I love and that I've been happy to talk to, but sometimes there aren't. That's something that's always really interesting. But I think the point that George brought up is I love it. I love that point about truth, right? Like, why do we fear it? I think if I was to ask, like, why do I value truth? Well, I would say, if you don't even have an accurate description of the world, how can you make a correct prescription or try to make the best prescription possible? And I think this is a couple months ago, but me and Empress were on a panel. And Empress pointed out that I had confused like objectivism and empiricism. I don't know if you remember this, but like
I do,
I was trying
yeah.
to say that there was like objective truth and this and that, and it's like, well, no, I got characterized really well because like we have senses and shit. And I think that's a very interesting point in general. I just think that's the reason why truth is valuable. I think some people have this idea that truth is like in and of itself extremely valuable, that we should prioritize it above all, and I would disagree with that. But like, and then the point brought up like what was it? I'm not like the other girls. It happens with like political people to like non-political people as well. Is it like the aesthetic of like, oh, I'm not like other people, like I'm into real politics, and it's like, but like, come on, like like if you're just like organized. Oh, this is something that also happens between political hobbyists and activists. So like, oh, I'm not like the other political people. I know about everything that I'm talking about, and it's like we do this a lot, and I just think it's really interesting to see how two groups engage with one another on this point. We always like to think we're superior when it comes to politics, and like it's crazy to think about it that way, but we only end up doing a lot more harm to one another, and that's something that the right has been able to do a lot more effectively.
Yeah, when you talk about truth, I think one of the things the internet has done is given people their ability to like define their own truth. And in one sense, that can be negative, but also you see with this cancel culture and big, the digital companies, Facebook, Instagram, is that they get to decide what's true, and they will censor and block out anything else that doesn't align with their version of truth. So I think that's very dangerous as a society when someone, Big Brother, gets to decide what's true, and anything else, if it doesn't align with that narrative, we're going to block it, we're going to censor you, we're going to cancel you. So it's kind of like two sides. It's like a double-sided coin. You don't want the individuals making their own truth, but the other side of that is the government or a big company making its own truth and deciding that for everyone.
Can I test that a little bit? Just a little bit. Yeah. So I kind of got the vibe there that we're worried that cancel culture is going to extend into something else. Kind of. Is that where you were going, or did I completely like misunderstand that?
Wait, what was your question?
Well, you were talking about kind of like abstractly that like not everybody agrees on truth, like philosophy and whatnot. So I was kind of asking, when you went into like the Big Brother canceling and all that, what exactly did you mean?
Like if someone says something that maybe they disagree with abortion, or they make a statement about trans people, or they make a statement about Black people or racism, if that statement doesn't agree with what our society says is right or what's the normal, then they get canceled, they get censored, they get their account blocked.
Do you think that's a bad thing, though?
Yes, that's a horrible thing, because our country was built on freedom of speech. So even if I disagree with you, you should still have the right to say what you want. And what you're doing is
freedom of speech. Does that freedom of speech apply to private enterprise though? I mean, like take for example, it seems to me interesting that a lot of advocates of this, a lot of conservatives, let's say, not calling you one of them, but I'm just saying a lot of you hear this from a lot of conservatives, especially on the politics server. And one of the things that I've always found interesting is that many of the people who make this argument, and I would argue that people aren't entitled to their own truth. I would say the truth is a thing that's immutable and sits out there like Shangri-La. What is affected is your perception of the truth and the narratives we spin around truth, because that's what these platforms can control, right? They can control your perception and they can control the rhetoric. But my point here is just that, like, it's very interesting to me that the same people I see, you know, who complain about this on social media platforms also complain that, like, you know, oh wait, this baker has to bake a cake for a gay couple. What the fuck? What happened to, you know, businesses being able to do what they want? So it seems to me like, you know, certain people, and I'm not calling you one, and I'm not trying to put that argument in your mouth, but some people out there are, no pun intended, trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Well, and
Well,
if I could,
well, I think if we
real quick, can I jump into real quick? So this is also like capitalism 101. So we as consumers dictate needs, right? Especially like take Gina Carano, for example. If enough people in the market didn't want to watch Disney over Gina Carano being employed, then the supplier would have to meet the demands of the consumers. So they removed her from their employees. So like I don't understand how somebody who like advocates for capitalism could at the same time be against cancel culture. It makes absolutely no sense.
Can I respond to that?
Because
Oh boy. Yeah, please go ahead, Polar. And then after that, Lord has been waiting patiently.
So I would say that a lot of people would disagree with just that example because of the, like, it's a very weird precedent to set. Like, so the basis of this, like, and I always struggle with this, is like, should an employer be able to fire you for the sake of your, like, for like your political beliefs or such as, and like, to me, I'm stuck in, whereas like, well, if they're a Nazi, like, holy crap, yeah, probably should be able to. But this, like, if we extend this, like, if we extend this graciousness, should like any political individual be allowed to, oh, shit, never mind. Hold up, give me 1 second. Should this same charitability be like applied for liberals, right? Like, imagine on every single like application you have to put like your political position or like the beliefs that you hold, even if it provides like no harm to the actual workplace. And I think that's a very interesting example.
yeah,
well,
because
and I think we're getting
Hold
into
on,
this.
who decides?
One second. Let's get to Lorden for a second, then we'll go to everyone else.
Yeah, I don't have any response to what Polar said because I was more focused on what Comrade George said a little bit ago about truth having like an immutable characteristic. What is truth? And I don't know how you define that.
A spook.
Truth? No, I would say that truth, because there's two ways to look about this, right? You can take a realist perspective that the truth is there, right? And our perception of it doesn't affect the truth. It only affects our perception and the rhetoric that's generated thereof. That's one opinion. The other opinion would be like literally chaos magic, right? Like the idea that through rhetoric, through perception, you can actually affect the truth of what is and is not. And to me, that's a little too mystical for me.
Well, I think that seems like the more
Well,
accurate.
I think where we
description,
started,
because you have, I mean, the first one that you said, that seems more like facts, right? Like facts are true, correct? But the second thing I think is I think truth kind of can be used and usually presents itself as a rhetorical method, not like actually like this is exactly what's right and there's no actual disagreement. Like that's how people use it. But I think
I think where we started.
I was going to say probably should be careful if like we should like, isn't there a distinction between like moral realism and then like realism when it comes to like the reality around us, right? Like those two things aren't, you don't have to necessarily hold both of those beliefs to be consistent, correct?
Well, yeah, but I take a scientific view on truth, right? Like if we were to if the planet was to, you know, disappear in a nuclear apocalypse tomorrow, right? And cockroaches or dolphins or whoever the fuck gets the next, you know, whatever species gets the next shot, you know, 10 million years from now, they're going to discover the same basic constants of strong force, weak force, gravity, speed of light, et cetera, because those are truths, right? Truths are correct facts.
They're facts and their laws.
No, because
they're also
true.
Facts. They're also true.
You can have incorrect facts.
Yeah, those are physical laws that are discoverable through empiricism. When we're talking about truth, and this goes back to the original point that we were talking about, the problem of ideological fragmentation across the internet and across social media. In a vacuum, this is a and I hate to use the example again because he's not perfect, but this is a Hobbesian environment, bellum omnium contra omnis. if all opinions are equal and all judgments are essentially normative, only the party that has the platform, and here I would use substitute in a social media platform or some other medium that has control over what's displayed, essentially shapes the discourse and creates this consensus reality of what truth is, out of what may, in some cases, be an exclusively normative axiom in the first place before the medium came to control it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. But I would say here that, like, in politics, there are, I don't want to say no truths, but for the sake of argument, we'll say that there are no real truths in politics. There are values, right? And values are subjective. Values like, minorities should be able to live full and happy lives with equal rights to everybody else. Non-cisgendered people should be able to live full and happy lives with and be treated the same as everybody else. Those are subjective values, right? Like those are values that the majority in a democracy, anyway, the majority of people hold to be right.
Well, yeah, the majority of living people, yes, of course.
Right. But there's no scientific law of the universe, right? Arguably that makes that an objective fact, right? Those are subjective values that we hold to be correct.
I agree with all of that. I just want to say, like, that just because that's true in our society and it should be true, like, I'm glad that that's true. We still have to compete for that to be true.
Yes,
that's
I
all
agree.
I'm
But
trying to, like, this isn't just like, oh, it's true, so it's true no matter what. Like, truth, we have to compete for truth, and it's the sad reality of the world that we live in with propaganda being so prevalent. We have to compete for that. So
Right,
that's all I'm trying to say with this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to point out the difference between, like, positive and normative factoids, right? Like, or positive and normative things, like the idea that, like, the Earth is approximately 22,000 kilometers in diameter, right? Is a fact. It's a truth.
Empirically.
A society or a group of people may restrict the perception of that. They may argue that, oh, to be a member of my club, you have to believe in a flat Earth. However, right, like, again, 100 million years from now, if the cockroaches go and measure the diameter of Earth, they'll find it's about 22,000 kilometers.
But
right?
sir, how would they know that without the Christian God? How would they know that?
Oh my God, Sevtar.
The
real question is, would they find
actually.
that it's 22 kilometers long, or would they find that it's some different metric based on some completely different
they would find
system of empiricism? So it's like,
sure.
like they would find that relative to a completely different system of analysis, and that's kind of.
But they'll be equivalent.
They would use antenna lengths.
But my point here is that talking about the circumference of the Earth is a positive statement, right? It is. When we talk about values, when we talk about politics, we're saying it ought. Right? It ought to be this way. This is the way society should function. And I think part of the breakdown in the political sphere of our civilization in the past few years, I won't put a number on it, but it is the idea that, yeah, if you can mislead people as to their perception of the positive, as to the way the world is today, right, then you can manipulate what their normative outlook is, right? Like if they don't see that children are starving every day while America wastes a third of its food output, it goes straight into the trash, right? Then this idea of collectivism and this idea of, oh, well, maybe we should feed every human being on the planet, even if it means that the 1% might not be able to have 12 Porsches. Right, that if they're not attuned to the positive truth of society, then it alters their normative perception of what should be.
Sit Oreo.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. So, I'm finding it difficult. Kind of, it feels right now the conversation is kind of like kind of. So what I'm getting from it, at least, and what I'm hearing, is that like this whole idea of like different truths and different ideas that people have. I wouldn't call it different truths, but rather people have different realities or nested realities that people sit in, and they have a view of their own reality. And what I'm hearing from this is
They have
that
a narrative.
people want to, yeah,
Worldview.
exactly. They have a narrative. What I'm hearing is, as well as that from this conversation, is that people, how do we get people to unite? How do we, like, kind of like, oh, you know, all these people have different realities, but they're just not hearing us. I think people aren't hearing us because I don't think it's not truths. I think the stuff that you're mentioning, like, oh, these different in-groups, like flat earthers and anti-vaccine people, it's a matter of you need to find research which targets misinformation and how you talk to people who believe in misinformation and how to change their mind around things.
Yeah.
I think that.
So you need to engage in propaganda.
So often it's not like
That is hang on, I just want to be very clear. That is a very polite way of saying engage in propaganda.
Or
I'm like full out. You're saying how do we effectively convince people to accept certain types of information over other types of information that we find unfavorable, right?
But you're breaking
this
down
is why I say that it's
misinformation.
extremely complicated, right? Because I don't think that this intersubjectivity is possible, right? If we think of this as being kind of trying to take these subjective narratives that people have, right, and trying to reach some kind of collective truth or collective understanding that we can operate off of, I think we're doomed, right? Like, I don't think we're going to be able to make that.
That's a nice
possible.
view.
That's
of
why
your,
I posed the question.
That's nice. That's a nice view of your crotch, Comrade George. It's really good shot of your.
I was good.
His face.
He's turning red.
How can we tell you're turning red when you're wearing a
and
mask?
laugh.
Crazy.
Because I know, George.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got you,
but
buddy. Gotcha.
The
It's
thing,
okay.
the thing I didn't really like is the term you said, misinformation, and I think that a lot of times that goes back with the cancel culture thing and censorship, is that people should be able to decide that on their own, and having someone else tell everyone in whatever topics they feel is appropriate, you have to believe this. And anything that goes against this, I'm going to eliminate that from your view or your access. I don't
then you're
think
against
the
an
government.
education system?
You're breaking up a bit,
I think
Saboteur.
that's-
You're breaking up a little bit.
Oh,
You can pop out and pop back in. Maybe that'll help.
is it better?
A little bit. But hold
I'll
on.
pop back.
But before that, Empress, your definition of propaganda is extremely broad here, right? Now, and I get what you're
Yes.
saying. I know it's a morally neutral term and all that, right? But like, if you're, is math
Doesn't
class
matter imply,
propaganda?
man.
Is like teaching a kid that like 1 + 1 = 2? Is that propaganda? Like,
You know, it is a type of propaganda, yes.
No,
I feel like
not-
it's so broad
It
at
is,
that point.
because
that
hang on,
it's
what is
useless
mathematics if
definition.
not a system that we created to explain something that has
Pro-
many problems
That
and flaws
has
that we
gotta
don't
be
teach?
propaganda,
We
so
don't
it
because we
has
don't.
to
What we do? What do we do?
imply
We teach them a simplified version of how math actually works.
I get
So
what
we
you're saying.
are teaching them
Well,
propaganda.
I get what you're saying, but like it at that point it's so broad that it's like a useless term, right? Well, literally everything is propaganda at that point, right? Then it's like not
Because it's relative to your narrative perspective, necessarily. So yes, that is the point.
Something to be propaganda, it
Someone
literally has
posted
to
in chat.
include-
I guess everything is propaganda. Yes,
But it's not
fundamentally,
useful
all
when you do
communication
that.
is fundamentally trying to convince someone of something.
I get what you're trying to do, but then it's a completely useless term, right? Like
No,
should
I
we
don't
not-
agree. I think that this is necessary to understand for this.
Well,
I
if
just
it's
wanna-
that
I wanted to
Can I
go back
clarify
to-
something?
Go ahead.
Propaganda equals
There is no one
communication, so what's
perfect
the point
narrative,
of having
right?
two different terms?
For something
Because
to be
because the
propaganda,
point is
it has to
acknowledging
be
that there is no
misleading
one
in nature.
narrative, right? There's no true. Like we all have these different narrative understandings of the world. Are we just asserting that our narrative is true and theirs aren't?
Wait, I
Or
have a
we
question.
like because that seems very, very, very forceful, right? I don't hold that my narrative is necessarily the true one, right?
What's the utility?
Everyone has
of
a different
use-
understanding.
What is even the
So the
utility
pro-
of the
yeah.
use of the term propaganda then? If any time
Because if you're
human beings
communicating
try to,
between
like-
two completely different systems of truth and understanding, then you're necessarily engaging in trying to change someone's worldview through effectively some kind of hang on. To be clear, what was initially described was quite literally propaganda because she was talking about doing research to change people's worldviews from one worldview to a specific worldview. That is propaganda, and this is a lot. Like fundamentally, right? The personal is political. All communication is trying to convince someone of something using certain terms, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, so it seems like
this is a problem we have to contend with.
Any human conversation is propaganda. Anytime I'm communicating with some other human being, I'm in some way propaganda. Okay, that's fine. It's a meaningless term though.
Yeah,
you defined it. That'd be like saying that it's the same thing when people say, well, religion is anytime you have a codified belief system. Oh, okay. Well, if you really believe that the rule book of D&D is a religion, have fun with that. But we can't have the conversation. I just wanted to pop it. I'm sorry.
People do treat narratives like religions, though. That's the problem.
That's the bad thing.
Oh, can someone turn off whatever stream that is? Can someone?
Sorry, I got work. Have a good night.
Yeah, sure. But let's go Sidorio, and then.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify really quick because I felt like as soon as I said it, was just like vroom. So I just want to clarify really quick. When I say educate people, like when I realized I worded it in a misleading way. That's my bad. I meant it in a way that, okay, so people have this worldview on things. However, we can conclude via multiple peer-reviewed studies that that is not true. That's what I mean by like trying to change people's minds. Not necessarily. I can understand if you still think that's propaganda, but I'm saying things that can be proven by like peer-reviewed, multiple studies, well-done studies, sort of shit.
That is a narrative.
Go ahead.
Peer-reviewed studies have also showed things that have like wound up being untrue, right?
That's why I say multiple.
And then hang on, and then resulted in massive numbers of deaths within the Black community because of misinformation on how medicine worked. So like, yeah, sure, that's great. You can have that, but that's still a narrative perception.
Savitar?
Yeah, so like first, as Empress clearly said, there are many studies that have said things that are wrong. That's why individual studies or even multitude of studies are just pieces of evidence. I think what you're trying to get to is consensus within certain discourse communities, but then there are going to be massive groups of people who are just have better rhetoric, better charisma, and they can convince people that these studies come from up an ivory tower and or a group of people that is not to be trusted. I mean, one great talking point or funny talking point that many like white nationalists and racists uses, or what are the last names of the people who did that study? Like memes like that, and people like that will obviously just try to use rhetoric and stuff like that to convince people of their narrative instead. So it's not about what is or is not empirically true, because many of these people don't even care about empiricism or don't understand empiricism. I mean, for fuck's sake, we have like most people in this country that or like a third of people in this country that believe that the election was stolen, despite all empirical evidence telling them no, it fucking wasn't. It doesn't matter what is or is not true. What matters is what people believe is true.
But Savitar,
yeah, I think Savitar makes a good point. Like I think we have to acknowledge, and maybe we have, the importance of cultural power and cultural agency of the players in the information that we consume. If the internet is an equal playing field of information with all users having equal agency, and one player gets to concentrate the agency of multiple people as a platform, meaning like social media or something like that, then by necessity they're concentrating agency and shaping a narrative.
But there's a hold on. But the thing to keep in mind here is an epistemology, which is the philosophy of truth, right? There's actually a word for this. When you use bad faith or fallacious arguments to try to convince somebody of an untruth, right? We call that sophism.
Or sophistry, yeah.
Or sophistry.
Sure, you can say like sophistry is bad or we ought not practice sophistry or whatever, but that doesn't necessarily matter when we're talking about practicality and what's going on in modern day United States. Like, I would like it if, ideally speaking, we could just show people the consensus scientifically or from the relevant discourse communities, relevant experts in these fields. But then, like, we literally have many people within the United States, if not like a third of the country, saying, well, that comes from an ivory tower. That's an appeal to authority fallacy, not understanding what an appeal to authority fallacy is. Or they just don't understand basic forms of logic of induction, deduction, or abduction. Or they literally just look at the last names of the people who did the study. It's like, Jew, that means it's bad.
Or just like the power of spite, like people cold roll their trucks. You know, global warming's a thing.
Well,
People
I'm
coal
not.
roll their trucks. You know,
Well, I have a
it's a
question.
stupid
for,
example, but you see what I'm saying.
I have a question for someone. I forget who individually was saying this, but someone was talking about like the government crafting narratives, and you can't really trust that, like centralization of like misinformation and their own truths. Well, I don't remember. Was it
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, yeah, I have a question. So, are you okay with like people spreading like Holocaust denial on the internet? Like, is that something that you'd be okay with? Because like because if you're right, like if the government's like pushing out like pushing out all these narratives, a narrative, is that something that you're okay with? Because like we're like we're stating that like there's a certain historical action that we believe happened. But, you know, that may be a narrative to some people, right? But to some groups, this may not be the case. They may spread their own information about this. So should we try to regulate that kind of information, ones that we know are like blatantly untrue, or would you say that there's no way to know whether that's blatantly untrue?
I would say, kind of going back to the point you started to talk about, is that if you start doing that, where does it stop? How far does it go? When does it stop to where the government can say what is true and what's not?
So I have a question for you. Yeah, so like in schools, for example, should the government be able to like write up history books?
They write up the history books already.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
not
not
asking. I'm not asking
I'm
for
saying
the
what
prescriptive
ought be
situation.
the case, not what is the
Yeah, I'm
case.
asking for the prescriptive. I'm asking for the prescriptive. So should the government be allowed to write up history books?
I would say yes, they should be able to.
Then you're
Why?
saying that it's okay to
Yeah.
like the entire concept of an education system is inherently like indoctrinating people into various views of the planet. Like what you've said previously would suggest that you're against any form of education and just like throwing children out there and saying, "All right, learn on your own, sink or swim."
No, what I'm saying is you shouldn't shut them off or shut off adults from alternative views, and especially in America where we have freedom of speech, meaning people can say whatever they want. Now, if you don't
How
like, if you don't
would
agree
you
with
apply
it,
that? Why would you set the standard at children though?
Wait
Like,
a
for
second.
example,
He's not referring to children. He's saying adults. But like,
No, no, no,
what
no,
I,
no. No. What he's saying specifically is that you shouldn't do that to adults, and you should let them be able to engage in it, like in forms of these alternative quote unquote truths. But at what point, like, why would you like let that apply? Like, why wouldn't you do that to children as well? If adults are the ones who are going to be crafting these narratives for children's history books, why would you set a different standard at that point?
because okay, I think at some level there has to be some sort of education. So you have to go through school and learn certain things. So
How do you determine that? How do you determine what should be taught then?
I think that's a good question. I don't have an actual answer for that to say what should be limited and what should. But I think the danger with that.
Hey, sorry, intro. You're hitting the mic. You're hitting your mic. You're loud up behind. Oh God, I'm gonna have to mute you. Oh, definitely muting you. We'll get back to you. But I'll get back to you. Hope you can work out your mic situation. But that's very loud. Finish. Oh, you're gonna say teacher. I see your hand, Nico.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, the danger with that is once you let the government start limiting people's speech, whether it be what you agree with or what you don't, how far does it go? Like what can the government say isn't true or what isn't true for people just speaking it? That was my main point. You brought up the children point, and I would have to evaluate that. That wasn't my main point, but I just don't agree with the government limiting our speech.
So I would say that like you probably should think about that position a lot, because the government enforcing like any like quote unquote narrative is going to have like an effect on society like at all. But I would say you should probably like I think it's completely fine for government, for example, to enforce certain forms of education if we can like point to a very clear consensus on that. Because without it, like how do you educate a population? Like how do you do that if like you don't even have like there's not even like a consensus on what to teach, right? Like greater than the one that we have now.
That's what the scientific that's what the scientific method is literally about, right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
By that same token, I don't think the government is immune from the effects of like normative consensus, normative consensus of truth, or truth in air quotes if you want. And so I think that works just as easily the other way. Prime is pointing that I'm probably talking when somebody else should be talking, so I'm going to shut up.
No, it's fine. No, it wasn't. I was just
I know Nico had his hand raised. So.
Yeah, sure. So we'll go to
And so
Nico.
does the frog.
We'll go to Nico, then we'll go to Doobie. I will try to intro again because they had their hand up, and then we'll go to Empress.
Then can I go after Empress?
Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it seems like oh crap, sorry, webcam. So it seems like you guys are kind of sort of having this like moral realism versus moral anti-realism debate. I heard something from someone that I'd like to address. I don't know who exactly was talking about how like math is propaganda. I want to address that, but firstly, just because you have the freedom of speech to say something does not ultimately mean that you are objectively correct in what you are saying. So I have the freedom of speech to say that the earth is flat or that the Holocaust didn't happen, but that doesn't mean I'm correct or I'm objective. So just because you have the freedom to do something doesn't necessarily mean you're correct. And then back to the point about the propaganda, I think about like math being propaganda, I think that's really reductive. I want to address who said that, but sorry, I don't know
That
your
was
name.
me.
Okay,
Empress.
cool. Oh, Briss?
Empress.
Empress. Okay, yeah, I want to address that. So like, I don't know, like I would ask you, is somebody like doing a study or something, getting something wrong? Is that a form of propaganda?
It can all communication is fundamentally propagandic. I think I explained that earlier. So, what is the basis for mathematics?
But hold on, what's your definition of propaganda?
I made that very clear a number of times. So I've said repeatedly that I'm defining propaganda as hang on, attempting to convince someone to change their worldview through systemic processes, right? So what is mathematics, right? What's the axiomatic basis for mathematics? It's literally just asserted as true. It is baseless. It is necessarily a baseless system. It's a baseless system that has a lot of utility. It's a baseless system that helps us understand things, but it's a system that is fundamentally based on things that are not defined.
Okay, so let me ask you.
Axiomatic in nature.
Almost
all systems, almost all scientific systems are the same.
That's
this is true of empiricism. This is true of any epistemic worldview. This is necessarily the case.
Okay. I would ask. Sorry, Nikus, go.
Not all are axiomatic, but all do make some sort of assumption or flawed logic.
Baseless if it actually correctly predicts outcomes 100% of the time when done correctly. That
What
can't
do you mean by correctly?
What do you mean predicts outcomes? Math is not a system for predicting outcomes.
Something we can objectively measure, though. That is the point being made.
No,
here.
we don't measure math.
Well, I think
math is not something that exists in nature that we observe.
It would be a heuristic system that helps us contemplate and understand the natural world, but it's heuristic in nature. I would not characterize it as propaganda. I think who was it? Nico is correct. That's a reductive way of thinking about it.
Again, I would say the same thing for any system. So I don't know why this is somehow considered reductive. The importance is in acknowledging this because the utility it offers for understanding systems and perspectives within narratives, right? So I've had a bunch of people yelling at me in chat, and there's kind of been some assumptions about my argument. Just because I'm saying that something is narrative based or that something is propaganda doesn't mean that it's useless and has no utility and you just reject it. This also doesn't mean that all worldviews or narratives are equally true or equally rejected, right? You use things insofar as they offer utility or insofar as they are politically feasible towards what are effectively value assessments, right? Just because you value something doesn't make it true. Just because you assert something doesn't make it true, right?
Okay, I just wanted to say one thing, okay? When you're implying that something is propaganda, you're essentially saying that there's some sort of bias or there's some sort of misleading manner to which that is happening. And that just doesn't apply to things like, how does it apply? Tell me.
So the math we teach in schools is not accurate to that math actually works most of the time. We teach extremely oversimplified versions, and most people graduate school not having a solid understanding of science and mathematics as they actually function. It is necessarily propaganda.
Would you say,
if we're talking about the systems themselves, hang on, again, if we're talking about the systems themselves, they are literally baseless. But people are taught that these things are empirically true for some reason.
What does
that they have some sort of objective truth value.
Empress, can I ask you a question? Wouldn't this also apply to Yeah, some of the like the fundamental basic laws of like logic and other moral systems, right? Like,
Yes.
so like for
Yes.
example, wouldn't that be like the law of equality in and of itself, right? Is like
It's axiomatic in
axiomatic.
nature,
Yeah.
yes.
So like without it, right, you can't have any other form of logic, right? That like the law of equality is like A equals A, B equals B, C
That's law
equals
of
C, right?
identity.
Yeah. Oh,
It's law of
sorry.
identity, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
same
Sorry.
thing.
Yeah.
We
Sorry.
know what you mean.
I mean, there's
Without
definite...
without that axiomatic belief, like where do you go from there on in a lot of like forms of logic?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, very simply, you accept that contradictions are acceptable.
So, well, and we're hold on, we're heading back to the Munchausen's trilemma, I feel like. But I would like to say that like mathematics is a reflection of our physical universe, right? Like if you again, like, if the world was nuked tomorrow, well, this is my argument. If the world was nuked tomorrow and the cockroaches or whoever tried to find out the relationship between the circumference of a circle and the diameter, right? They can use Archimedes' method to calculate pi, right? Like you just take you take two polygons, and you draw a perfect circle. You take two polygons, and you calculate the difference, And so my point is that's a reflection of the fundamental truth of the universe itself, right? Like not merely our perception of it.
So Empress,
yeah, but that's not how we express.
Oh, Empress, respond to that, and I want to go to Doobie. He's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, we usually express that in terms of numbers rather than simply the ratios. So like, yeah, sure, are the ratios something that will hold true for all shapes of that specific nature? Yes, but most things in nature don't reflect those shapes.
Let's go.
Right. So these systems are internally created to describe nature, right, rather than derived from nature. I don't agree with this as them being derived from nature. I don't think that's true. Physics is derived from observing nature. Mathematics is derived from trying to find a way to describe nature.
Let's go to Doobie.
What?
All right, let's go to Doobie. And then
Okay. So this is sort of responding to what you guys are saying, but it was mostly about what someone said earlier. They said something like they mentioned flat Earth and said that people should be able to find the truth on their own, and that the government or other institutions shouldn't be teaching people what the truth is or telling them what the truth is, right? In that way, this really doesn't make sense to me. So I kind of wanted to like push on that a bit and try to understand what you're getting to, because it seems to me that people are most easy to mold in their developing years, right? Where they spend most of their time in public schools or consuming media. So why shouldn't a government use that opportunity, right? That having access to children gives them, whether it's at school, when they're watching public TV and fucking Barney or whatever they're doing, to push them away from beliefs that negatively impact them and the society that's raising them, and toward beliefs that are useful. Like why should we allow people to find the truth in their own regarding flat Earth? Why should we allow those people to hold jobs or have platforms anywhere, right? I don't see like how having more people attached to something like flat Earth, which is obviously delusional, vaguely anti-Semitic belief system, benefits the nation, benefits them. So why I don't understand why you would say that we should allow these people to like just find it on their own. I think we should use all the tools at our disposal to not just shame these people, but to actively like push people away from really shitty belief systems like flat Earth, like racism, like Nazism, like Holocaust denial. Like I don't understand why you think
a tool that we could use maybe is re-education camps. That.
Well, you don't need to hold on. You don't need to re-educate them if you get them early when they're in school. We literally have education camps that children are sent to for 8 hours a day.
Okay, my question
It would just be an
is
education camp, right? Not re-education at that point.
Yeah,
just
that's what he says. But yeah,
called prison.
Yeah, get them early.
They're trying to program them into having these liberal views on gender.
But what about
Don't you
when
understand?
That's referring to public schools, though.
But
like, we shouldn't argue against public school.
What if you're adults, both of you are adult, and then you have these ideas? What are you supposed to do other than? I mean, that's a tool.
I would say that's probably like, I don't know if I would be in favor of that under like the framework that I hold, at least the ethical one. But like
me either. I want to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. The answer is really
Prime's coming out in favor of like education camps. Like
no.
Okay, so my only question is then, what does it mean to exercise your freedom of speech in this country?
Well, within this country, freedom of speech is like
That's
limited.
such a broad question.
Before we get to that, can I just ask a question? there's like a lot of like baggage attached to like re-education camps, but isn't that kind of what prisons are? Right? People are sent there and they're taught to behave in a different way to be able to function in society.
I wish
No,
prisons
that's
were
the
closer
sort of
to
what
re-education.
In theory,
that's sort of what a prison focus on rehabilitation would be, right? To teach
Dude,
the
but I
youth
just
to
changed my
be
opinion.
functional.
To be
Yeah,
unironically,
like, I
just
don't-
changed my opinion there.
Wait,
yeah,
Yeah,
if like
to answer the question about the freedom of speech thing, like in this country, you're not like you have a bunch of misconceptions about like what freedom of speech means within the United States. You are not allowed to say whatever you want. There are plenty of restrictions on what you can and cannot say. Threats, call to actions, fighting words, disturbing the peace is a rubber law that can be used to mean literally anything. If you're part of the military, government, schools, you're not allowed to say whatever you want. I can't call my teacher a racial slur, even though it's technically public property or whatever. So like your speech is already heavily restricted. But when it comes to pushing forward stuff that is just like empirically not true, I think the best thing to go about it would just be have a proper public education system and teach people basic logic, reasoning, and stuff like that, and valuing empiricism. And then when it comes to the people spouting these dangerous views, such as flat earth, anti-vaxxing, we don't need to necessarily change their minds. All we need from them is to remain compliant. So, for example, when it comes to the anti-vaxxers that I've brought up multiple times on this stream, I don't need the anti-vaxxers to believe or that vaccines don't in fact cause autism. I just need them to like vaccinate their children at the very least. And if they resist, they get the boot of the government right on their doorstep.
Yeah, but I think to do that effectively, you need to keep people from posting anti-vax shit on Facebook, on Twitter, from having websites that spew anti-vax propaganda. I think that's how you get to that place where these people, one, don't have these shitty belief systems, but you don't need to worry that people out there might have them, right? And aren't vaccinating their children, and your kid ends up getting smallpox or some shit. Right. I think
That's one of the values of having the system that we do when it comes to like communication now. Like Facebook being a private entity, they can limit the speech of anti-vax communications. Like they can do that. They don't.
Sure, but
And
what
they
I'm
are
saying is
not
that the government should do it.
incentivized to do so, and we should make them like we should figure out a way to make them do that.
The
But
free market of ideas.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't find this.
It's not a free market if you're restricting what ideas are out there.
That's 100% free market. That is up to the consumers to determine what is popular and what is not popular.
Okay, but
and if
it's
it's
not
not
leaving it
popular,
up to the consumers if you're cutting it out
There's
before it ever gets
no
there.
such
wait
thing as
a
a
second
free
here.
market,
If the
though.
consumers want to cut it out, then that is entirely free market. In fact, if the people who are running a certain private entity want to cut it out, that is 100% free market within their rights. That's not the government infringing upon it. Twitter banning groups of people based upon their political ideology is entirely in line with free market ideals because it is a private organization that has come to the conclusion that certain ideas are not profitable and thus they are taking actions to make sure that they are not harming their bottom line.
Savitar makes a good point. I think the idea of involving freedom of speech or the First Amendment in the conversation of people being deplatformed or cancel culture or whatever you want to call it, I think the idea of introducing the First Amendment or free speech into that sort of conversation is a red herring. And therefore, the conversation is necessarily about the power of culture and the rights of private entities to do what they will with their platforms, which is just about anything within their terms of within their user agreements, unless and until they engage in anti-competitive behavior.
So
then it starts
I don't think we're gonna.
Doobie respond, and then we got to go to intro. He's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get into there because I agree with you, Rance, right? But the problem is that the only response to that is, oh, these platforms are too big. Right? Maybe we need to break them up or something. I think a much more interesting conversation is why shouldn't we hit the free speech thing, right? Why shouldn't we tackle the First Amendment and say that not just these private entities, but the government itself should do this, right? Should deplatform people, should restrict certain beliefs from having the ability to purchase websites or servers, whatever the fuck they're doing, right? So why shouldn't we take that next step?
So let me, don't worry, we will get back to this. I really, really want to answer that. But let's go to Intro's been waiting patiently. Intro, want to say something?
Is it better?
Yeah.
All right, so like what Dewey said is like really correct. I mean, with stuff like Parler getting taken down, you have the big thing with like the right is that it's normally a pipeline of ideas. They're not really individualistic. When you hold like anti-vax, it's very rare that you don't hold flat Earth, you don't hold like voter fraud. So like deplatforming like all of Parler, people somehow like feel threatened that just their ideologies, even though not exemplifying their ideologies, like making posts, doing all these things, is what they're getting in trouble for. But like, I think the government being upfront and these people that are closing these services being upfront that their ideologies, like non-exemplifying, is not really harmful. But the fact that it's exemplified is the part of being harmful. Like you partake when you sign up on Style, you partake in like upholding this right pipeline. Generally on Parler, there's no contention with each other.
Thank you. Pulley, you want to respond to that?
Just this in general, like this is okay. This is a very difficult conversation to have as to like I know Sevatar was specifically talking about it. I don't know if this is Sevatar's actually like actual belief, but I think Sevatar, you were only referring to the implication of like the free market if like that was your actual position, right? Is that your actual position then?
That's not my
like,
actual. That's not necessarily my actual position. I'm just referring to the meme that this is free market. This is capitalism. You guys have made your bed. Now lie in it.
Sure. Like I would say that's a pretty like. It's a pretty like it's very difficult to define like the application of free speech here. Like there's a lot more to it. Like free speech in and of itself doesn't just refer to like just speaking. It also refers to the way that you engage with money. It refers to the way that you engage with like other businesses and other firms. This is whole like a big set like publisher versus platform. So like before we get into this, I just like to demonstrate that it's a lot more complicated than most people think, and it's not as simple. There have been there are decades worth of work on this by the Supreme Court and other legislators.
Okay, so Empress, you want to say something? Previously.
I totally got lost in the conversation and forget what my point was.
That's fine.
Maybe
We got then Sevatar, sure.
Okay, cool. So just to like touch on this a little bit, my actual position, I don't necessarily agree with Doobie. I think I need more data or need to see more data on whether or not taking away these people's like I guess safe space it would be beneficial or not. There is the beneficial factor that they're not spreading their dumb, harmful ideas anymore, but there's also the potentiality that because they have nowhere to go whatsoever now, no political escape, no way to express their ideas whatsoever, that they'll become more violent or not. That's something you kind of learn in political science. When a side of the political aisle has no more real way of interacting with the political structures in place, they actually kind of turn to violence or other means to get their agenda across. If there comes out data that says, you know what, taking away their safe space, taking away their echo chambers and stuff like that, and they still remain compliant and everything like that, I'd be in favor of that, Dilby. I think the less spreading of these ideals and the more being compliant is the deal. But if there's data against that, then you know what, I don't need them to believe in the truth or anything like that. I just need them to be good little boys and girls and stay in their place.
The thing about Facebook and Twitter being private entities is the problem is that they always use the defense as a public forum. Now, a public forum has the protections of freedom of speech. Now, anytime someone tries to sue Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, they pull up the defense, hey, we're a public forum. We're not responsible for what people say. So in that sense, the freedom of speech should be honored. But then when they censor, they say we're a private entity, we can censor whatever we want. So they're playing this duality of being a public forum that's accessible to the public to speak and share ideas. But then when they do that, they also use the defense of a private entity.
So I want
That's
Doobie
because
to be able to
those
respond.
situations are distinct legally speaking
one
from
second,
each
one
other.
second, one second. I want Doobie to respond previously to what was said, and then we'll go back to this. I want to hear what all you have to say. I see your hands.
So my solution to that, just really quickly, T Jarms, I don't know how to say her name, would be to just get rid of the freedom of speech protections at all. Right? I don't think we should have that in this country. Secondly, to Sevatar, I think that I get to what you're saying. I get what you're saying, right? We try to stifle these people. They look for other avenues. They don't get them, so they get more and more upset, and they radicalize. Right? That's a definite possibility. But even if that were to happen, it seems to me that if we were to kind of tackle these things early when they're children, and then totally restrict their ability to spread these beliefs, whether it's like Holocaust denial, race realism, whatever it is, on any kind of platform. Right? We just make it illegal for them to do this in the country, and if they're caught doing it, there are serious criminal penalties for doing it. Right? Then over time, yeah, you might have this wave of radicalism for a while, but over time, you're gonna have far less of these people in your society. Right? So you're sacrificing maybe some short-term, boat rocking, but long term, it's going to be much more difficult for people to be radicalized into these beliefs in the first place because they just can't find them, right? And if they're caught looking at them, they get into shit.
So you want our country to be China? That's what you want?
I'd like the country to be the United States without any race realists and Holocaust deniers.
That's right. Okay. You keep using these like
everybody's got a problem with
like flat Earth or anti-vaxxer, but once you start giving the government this amount of latitude, what if you're against abortion and the government says we don't like that speech, so we're going to censor you? What if you're against trans and the government says we don't like that, so we're going to censor you, we're going to shut you down and not give you a voice at all? Like, where does this stop? You keep using the extremes, but you're opening the door for the government to censor people whatever way they feel.
It's a slippery slope argument that I've already addressed. There are already limitations upon your speech.
If someone's trying to deny me my rights, by the way, yes. To an extent, their rights should be infringed insofar as they are trying to infringe mine.
Lord and Nico.
Well, I don't think it's fair to call this a slippery slope when we're literally talking about getting rid of the First Amendment. Like that's already like way down the slope. Like, yeah, what is to stop the government from saying you can't say certain things then?
But okay. So what is the First Amendment? Right? Like, do you guys know that? I'm not even gonna bother asking you guys for the actual text. All I'm saying is we have this. It's fine. We don't need it. There's like this.
Doobie, what is the First Amendment?
Really quick. I think it's a really shitty amendment. That's what I think it's. But we have this like.
Why?
In the United States, like we're like pummeled with actual propaganda, right? Indoctrinated from the time we're children. Your free expression, freedom of religion, all this bullshit, right? All I'm saying is that maybe we should pull back on that and say, hey, you're free to say what you want up to this point. This is the line. We already have this. You can't go into Credit Theater and Scream Fire, for example. All I'm saying is that I disagree with that line. And I think it should be somewhere a little closer to home.
Okay, so you're not saying you want to get rid of it. You're saying you want it to be more tightly regulated, which honestly I can agree with that because they shall not abridge the right of the freedom of the press. I think we've way too broadly defined what the press is. Fox News is not the press. Like, just as an example, Newsmax, we could go down a long list. They're not the press, but they present themselves as though they are. I don't think you should be allowed to do that. I think you should be honest about what you are.
Oh man, Nico, and then Polar, then Empress.
So yeah, I'm kind of confused because we started to talk about like Facebook and Twitter, and then we kind of pivoted to like the government censoring speech. So I think those are totally two distinct things. Like in the United States, okay, yeah, in the United States, right? Like we have the First Amendment. The government, actually, in the modern world, our free speech laws are some of the most lenient when it comes to like saying like really outrageous things and not being like prosecuted or held to account by the government. But when it comes to like corporations or businesses or whatever, I would just have one question to ask. I'm sorry, but T-Jarms, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like, do you think it would be okay, or would you, like, let's say that you own a business, right? And let's say you have a Jewish person that works for you. Let's say there's somebody else that works at your business that's also a Holocaust denier, and they come into work every day with a Nazi shirt. Should you have the right to fire that person?
Okay, and that's what I was saying. As far as in your private business versus a public forum, I would say yes. But
what is a public forum to? But what is a public forum to?
Okay, like Facebook, Twitter.
That's
But they're
defined
not
under
public
no.
forums.
Facebook is not a public forum.
They're not public
public
forums.
forum is
I know the point
public
that-
forum is clearly defined under Supreme Court law, right? So no, Facebook would not in any way be considered a public forum in any form.
Okay.
So this is like the
I
equivalent.
understand
This would be
his
the
position,
equivalent of saying that you can go into the mall, right? Because in some cases, right. Privately owned spaces can be public forums, right? So, for example, right, the courtyard on a university campus may be considered a public forum. But saying that Facebook is like a public forum is like saying that you should be able to go into the university library, steal their markers and poster boards, right? Then write your message on their fucking shit, then go into the classrooms on the university campus and yell and scream at people in the classrooms about your political message. It is not a public forum in any way. This is literally a direct analogy because you have to make an account to get access to the platform. Two, right, going back to the other person that I want to speak to, Doobie, Mr. Sir Daddy Friend. Are you seriously arguing against free speech when you frequently say in public forums or in town halls on your own server that you try to promote as much free speech as possible within the Discord TOS is allowed on the platform? Or is that a different server?
Doobie being dishonest, who would have thought?
Actually, no, hold on.
Doobie just changed
I want to
his
give you a
position,
chance to
that's
defend
okay.
yourself
That's
because
okay.
I have a feeling you have a good answer.
Listen,
You can tell by the frog he was cheesing while you said that.
No, listen. There is a really good reason for that, right? What I'm prescribing, right, what I'm asking.
I'm going to mute myself.
Oh my God, what I'm asking you guys to consider is that we do this when they're young, and then we totally restrict the speech in all public spaces at the government level, right? Not just TOS. The government makes it illegal for these people to spread Holocaust denial, race realism, Sandy Hook conspiracies, whatever it is. Right? That is not the country that we live in. Right? Unfortunately, we live in a country where this stuff is freely accessible, very easy to find on Discord, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook. So I'm working with what I have, right? And what I have is a space in which, if these people are just drowned out, they just go somewhere else and they get further radicalized.
Yep.
And so instead, what I've opted to do is allow them to express their shitty ideas and then to shame the fuck out of them, make them feel really, 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 really stupid. Right? That's what I've opted for, because I think short of just totally disallowing this stuff all over the fucking place, which is what I like to do, that's the best way to convert these people. You need to make them feel stupid. You need to then after you make them feel stupid, you need to show them why they're wrong. Sometimes it can take fucking weeks with some of these people, or months, or even a couple years, with like Freehan, for example. But eventually you get there, right? Because if you don't do it like that, they're going to they're literally just going to go somewhere else, and you've lost them. They're off in the pipeline somewhere, right? Whether that's
at that point in time,
the fucking Antifa pipeline or the Nazi pipeline, there was in some pipeline somewhere doing dumb shit. I like to
and at that point in time. At that point in time, right, they go into their little circles, like I said earlier. They wind up in that algorithmic loop. They're being ostracized from mainstream communities and large communities of discourse, right? So they're not having their ideas challenged. They recede further and further into extremism. This is kind of the entire point that I was trying to illustrate earlier. So that's why I know it was a leading question, Doobie. I knew what your answer would be, so I wanted to kind of get that out to illustrate a point. That being said, unfortunately, I am too tired and I have to go for the night. It's been wonderful talking with y'all. If you want to check me out, you can follow me on Twitter and Twitch at Professor. It's like professor, but instead of an E, there's a wa. And join Politics Discord server.
Hey,
Or
it's always a pleasure.
Okay, and just to respond and say that Facebook and Instagram aren't public forums. Just look up section.
Wait, can I respond? You said I could go after. This is the point that I specifically wanted to address.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, but just look up section 230.
No, you already misinterpreted section 230. Please stop. So I'll go back to the basis of the law. Okay, we're gonna do this very quickly. So the basis of the law comes back from like I think the 1980s in Los Angeles, where a bookstore owner, at the time Los Angeles and I think it was California, were banning pornographic material. I think at least when it came to bookstores. And at one bookstore, like the owner was like the owner had like one book, I think, but there were thousands of books in the store. So Los Angeles, I think, sued that one bookstore. I think it went all the way up to, I forget which state Supreme Court, but then that specific court like dictated that like there's just no possible way for a owner of like this many resources to be able to kowtow, go through every single piece of like literature or piece of media that's in there, and then make like check for like any form of like contraband or like illegality. That's what the basis of a publisher versus platform comes from. Now this differs from a news source, which is like creating opinion, creating sources, and then like categorizing themselves as a part of this. So when we talk about Facebook, will use the argument that they're a platform, right? But the actual issue comes along is, well, if they start moderating their content with content that things that they don't enjoy or they think is wrong, then they may be bleeding the line into publisher, because now they're like engaging in forms of discretion to be able to change that. I don't like in Section 230, they're not a public forum. They're a platform, and those are two different things.
Okay. Who else wanted to respond to that? Anyone?
Well, the public platform still contains that protection.
Don't you can't conflate the two. Like you can't
I'm not
conflate the two terms.
conflicting the two.
You just said public platform. You talking about like public forum or a platform? Because one on like not all platforms are public, right? Like you have to engage in. There are still restrictions to being able to get in, so it's not open to everyone. It's a private firm, and they let
It is open to everyone.
No, it isn't
Everyone
open to
has-
everybody. Just like how the school library, the university library, is not open to everybody. You can't just go into the university library and just scream the N-word at a bunch of people.
So like you still have to make an account. There are still like age restrictions to be able to get on. Like it's not directly public. It's not a public plan.
Okay, that's like saying the grocery store isn't public. Like,
go ahead, Fab.
Grocery stores are not public. Yes, I agree. You cannot go into a grocery store without a mask if they have a policy saying, "Hey, you must wear a mask," unless the state says otherwise.
So a grocery store is not a public accommodation.
No.
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 It's a private business.
Costco has a membership.
Fab,
See-
go ahead, speak.
Oh, sorry.
So it was like just again to back up Polar here. Like Section 230 doesn't establish internet companies or internet websites as a public forum. It recognizes that it gives them like exemption to liability for information that's on their platforms, and gives them the ability to take it down without then being like without these people who's someone posts some horrible video on YouTube, and then YouTube takes it down, and that person's like, "Hey, you violated my freedom of speech." That federal law says that no, that to specifically like make clear that no, like these YouTube, Facebook, fucking Omegle, whatever, is like specifically are able to do what they want on their platforms. And they can restrict it by age, they can restrict it by whatever they want to restrict it, whatever content they want on there. As long as the content itself is not illegal, that's the only other exception to that. But they're definitely not a public
physical
that can access it as long as you follow their TOS. Doesn't make it a public platform.
Do you think you could just walk into the grocery store and just scream the N-word and nothing bad will, like the government or the people can't kick you off for just shouting the N-word?
I think that it is a public accommodation. If you look
That
up
doesn't
public-
answer my question. Please answer my question. Can I go into a grocery store and just start screaming the N-word at people?
I think you can find
No.
like confidentiality. And
Why not?
You can do it.
Because like depending on where you are, I could probably do that in like different states if it's an actual like public area.
I just said it is public area, but you don't want to even acknowledge that.
Then why can't I say the N-word?
Hello.
Answer my question. If I can go to a public space and just start screaming, well, not scream. Maybe I could start calling people racial slurs out in like a public park or whatever, and that's legally allowed technically because I'm not violating. I'm not like doing anything wrong. Maybe you can classify that as harassing or maybe fighting words if you want to get technical about it. But I don't believe you actually believe in that. So why can I do that in a public space, but I can't do that in like the grocery store?
If you're saying that it's okay to do it in the park, then I would say it's okay to do it in the grocery store.
Okay, so
I think a better example here would be just pissing on the floor, because that's essentially what you're doing
there are
when you
literal laws
when
against
you go
that.
to Facebook and you post some dumb shit that they don't want on there. You're pissing
Do
on their
you
floor.
know the difference between pissing and speaking?
They're
Bro,
a public
I'm
urination
on your
laws, just to be
side.
clear.
I know
They're-
you're on
no,
my
wait, wait,
side,
fuck.
but like we gotta
think
walk
we
this
all
guy
know
through
the
the
difference
basics
for
here because
that.
he unironically believes you can go into like a private entity and just say, well, it's a public area, and so they can like say what they want.
What
They
if
can do
I
what they
go
want.
into a grocery store and I use my urine to write the N-word on the floor? Right? What happens then?
Okay, just look up what the definition of
That's
a
art. That's art. You can't censor
Okay,
art.
so
That's art.
you like we've already explained to you, you misinterpret like what this thing means.
Wait, hold on.
You
let him
haven't
respond.
even looked up what a public accommodation is. Look that up and then get back to me.
So
Yeah,
it isn't my God-given right to enter the B-dubs and demand that I be able to piss all over the wings. I mean, like seriously though, like I don't know what you mean by public accommodation. Do you mean that like people
Okay, so
can
that's
go
what
to
I'm
the grocery
saying. You're
store?
having this argument about it. Just look up what a public accommodation
Wait,
is.
can you just tell me? Wait, can you
What?
just tell me?
Just say
Seriously.
it. Just say it.
Yeah.
Just say it.
A grocery store, a gas station, anything that's
That's
open.
not
to the
what
public.
we want a definition.
Okay, that's not my
Guys,
definition.
come on.
Google what a public accommodation is.
Oh my
So then,
Christ.
wait, okay, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay,
Wait, can I
okay,
ask then? So then, like, how do you know that like a grocery store and a gas station are public accommodations?
I'm just going by what the federal statutes are, what the law is. That's not my definition. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm gonna try and understand what maybe where your parlance is coming from, TJ. I think you're trying to say that insofar as you go to a grocery store or insofar as you go to a gas station and maybe there's other people there, you consider yourself in public. However, that is separate and distinct from First Amendment jurisprudence about what a public forum is. So and how that and how that implicates your free speech rights. So understand that these are two different operative concepts. The public forum issue is one where if you're talking about maybe political speech and you're talking about maybe wanting to go do a picket line somewhere outside of like a government office, right? And the government has limits on the prior restraints it can exercise on you, insofar as it tries to corral your speech to a certain place or to certain content in public spaces, like a sidewalk, where you can congregate because it's a common area. So you see the distinction.
And a public accommodation is a concept made by law. It's not that it's made by law. Not even
Yeah, that's why he's referring to the federal statute, but the
right.
federal
But
statute.
like the idea, like public accommodations are specific in federal law and have specific purposes as to what it means and as to what it actually applies to. Do you even
Not
know
only
when
that, but public accommodations
even began? Why we have a concept of the public accommodations?
Yes, because people are being discriminated against in public
Right.
accommodation.
Yeah. And okay. And so they set up a law that said you cannot discriminate against people in public accommodations. They specified what is a public accommodation, and that was the law. But that's all the law has.
Can someone
to do
please
about
just drop the definition of the public accommodation, please?
I have it up. I have it up if you want. I have it up. real
Just
quick.
say it for the room and
sure.
then bring up like how it
Mhm.
applies to grocery stores
Sure.
because clearly you can't just scream the N-word at
So,
people in the grocery store.
Public accommodations.
Okay, the way
No, the totally
just look at the
unhelpful
definition,
Socratic
sure.
method is
Right.
preferable.
So hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna
go ahead. Read it, please.
Yeah, so it's a public accommodation in the law of the United States are generally defined as faculties, both public and private, used by the public. Examples include retail stores, rental establishments, and service establishments, as well as educational institutions, recreational facilities, and service centers. Now, under U.S. federal law, public accommodations must be accessible to the disabled and may not discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, or national origin. And that's due to the Civil Rights Act, but we apply that to all the protected classes. But there are other ways to do that. So, for example, as mentioned, it's only for protected classes that you may ought not to be discriminated against. A private business, for example, if you come in right and you're wearing some like goddamn Nazi crap, okay, you walk into a goddamn grocery store, you're like you have a Nazi shirt, you have the KKK hood on, right? Like they can kick you out. Like that's a representation of your own speech, but they can kick you out. I'd hope that you wouldn't be in favor of that either.
Saying I wouldn't be in favor of someone being able to wear whatever shirt they want to wear. I would be in favor.
I have a question. So let's say a grocery store exists, and this grocery store owner, right, like just sitting around, doing all the basic stuff, managing or whatever, and a person walks in, right, with a Nazi shirt on and a KKK hood. Should this manager or / owner be able to kick this individual out of their store?
Just for wearing that? No.
Yes. You don't think so?
No,
How about we just wait. So instead of doing this, how about we just get into what the law says what these things can do? Because obviously,
I'm
grocery
asking an
stores
ethical question though. I don't want to hear his prescription. Yeah, that's what I care about.
This is why I'm interested in why you have this point of view, because earlier, and this is why I'm having this point, because earlier you talked about if someone owned a business and that person went home and made a certain post or said something online.
I was just trying to clarify your point. I was just trying to yeah. That's all.
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, you made that point. Should that person's job be able to fire them? And
that's the question. Do you want me to expand on that point?
Okay.
Yeah, so I was saying that I find myself in a pretty difficult position when it comes to that, right? Because there are two extremes to both sides. One, if you have a society where employers can fire you on the basis of what you do on your off time, I don't know how I necessarily feel about that. Because if you're just a lib, or they think that you play video games out of your time, outside of company time, then that's oh, I want to fire you. That just it feels really weird and unintuitive. But if I let it go the other way, where it's hey, on the bit, they can't fire you for what you do on the outside. It's well, should a Nazi or a terrible person who says terrible stuff on the internet but is not under the company name or under the company branch, should that person be allowed to work there? And I don't know. It's a very difficult position to have.
So in terms of is this going to cause the business harm in terms of what happens at the business, right? So for example, right, I think Gina Carano is a good example here, where she was fired recently. She was given several warnings for doing what she was doing, right? And she has a co-worker who is both a migrant with a family member who is trans, right? I've been given several warnings to the company who is going to exacerbate their relationship with that person. They had every right to fire her, right? Even though it's stuff that was done outside of work, it's going to affect the workplace itself. So I think that in that reason, the business had a reason to, and they took extra steps to say, "Hey, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this." And in the end, they got rid of it, right? But this was a separate issue.
I get what you mean, Kiyosan. So that in that case, it does. So that's probably different. I think we'd probably I would say if it starts to directly start harming the business, that's probably where you want to cross the line. But for example, if Gina Carrera was an unknown person, right? Because what the harmful aspect for Disney was that this is a person who's in the public eye and is making these tweets, and then it's just going around everywhere, right?
Yeah, but
yeah, if you're a smaller individual, just a rate one of us, not really one of us, but you're just a McDonald's worker, and in the sense that you're not popular in the media light, and you start saying things like this, should you be able to
yes, because it's really simple.
The harm here that I outlined wasn't the fact that it was because they were a larger actor, although that certainly helps the case. It was the fact that someone from their workplace was very aware of their views, and it's going to affect their ability to work together, right? So if they're openly racist even if it's a small business and they have to work with people of other races, especially if it's a sales position, then yeah, they should still have every right to fire them. It seems because that's where it affects the business at that point, not so much just because they're a public figure, although that obviously factors in.
Yeah, but not only that, but you brought up the Polar, you brought up the key distinction here. This applies to protected classes. Political ideology is not a protected class, and I would argue it ought not be a protected class. So just like how you can't just scream out that you're a Nazi within a public within a fucking grocery store, you are not allowed to you ought not be allowed to do that, even if we consider Twitter, Facebook, and all these things public forums or something along those lines. Clearly the law has stated that political ideology is not a protected class. I would argue it ought not be a protected class. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Doobie, got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to try to understand what T-Jarm was saying. So T-Jarm, you there?
Yeah.
So you said that people shouldn't be able to, or not workplace, a business owner shouldn't be able to kick someone out for wearing a Nazi shirt or something, right? But
yeah,
I think that I'm a business owner, right? And one thing that businesses do is they try to cultivate a certain experience for people that walk through their doors, right? Whether it's the way that you're spoken to by the employees, the dress code that they require for people that are going to like restaurants. A lot of times will have a dress code because they want to cultivate a certain atmosphere, a certain experience. Um, so, or the lighting, the decorations, right? So if I'm a business owner and I'm working to cultivate a certain experience for people who walk through my doors, and I have people come in using racial slurs, maybe being really loud, wearing assless chaps, right? Doing things so that they're going to drive people away from my
Maybe that's
business
the
because
theme, Doobie.
please, sure, it could be the thing. And some business, I'm sure it is a thing, right? But so those kind of behaviors, right, might keep people from walking through my doors. They might think, oh, when I go through this store, there's going to be some dude in there with his ass out, and I don't want to see that, so I'm going to go somewhere else. Right? There's going to be someone in there yelling the N-word or smoking a cigarette in the middle of the store or whatever it is. So why should business owners allow people to come into their business that are like actively detrimenting the business, harming the business, right? Making it harder for them to be profitable.
Well, let's be fair here. He's
Wait,
only
hold on,
talking
please.
about
No.
about public areas, though. He's only talking
Yeah,
about.
Well,
He's not talking
whether
about all
please,
private
he was
business.
But
no,
he's
stop.
not
He was
just
talking about
talking
a
about
wait,
public
please. He was talking
areas.
about he was talking about a grocery store, right? He was
Well,
asking
he,
about a
well,
grocery
he counts
store.
as a public. He counts as like a public accommodation.
Yeah, well,
like,
that's what I'm. That's why I understand. That's why I'm asking him. So in this grocery store, if I'm a grocery store owner, right, and I want to cultivate a certain wholesome experience for people that come into my grocery store, why should I allow people in that are wearing assless chaps and being real loud or whatever? Right? If this is actively pushing people away from my business and hurting the atmosphere that I'm trying to build there.
Okay. My response to that would be, so if the community where you're at is a more conservative community and they're not really receptive to trans people, and a trans person comes into your business and the people are saying, we don't like when this trans person comes into business. We don't want to see that person. So should you be able to not let that person in, just like not letting the person in that wears the Nazi shirt?
No, because you ought not be able to discriminate against trans people, and trans people should be considered a protected class while
Okay,
political
well, we're not
ideology.
talking. We're talking morally.
Yes, morally. I am talking morally. I'm talking ought statements.
That's
Oughts
illegal.
From a no, okay, I'm not just talking about legal laws. I'm talking about cases. I believe trans people ought be a protected class because of how they are discriminated against within the United States. I believe that political ideology ought not be a protected class, or wearing assless chaps ought not be a protected class.
Okay, but
Really simple.
they're still damaging your business because the customers don't like that.
We're not talking about the customers. We're talking about whether the
No.
owner
You
has
said
the
that
right.
the damage
I
to
can
the
respond
damage to the
if you guys have any
business
trouble.
was that the customers would complain and not want to come there. So if the customers complain and don't want to come there because there's a trans person there, that's damaging your business.
Oh boy, DB.
I think what you're running into there is there are certain behaviors, right, or beliefs that we as a society, right, have decided are worth protecting, worth promoting, right, to the rest of the country. One of those is, for example, like trans rights. Another would be gay rights or women's rights, right? So we've decided that if you are discriminated against someone based on one of these things, then there's a punishment, right? I'm not saying that from the business owner's perspective, they could think that's totally unfair. Maybe it will damage their business as a society, right? Their business is bigger than them, right? So as a community, we've decided, hey, we'd like to promote these things. We'd like people not to be discriminated in this way. If you're paying, if you're a place that people are accessing through like using the sidewalks that we all pay taxes for, then you shouldn't discriminate against people based on these things. Right. So yeah, I get your point, but I think that because we're trying to promote certain behaviors, right, as a community, as a government, you're going to run into those things. And yeah, I think it's from the business owner's perspective, they might see it as detrimental to their business, but I think the goal there that we're striving for isn't so much maximizing their profits; it's making a more inclusive society, right? And I don't think you really run into that when we're talking about people walking in saying the N-word or wearing assless chaps or whatever.
Nazis.
Go ahead, Polar.
I have a question for Sevatar. Probably two questions. So, Sevatar, if let's say I'm working for a business and, I'm on Twitter and in my bio, I put Biden 2020. If the business owner is like just a conservative or whatever, should they, like you said, like that does like in your society, protected classes should not apply to political beliefs. Should I be able to be fired at that point just because I have Biden 2020 in my Twitter bio?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then I would ask, then how do you create a protected class?
You do well, it depends on a couple of things. Firstly, whether or not like the minority in question is being unjustly quote unquote discriminated against, whether or not this is
Was that,
overall
wait, is that
detrimental to
applicable?
society in terms of
Is that
utility for
applicable on
my
a
what?
societal scale? Is that applicable on a societal scale or an individual basis?
It could, what do you mean?
So if you're saying like in terms of like whether society discriminating against a specific group, are you talking about society or like they're individually being discriminated against?
I would say it would be combination. Well, it would be society, just like an individual. Be so like, for example, when it comes to like trans people, if it only happened like 1 or 2 times every single year where a trans person was discriminated against, that wouldn't really come up on radar. Like, it's awful that's happening from my personal perspective. I don't think you should be discriminated against, but if it's only like 1 or 2 times a year, it's not like a major societal issue that ought to be addressed. However, that's not the case. Trans people all over the country and in fact all over the world are constantly discriminated against or being killed and a bunch of other stuff. And thus we can recognize that this minority is clearly being oppressed, is clearly being discriminated against unjustly, because being trans doesn't imply a sort of belief or
I
a
agree.
odd statement onto the rest of society. And so we should probably stop that. Same thing with like Black people, with other minorities, Japanese people, Native Americans to an extent as well. Yeah, they ought not be discriminated against.
So, but you just said because society on like a whole basis discriminate against them, right?
It wouldn't be a whole, wouldn't it be? It would just be like different. It's just to a certain extent whether or not it'd be like detrimental to society. Like not every, for example, the reason why we even though like not all wait to give you an example, even though not all of society would discriminate against Black people when they were like not slaves anymore, that doesn't mean that like major portions of society were not like actively trying to hurt them, oppress them, keep them, put them back in chains, quite literally put them back in chains and stuff like that.
So if we got to a society where like at one point like the meme actually becomes true that conservatives are actually being discriminated against on a societal level, would you like
Well, I think conservatives ought to be discriminated against. Their ideas are dangerous and provide no utility to society.
Okay,
so should
so then,
leftists.
wait, so you're changing
Yes,
your
I
standard
agree.
here?
So
Wait, wait.
so should far leftists.
So I'm saying, wait, no. So then you're changing your standard here. So it's not off of like just something
I've
that's
said
decided-
utility multiple times.
So okay, the utility of the group or the utility of discriminating against that group?
What do you mean by there's utility in every action we take, obviously enough. And when it comes to discrimination, obviously there are certain groups that we can discriminate against. We can evaluate whether or not it would provide utility to overall society to discriminate against this group for specific reasons.
So I'm asking, okay, so what I mean by the difference is this group causing harm to society? Like that's what I mean, or is it the fact that like by like the discrimination against them is actually causing a bad change in utility? Is that how you define discrimination?
What do you mean how I define discrimination? I mean,
So,
so like
like,
when it comes to the utility of discrimination, obviously. So when it brings up like Black people again, obviously from my perspective, I like from a hedonic calculus perspective, I would say that discriminating against Black people just because they're Black is obviously detrimental to overall society. I don't think that having Black people being equal to whites or anybody else causes negative utility to society. In fact, it benefits society greatly to have many different races all intermingling together when people actually forget about their race because race is a social construct. However, when it comes to people like Nazis, for example, it actually is better for society that like Nazis are heavily oppressed because when Nazis are get into power or do anything like that, they tend to provide negative utility overall to society and so should be
Okay, so if we got to a point, okay, I'm just gonna keep running through the hypotheticals. If we got to a point where the meme also becomes true, Black people, you know, something happens, the gene just
Uncle Ruckus gets into power.
Yeah, sure. The meme, the warrior gene just turns on, right? And they're like, wow, all the Black people, they're causing all these trouble. They're creating like a negative net harm to society. At that point, you'd probably remove them from being a protected class, right?
Yeah, so for example, if like different groups of people started becoming like, for example, Black people, if like the warrior gene kicks in and they start providing negative utility to society, then yeah, we would probably have to oppress them, put them back in line, and or like genetically modify them so they stop having the warrior gene, stuff like that.
Okay, so then this runs back to the conservatism. I want to keep running back. So let's say you cause more harm by discriminating against the conservatives.
Then I would stop discriminating against them.
Okay, so in the future, you get to the point where they're being discriminated against.
Yeah, it's all about like running through the cost benefit analysis. So this is what I actually brought up earlier with Doobie about like putting people in either re-education camps or something like that, or kicking them off platforms. I brought up how if you kick them off all platforms, they have no real political avenues or social avenues whatsoever. This could radicalize them and make them more violent, which is why I'm kind of hesitant on just kicking them out outright. So if there's like evidence suggesting that no, actually, if you kick them off of all these platforms, they have no real political or social avenues whatsoever, they're just going to radicalize and get really, really violent, I would be hesitant to kick them off platforms without taking measures to make sure that these people are either nullified or made compliant. But if there again, is there evidence counter to the point where, you know what, even if they're off these platforms, even though they have no social or political avenues whatsoever, they remain compliant if there's enough like scariness or whatever from the military, then I might be in favor of just kicking them off. And if anybody gets a little too uppity, I put the boot on right on their throat. It's okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay, Fab, you had your hand up previously.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to make the point about protected class, that protected classes are one part things that are immutable, things you cannot change, things that people can't change, and then also things that are, yeah, things that people cannot change. That is.
How do you explain religion?
Well, with religion, that's why I said in one part it is things you cannot change, and then the other part is beliefs that you hold that are unchangeable. And religion is different.
That's bullshit.
Religion is
It's
like,
not different.
You can't. Well,
it's
you
not
can't
any
compare,
different than like flat Earth theory, right? Yeah, I think you should be
compare
able to
religion
discriminate based on religion.
to a political belief, because one
Yes, you
religious
can.
belief is I don't think so.
Sure. Like I get
Mhm.
I get what you're saying though. It's like like when it comes to like religion probably heavily informs people's political beliefs. I guess it's kind of like similar to a philosophical normative theory where that probably comes first and then your political beliefs may come along. I think there's some give and take there. I think that can go both ways. But I kind of agree with Doobie. If like, for example, if there was a religion that provided negative utility to overall society, I would say, like let's say the Aztec religion comes back and people start kicking each other's hearts down flights of stairs and stuff like that. I wouldn't be okay with allowing that religion within my society. I don't even think I'd be okay with Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Scientology within my society, if I'm being perfectly
Yeah,
honest.
like why shouldn't we be able to discriminate based on like religious grounds? Right. So if I'm a place, if I'm
utility to overall
can I
society.
ask a question? No, hold on.
Who decides
So
utility
if
to
I'm,
overall
if
society?
I'm a, oh my god, if I'm a
You
gay
do. Okay,
person,
cool.
oh god, please, I'm literally calling out to the God that isn't there because you guys won't stop talking over me. Okay. So if I'm a gay person, right?
Euphoric.
And why should I need to accept a resume from like someone who adheres to a religion that says that I should be dead, or that what I think is like an abomination and that I'm going to go to hell? Like why should I accept a resume from that person?
Maybe because ultimately they're a better worker than everybody else, and even though they hold these views, the productivity they provide, and hopefully they are, let's just say hypothetically,
Would you say the
they
same
provide
thing?
productivity.
Or would you say the same thing to a Nazi who believes like
Technically, you can say the same thing. Again, this is about compliance. Like I've said multiple times, if they remain compliant and they just shut up, they don't do anything, they're incredibly productive. I don't care what you personally believe. All I care about is your actions and whether or not you remain compliant. Those things. And I'm not like trying to say that your thoughts and beliefs don't like heavily influence your actions. Like I totally believe your thoughts and beliefs definitely influence your actions greatly. I just also believe that there is a way that society can just keep you compliant,
Should
where
white
you can believe all
supremacists-
you want that gay people are going to burn in hell and everything like that. But if I have the boot on your throat hard enough,
should white supremacists be allowed to be cops? I mean,
I don't think so. No.
Okay, why not?
Because generally speaking, the white supremacists, as we clearly see with the data, aren't able to keep their beliefs in check and like just stay with their job rather than like just keep their beliefs to themselves. They openly act upon these beliefs, and we ought like
What about
discriminate
religious
against
people
them.
then? What about
Same
religious
thing
people?
with religious
Prime,
people. I agree, Prime.
Hold on.
Is this
there's
really
no-
about
there's no-
hypothetical though?
Can I ask a question? Can I ask?
He asked the question. I provided. Wait,
Are we
Doobie,
still
if I
on
may. Doobie, if I may. He
or-
asked a hypothetical. I provided one hypothetical reason where you wouldn't like have to discriminate against this religious person is because they keep their views at home. Sadly, just It's sad enough to say, though, however, religious people don't keep their views at home. They actively participate within, they actively act, yes, I know, upon their beliefs. And it's really sad that they do that. Like, Doobie, you already know Doobie and Prime, you both know my position on this. I'm a rabid
I just like to ask a question like generally. So that what Prem said, right? White supremacists be able to be police. That's actually not even that crazy of a hypothetical, and it's something that could be attached to religion. There are religious groups out there. They're Nazis, for example, right? Who build this Nazism, should I say the worst of Nazis, around some kind of a religious belief they've concocted about that's like warped Vedic shit, and they genuinely believe that black people are like not just subhuman but are evil. Right? So if someone comes into my office, right, whether I'm hiring for police or for like a fucking janitor, and I know they have this belief, this religious belief, why shouldn't I say no? This religious belief isn't allowed here. Fuck off.
I think you're okay to do that. But I gave you the hypothetical reason why maybe.
So I'm asking like the crowd, right? So like why shouldn't we? And we can think. I'm sure we can think of many other examples of religious beliefs that are like abhorrent. So if someone is holding to one of these religions, why shouldn't I just be able to say, hey, if you're part of this group, this cult, I don't fucking want you here.
Oreo.
Yeah. So what you were saying about if you are part of this group, which has a reputation of being pretty dodged, I don't want you here. Yeah. What about the like site? I don't know if this is true for American police or American institutions, whatever. What about like psychological exams or tests on people that you're going to put in those positions? So I would say, okay, you're going to do this really important governmental job, whatever, police, whatever. Maybe you're part of a group that is, I don't know, maybe a little bit dodgy. Okay, let's screen them. Let's see what their mental like capabilities are. Do some mental health tests on them. Like really kind of see what their psyche is like, and before we just instantly be like, nah, fuck them, because that's what we don't want to become them. We want to kind of like see if we like. Oh, I don't know how to word it.
Are you sorry? Just for clarity, you're talking about like an ideological test, not necessarily one based on like disability, right?
Like, like I'm trying to think of words. Like a way to kind of screen someone's just their mental health, just being able to sit down with a psychologist and kind of screen them and just see what's going on inside of their head.
Yeah,
and
some
like
jobs
do
do
that
have tests like that.
multiple times.
Yeah, some jobs do require tests like that before, if they're putting in a position of power over other people, for example, they might require some kind of screening like that, right? So I think that's fine. That could be okay. But what I'm talking about just is that seems like I don't want to say heavy-handed, cumbersome, right? To say, hey, if you want to work in my restaurant, I'm gonna send you to office and get some like psychological tests or some like bias tests or whatever the fuck. So to me, it makes more sense just, on the job application, have somewhere at the bottom, Catholics need not apply, Muslims need not apply. If whatever group need not apply, right? Just because I'm just letting you know straight out, I don't want you here. Right? If you have this belief system, whether you're a Nazi, if you're a Muslim or a Catholic, if you're whatever, right? I just don't want you here. Like, why is that wrong?
Or why is that wrong?
Why is it?
Yeah, well, I'm asking because who was it? Fab White Boy, that's a funny name. Said that religion was different, right? That it's something that should be protected. I'm just asking why. Like, why should we protect these beliefs?
I know. I think it's very much more of a nuanced answer than it is to sort of like blanket. Like, if any religious belief should be protected, if your religious belief is the belief that people's like should be harmed or people's rights should be taken away, then I don't think that should be protected. It's just a sad fact that we have to have it as blanket as it is. In my ideal world, it would not be that blanketed, but because to include people who just simply are just like, I just like to go to church and get communion. I don't hate gay people. It's like, or I don't think that gay people should burn or going to burn in hell. Like, those people shouldn't be discriminated against on the basis of their religion. But the people who think are out there picketing, Planned Parenthoods and telling people they're going to go to hell.
So you're not discriminating based on religion at that point, right?
You can't
Wait, hold on. But white boy, I understand what you're saying. I feel so weird calling you a white boy. So, but like I think
call me bad. Don't have to add the other part of it.
Like Yozen gets you're not really discriminating on their religion. You're discriminating based on like beliefs that they might have, right? So whether that's they're anti-gay, whatever the fuck. But what I'm saying is, what if I just don't want to hire or be forced to hire people that I think are delusional, that have are worshiping some like ghosts in the sky? What if I just don't want to hire these people? And I don't.
What if they're right? What if they're right, Doobie? What if they're right?
So are you
Well,
asking
there's
them
so much
before,
nuance.
like
Just
during
say
the
no,
interview
though. Like, you
process,
can't
or
know
like
that.
what's the process here?
What do you mean? What's the process? Again, I would just
Like,
say.
are you asking them in the interview process, like, hey, do you
I would have it
believe
on the
in-
application before they get to the
What
interview.
and
have
what
to
if
clean
they
out
were
the
like, I prefer not to say, or what if they just lied and said, no, I
It's-
don't believe in any of these?
Well, if they
things?
lied, then there's nothing
What
you
if
can
they're
do
able
about
to
it.
separate
You're
their
talking,
belief?
but you're talking about detection here, not like the actual like.
Yeah, you're not talking about like the
Wait.
principle in
Yeah.
question here.
Wait, so the question here, ought
So,
Doobie,
well,
is
okay,
like,
fine.
tell me if I'm wrong here, is it we ought not hire people we see to be delusional? Is that correct?
It's not that simple. That's
Well,
part
you
of
just
it.
said I don't want to hire
Hold
them
on,
because they're
just-
delusional.
What it sounded
No,
like.
what Doobie's getting at is there's no real distinction between like political ideology and like religion that is worth like excluding one rather than the other. So we have
Yeah, if
religion
you're
to
okay
protect
with
the
excluding
Okay,
Nazis,
I'm not gonna disagree.
why not
there
Catholics?
is. There's a difference.
Yeah, sure. So wait. What if I'm a Nazi, but I just like ignore all the race shit, and I just want, what, like Germany's a great country and all that, and I
You
like
just really
want
like
to,
it.
I just want national socialism, but like forget the race thing, forget the Jew thing. I like the swastika, dude. Man, those jackboots on the SS, dude, they look fucking fly. So I have all that. I have all the iconography and everything like that. But Hitler, he went like too crazy on the race shit, and so like I drop all that. And can I be like hired now, even though I'm like a literal Nazi? Even though just like I forget all the race shit.
I think
So
so.
if,
Shouldn't it have
if
to
you're
do
like
with-
a
shouldn't
little
it-
Nazi, except you have like none of the
I
Nazi.
think your
beliefs,
hypothetical
No, wait,
is
wait, wait, wait,
exactly
wait.
weird, but
No,
okay.
wait a second here. Wait a
Like,
second here. Nazi beliefs didn't just revolve around just the race shit. There were plenty of Nazis that are just outright fascists. That what, man, that race shit is kind of cringe and all like that. But I'm still like an outright authoritarian fascist that wants to like oppress people. I'm just not racist.
Yeah, so
or
that's the
I'm
distinction
just
between,
not-
that's the distinction between that and the Nazi shit, because the Nazi shit specifically held the racial stuff as core, right? If you want to call
Okay.
yourself like a fascist or something,
Okay, sure.
then,
Call me like
that's
a
totally
German.
different.
Call me a German
I
fascist.
don't
That's
think,
a national
I don't think
socialist.
that's a particularly useful hypothetical.
It's
What do you
spot
mean?
on.
Well,
It's
I think
one to
that-
one.
Wait. It's perfectly spot on to like the Christian who doesn't believe that like gay
Yeah.
people should be like burned in hell or stoned to death. Like you have the good Christian,
It's
then you have the
not,
good.
but-
Yeah, wait. You have
You're
the
not
wait.
talking
You
about
have
their,
the
like,
good
religious
Christian,
thing.
and then you have the good fascist. Like, why can somebody like discriminate against the good fascist but not the good Christian?
Why can't somebody
Good
discriminate against
fascists in
Because
Nazi
you're delineating
Germany
against
had
the belief
political
here.
power.
We're not talking about
You're not
Nazi
reducing
thing.
far
We're
enough.
talking
That's the
about
problem here. If you're like talking about the broadband thing, when every time what you're talking about discriminating against is the fact that you're discriminating against protected classes, right? Like it has nothing to do with the beliefs itself. It has to do with
Why ought Christianity be a protected class, but fascism not be a protected
because
class?
there's no reason to wholesale like ban these groups. Like you can have people within those groups are completely different. Like if you go against like say if you
have
want to ban
people in
Christianity,
fascism that are
you have
completely
something like you have someone like Dylan Burns. He's like super lovely, right? Who would also be covered by that, right? Like the groups are too big when you're trying to catch a specific thing. Just have that specific thing as the big
Are
thing
you
being
denying
called.
that there are going to be
yeah.
fascists that are lovely to meet and stuff like that? They're like every single fascist is just an evil person, is an asshole, or they're going to be like good fascists?
Yeah, they're probably
Like,
going to be good fascists.
So then, so then by your
sure.
standard, political ideology ought be a protected class.
What? Yeah, sure. I don't see why not.
Okay, yeah.
Not
that-
protected class, not protected class, but we shouldn't be able to fire for it, right? Like it's the beliefs themselves that cause the problem. That we should be able to fire for.
Oreo?
Because protected class entails a whole bunch of other things. It's not just that, right?
Okay, sure, but we're in the context of the conversation. We're talking about
businesses for.
So Oreo, go ahead, try it again.
Sorry. I was just gonna add to that really quick. There's a really good kind of quote that I like to follow, which is we can disagree and we can still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my right to exist. So just fucking that about like whatever protections or shit what you want to have. We can disagree on whatever the fuck you want, but unless your disagreement as someone I'm trying to hire or some bullshit is rooted in my oppression or denial of someone to exist, or just anyone's oppression or denial to exist, then that's not based.
Sure,
That's
I
not
agree.
cool.
So let me
Okay,
ask
but
you a
even
hypothetical
that's
now.
subjective.
Wait. So let's say we have the Christian here who just believes that, you know what, homosexuality, it's a sin, but I hate the sin, not the sinner. Like, you think that's okay? Like, to hire or to not discriminate against them if they think, you know what, I'm not going to hate against the gays, but you know what, like homosexuality, God says that's a sin, and so like it's bad, but I'm still going to love these people and stuff like that. You're going to be okay with like Christians that do that and stuff like that?
Yeah,
Is that
so
okay?
you can I have these disagreements with my family. So and they take it as, and we talk about it as, we disagree, but that's okay. You're respecting me and you're not trying to actively change my mind or oppress me, or trying to, like, you're just respecting me, and like you say I disagree with it, but that's okay, and you leave it at that.
So
You don't
it's
keep
not
pushing
just
back.
that's okay in disagreements. Like, we disagree, that's okay. You're going to end up in hell because you do this. That's like that is
But
the
that's
logical
them pushing it. That's them pushing it.
Well, no,
That's
that's
them
not
starting
them
to push
pushing it.
it
That's
onto
them
me.
expressing what they believe, and what they believe is, because homosexuality is a sin, and you're not like refraining from your sin, you're gonna go to hell. Like, they're not necessarily pushing that on you from their perspective. They're just explaining to you what they believe to be reality. And if you're okay with that, then I would just say, okay, switch out gay people with black people, or Asian people, or Native American people. My religion says, you know what, hate the sin, not the sinner. But man, dude, just like being a different race, that's just like a horrible sin because my God said so.
Intro.
What religion says that?
Intro.
Many forms of Christianity early on against black people.
Intro, and then
So none of them
Sultar,
now.
and then Eagle Eye.
So the distinction that you have to make is that, like, these religious people aren't applying it to the metaphysical. Like, if they aren't like
You're
generally,
kind
like,
of quiet. You're kind of quiet. I tried to boost your
Oh,
volume.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Speak
So
up.
the distinction is it still? Wait, is it still quiet?
Can you stand close to your mic, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
You turn it up?
So like the distinction
Much
you have
better.
to really
Much
make
better.
between these two is that this religious person is not applying it to the metaphysical. Like, he's not exerting like social pressure upon you. I think generally holding like an opinion really goes back to like censorship. Like, holding the opinion but not exemplifying it to others is generally where the consensus is met, because there's a normality where you have more people who are exemplifying it in like non-metaphysical standards that go like hey, like they'll apply it to you like socially. But to someone to just hold that opinion, I don't really see why that's a big contention.
So what we're getting into is, oh, sorry, is somebody else
No,
speaking?
respond to that, and then I'll let Sultar go.
Sultar can go. I've been speaking a lot, and then I'll just respond after Sultar.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so like one of the things that I'm seeing that's being avoided in this little discussion here on like if a gay person is being told daily that they're going to hell. I'm a non-Christian in a predominantly Catholic town, and so as a non-Christian pagan, I'm told daily that I'm going to hell. But no, that's their reality. That's fair enough. But my reality is that I'm not going to hell. So to that gay person or to whoever, their reality may not necessarily be that they are going to hell. So whatever that person is telling you is just moot. It's not even it's not even something that, as long as you're comfortable in your identity and your beliefs and everything like that, it's not something that really should necessarily affect somebody. And that's something that they need to be reminded of, for any trans people out there, any homosexuals, any people of color. I mean, if they're told things that just simply aren't true, then, I mean, don't let it bug you. I know it rags on you and it gets bad, but just don't let it bug you.
Yeah, so
This is like top tier privilege stuff.
Yeah, so like I was about to respond to that. So firstly, I agree. I've said this like before in the panel, like their compliance is all that I care about. If you like you're secretly just a rabid fucking misogynist, but you know what, you hold that to yourself, and like wider society, nobody knows about this. Everybody thinks you're like a really great guy, and you're completely compliant with all the laws and moral norms and stuff like that. I don't really give a shit. You're having no real effect on the utility of overall society besides just being a productive member, even though you're like a rabid misogynist. So that doesn't matter. Like, their compliance is all that really I care about. But we're in the context of this conversation, we're talking about Doobie's hypothetical of, you guys are saying that he shouldn't be able to discriminate against someone who's like a Christian or a Muslim, but like he's okay for discriminating against like Nazis or stuff like that, except for Kyosun, I think is his name. He's saying that no, both, you probably shouldn't discriminate against both. And to respond to Sultar, sure, like if something's not necessarily true, you shouldn't let it bother you. but like I just kind of refer this to insults. If I call someone like a insult every single day of their life, it's gonna get to them like eventually. And if you live in a very religious area that's simply saying that, hey, because of this characteristic that you have that you had no choice in, you're gonna be tortured for all eternity, that's gonna get to you, even though if you believe this is completely delusional, that's eventually going to get to you. That, and these people are like saying they're okay with me burning for all eternity because I just happen to like dick and I have a dick.
And so
perhaps
and so I gotta respond to the Soltar thing. Yeah, like just don't let it get to you. Yeah, wow, that's a really tough thing to say. I mean, like for African Americans, like lots of us are told all the time that we are not only less than, but like we're not as smart. You know, we can't accomplish as much, and some people internalize that, like simply brush it off, right? Like, how do you know it's not true? Especially if you've been told these things when you're young, right? Like, how do you know it's not true? That maybe you are dumber, right? Maybe you aren't good for much. Maybe you are a criminal, right? And then you're a bad kid and you're gonna do bad things, and no one should expect much of you. Simply say, like, to brush it off, like, wow, that's what an
I
interesting
think there are
take.
some aspects.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Prime. Go.
No, please go ahead. You can respond.
I think there are some aspects of this conversation that harken back to, I don't know how many topics ago, what's true and, what are our value systems in our culture. And I think what hasn't been said, and part of me has just been zoning out, so I apologize, but part of what hasn't been said is that the ways in which people are and are not discriminated against, and I think the example was hiring decisions, is driven in part by the maybe protected classes that our culture is prepared to recognize, and again, that's partially a function of just cultural agency. And it's this normative thing. And yeah, we could go down the rabbit hole all day about, well, what about fascists? What about this religious sect? What about this political group? But I think it boils down to, we have to be conscious of the significance of culture, which I don't think has really been brought up.
Yeah, sure. Can I respond?
Sure.
Or well, actually, I think Best Zillion, he has his hand up, and then I'll go after
Oh, I
him.
didn't see you. Well, but first we'll go to Eagle Eye, and then to Zillion.
All right, so real quick, I think the topic that we're discussing is like, why discriminate against political ideologies but not religious people? Am I correct on that?
Yeah, something along those lines.
So I think that I think we ought to protect certain groups against discrimination. Now, I think I would be okay with religion being removed from the protected class list, because I don't really think that a large percentage of discrimination is based on religion, at least not in the United States. I think you probably shouldn't discriminate against either, but I don't think that there should be a law in place to like protect those types of people.
You mean like Jews, though?
Muslims.
Yeah, that's the issue with it. Is like it would, in an ideal world, it would be nice, but like we can't really do that because, like, yeah, Jews, Muslims, you name it, of a religious minority will just inevitably end up shafted because of such removal of a protection.
Yeah, and that's why we have these nice civil rights laws. Like I don't know, I that's part of why I'm zoning out. I'm kind of interested why the civil rights laws that are put in place specifically to avoid discrimination on those grounds, to avoid relegating these people to, lower socioeconomic classes, and just the human toll of it should be the first thing that's apparent. Yes, I understand that there's this this need to promote secularism and separation of church and state and all of that. But there's a human toll which I don't think's been explored either.
Okay, so Zillion, I don't want to
Yeah.
interrupt you.
Well,
Zillion?
yeah, Zillion.
Yeah, so I had a couple issues with some things Doobie said that I feel like weren't really addressed normally, and then I had a really big question for you, Savitar. But for Doobie, um, I probably wouldn't equate religion and political leaning on an application, because religion is like kind of gun to your head. The stakes are really high in religion, whereas political leaning is just something you believe in or not believe in. But for some people, religion is like worse than life or death, right? It's like eternal damnation.
So
These are both the same
That's
thing.
a bad
There
standard
is
to
sort
set.
of like
Let him
a
finish.
No,
unless did we go over that? Did someone say that?
I was just letting you know. Doobie's probably. I think he stepped away, but you can ask.
Okay,
your
well,
question.
Frog's nodding.
I
What
had
do you mean?
something.
The frog's nodding. He's clearly
Yeah,
here.
wait. So for some people in like certain areas, political beliefs are exactly that. Especially in like smaller conservative towns, right? If you're seen to be like a liberal, you can be like shunted from your family, like entirely, right? There's heaps of stories about this. And on a religious side, some people will tell you can just believe it, just convert away, bro. It doesn't matter, right? Like, and even like there have been like states in the past which have been, you can just convert to this religion, bro. It's not a big deal, right? Like they're gonna see it, both of those can like lean the exact same on the way that you recognize, right? You're just describing the same thing.
Yeah, but no, not there are different levels of severity, because I feel like with
Absolutely
religion,
not.
there's literally a text that's like its best interest is keeping people in it, right? But not necessarily with the left or the right, or right. It's not like the left is perpetually.
Zillion, can you answer my or ask me the question so I can like respond, because I got a lot of things to say about what everybody's been talking about.
Oh, so my question, I just had a couple things for you. When we were talking about subjecting people to like the mob on Twitter for people being like fired for their political leanings, and how you thought that was okay, correct?
Generally speaking, sure, because it's because I based upon the cost benefit analysis that's happening to individuals in an ideology that this just overall benefits society. Conservatives, generally speaking, do not benefit society.
So in your hedonist calculations, do you see
Not
like,
hedonist.
well, like you're meeting the greater societal like happiness, right?
Yeah,
By
sure.
doing this. So do you see it as a problem that like leaving nonviolent political leanings to be judged
I
by
already
the
brought this up.
public is? Did you?
Yeah, I brought up earlier how like shunning these people and canceling these people and like getting rid of their spaces and stuff like that, getting rid of their chat groups or Facebook groups could result in them being even more radicalized and becoming violent. And so I think there just needs to be more data on this, whether or not they remain compliant. I brought this up a million times. Chat could probably say it with me now. Compliance is what I'm for. I don't care necessarily about your beliefs, generally speaking, but as long as you do what I tell you to do and act like a good boy or girl, or everybody in between, then
That's not really what
yeah,
I'm asking.
everybody in between, non-binary and those of agender, then yeah, it's perfectly fine.
But that contradicts what you said earlier, because earlier when Polaris gave you the hypothetical, what if at home you posted on your Twitter that you were a Biden supporter? Should your job
You're not being compliant. Wait. So when it comes to that, when it comes to to respond to that, to respond to that, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. So when it comes to that, like overall, yeah, sure, I want to promote Democrats and stuff like that, but generally speaking, allowing people the freedom to discriminate against political leanings and allowing that kind of two-way street there, being quote unquote fair, has its own utility that kind of outweighs the fact that Polar kind of got shafted from a specific job because you know what, he put Biden 2020 on his profile. But to respond to a couple things here, firstly, someone brought up this a bit ago, but I don't believe values / morality have truth value in it. Anti-realist, emotivist gang. Furthermore, when it comes to it's just about utility overall society, about what can be empirically demonstrated, provide utility to society. So whatever provides more utility to society, that's what I'm going to go for. I believe that we should look at the human aspect, Ranch, but also like this could definitely just be applied to, Nazis and stuff like that. There is still even though Nazis are pretty awful people, there is still a human aspect from canceling them, getting them off from their jobs, completely crippling them economically. That's still technically a human aspect to them. I do not believe that we should probably get rid of this protected class for Jewish people and Muslims. I think it shouldn't be for religion in general. I think it should be for specific religious groups. Just because overall, I think discriminating against these groups in particular provides provides a ton of negative utility to society. Even though these groups hold views that I think ought not be taught and ought be challenged or at least condemned greatly. But to Yeah,
Sorry.
just final point. To add on to what Koisan said, politics can quite literally result in like real life things that are not only death, like literal gun to the head, as you said, where different political leanings can quite literally result in people having a gun put to their head, or things worse than death. There are plenty of political leanings that state that different minorities ought be tortured en masse or enslaved or so on and so forth, things that many would argue is worse than death.
Okay. So just like I want to make a quick point here. One, please read the free gay shade problem, aka the embedding problem. You'll see that emotivism is bad. Two.
Can you link it to me?
Pardon? Yeah, sure. And two, it seems like the reason why you're choosing, and this is going to be an anti-realist critique. So the reason why you're choosing this specific group is because of the consequences itself, right? Because this group has negative utility on society, and as such, we should discriminate against them until they're outside of society, right?
It's not necessarily outside of society. It's to the point where they remain compliant. You can keep so. For example, Muslims, in general, have ideas that I'm not okay with. But I don't want to like discriminate against them until like they're killing themselves or doing a lot of crime. They're not allowed to.
Were you not making the same, pretty much the exact opposite argument that if you push these people to the margins that they will act out violently, or was that somebody else?
I brought that up. So like that's what I said.
So how do you have both of those?
I'm not. What do you mean both of those? I literally said I don't want. Wait. I literally said I don't want to like push Muslims out of society. I want to like just make them compliant. Is what I want. So for example,
how do you do that?
Yeah, sure. It's really simple. It's really simple. I'm about to explain. You can. It's really simple. We do it in this very similar way that we. Yes, it is very simple. In the very similar way that we did with Christianity. Christianity at the start of this country, I don't know if you remember, was incredibly awful. It was ludicrously bad. Well, you don't need to be there. You could just have a history book. There were many Christian sects that outright thought Black people were subhuman, that many people of other religions were subhuman. Atheists in general were heavily discriminated against and killed en masse. Many different people of different minorities were killed en masse. Gay people were killed en masse. Trans people were killed en masse. But slowly but surely, like society got more and more progressive. And then as society progressed, it had to drag religion by the hair along. And slowly but surely, various religious sects got more progressive. For example, the Methodist Church, at the very least in California, which is currently split in half, is now allowing trans people and gay people into the congregation, into power seats within the church itself. Again, this is very late from my perspective. They still hold views that I find negative, but it's better than the alternative where you have evangelicals quite literally saying that gay people belong on the floor or being tossed off buildings. Muslims can go through the same thing, different reformations to make them slowly but surely more progressive, getting rid of the ideas that I don't like, that are more harmful to society, such as, I don't know. Like we could just bring up like discriminating against gay people. We'll just say that discriminating against gay people, maybe we can slowly but surely push them from, you know what, we got to like get after these gay people because they're like dirty sinners, to, well, I hate the sin, but not the sinner, even though that idea within itself is also really bad and should probably be changed. And slowly but surely, it's better than just throwing them off.
I think specifically within the Muslim example, where you're saying the word compliance, I think it's hard to divorce the idea of what you're proposing as it applies to the Muslim example without necessarily bringing up the, I'll say, less than savory experience of imperialism in Muslim countries, because that seems to be, I don't think you can talk about that without acknowledging the cultural impact of
imperialism,
not just Western, just imperialism in the Muslim world.
Well, I'm talking about our society. We can get into like my imperialistic stance. Like Prime probably already knows this, but I've already talked about how I'm not a cultural relativist. Again, it depends on utility, but if I see a group of people doing shit that I'm not okay with, I'm depending on the utility calculation, of course, I'm perfectly fine with the United States going in there and introducing freedom to these people. Like one example that I brought up in the last time this came up was I'm pretty sure it was a group of tribes people that had a coming of age ceremony that, long story short, resulted in the molestation of their children. And instead of, going in their imperialistic style and shooting them, what people did was they went there and like educated them, say, hey, this is probably not ideal, and this is pretty bad. And the tribe was like, yeah, this is pretty bad. We're not going to do this anymore. So instead of just killing them or oppressing them, we just had a dialogue and everything came out fine. That's the ideal. If then we go back or we can go to like a Muslim country, I think we can do exactly the same thing, have a dialogue. But if the people become violent, and again, long-term utility calculation says that it's fine to go in there, then it's fine to go in there.
Right, but the imperial adventures that not just the USA, you know, whatever country have you, the imperialist adventures that we've had in that region were not motivated by like an enlightened secular
I agree.
ethos or anything like that. It was very much not that.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm saying what ought happen, not what it had happened.
No, but we're not talking about what ought to have happened in history. What I'm saying is the cultural impact and how it specifically shaped the course of culture in that region, and by extension, how people practice that religion to this day. It's impossible to divorce that.
I'm not divorcing it.
I would disagree, but okay.
I acknowledge the failures of the United States and other imperial powers when it comes to the Middle East, but in the hypothetical about Muslims, we're talking about within American society. So to get back to what Kwai-san was talking about, I do not want to oppress Muslims within the United States. I don't think restricting them from jobs, generally speaking, as long as they hold views that I find to be tolerable at the very least. So again, if you're the kind of radical Islamic like ISIS, not real Muslim, quote unquote, that likes to throw gay people off roofs and stuff like that, yeah, you should probably be put in jail. But if you're not that kind of Muslim, you're just like, you know what? Hate the sinner, or hate the sin, not the sinner, slip of the tongue there. I just worship Allah, I read the Quran, the Sunnahs, and the Hadiths. I attend mosque, I pray 5 times a day, and that's it. And don't eat pork. You know what? That's perfectly fine. I have no issue with you, besides the fact you believe in shit that is just not true.
So before you go, I would love to hear from you. Was it Cillian?
Yeah.
It's awkward, but like I can't do it anywhere else, so just doing it now. Hey everyone, if you've been enjoying this content, do me a favor, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. We have these talks 6 days a week. Open walk-on panels where we talk about everything, and we have conversations oftentimes about Nazis. That it goes to Nazis often, but we talk about other stuff too, and it's a lot of fun. These are just members of my audience who happen to walk in here. You could also be a part of it. Exclamation point open in chat lets you know how to jump in. But if it interests you to either watch random members of the public talk about these things, or be one of those random members of the public to come on, then do me a favor, hit that follow button, hit that notification bell right now so you know I'm going to go live. We get a lot of interesting things, a lot of interesting conversations happen here because it's random people. You never know what you're going to get. But yeah, hit that follow button, hit that notification bell, and also we've not gotten much, like almost no donations today. If you could help us out, that would be great. I need your help to keep the lights on here, to keep my computer, electricity going to my computer. I need all that, need the help making that happen. So if you could help me out, it just takes $5 to keep this content going and growing. $5 to keep this all alive. Thank you, Omni, for resubbing. That's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Yes, exactly that kind of support keeps us alive. If you could multi-sub, you can sub for 3 months and save 20%, sub for 6 months and save 30%. No one has done it yet on this channel, but I'm sure it's going to happen. I say that every day. One day, one of you will help me out there. Yes, you can multi-sub. You can also use your Twitch Prime Gaming to sub for free. I think we give you a lot of content here to deserve that one. So thank you. Thank you, Soltar. Thank you so much for gifting 5.
I'm gonna suck up just real quick. That's all I'm doing.
Works for me. But thank you for gifting 5 high tier 1 gift subs. Yes, that's another way you can support the channel. Is by gifting subs, gifting bits. When you sub to the channel, of course, you get our illustrious emotes. There's another emote, but we don't mention that emote. We don't talk about that emote here.
What do you? Whoa! That's the only reason why I'm a part of. Like, that's the only reason I'm part of this community. Rat dog? Are you serious?
Oh my
Rat
If you
dog is the
aren't-
only good emote.
Yeah, it's the listen. If you aren't a big fan of Rat Dog, I don't know if you're fit for this community.
Cancel Prime.
Hey, look,
maybe
my
maybe you
little
should-
Zerg emote is pretty cute too. So
Prime, you should say right now that you're in favor of the Rat Dog emote, or like instantly. Okay, I'm contacting Twitch. All the subs go away.
No. Here's this, right? If we get to a level 5, if we complete a level 5 hype train, and it has to be a complete level 5 hype train, then I'll say, yeah, Rat Dog is well, I'll say good things
Rat
about
Dog
it.
is the best emote.
That's
like objective.
I'll say good things about it, but hey, we're only at level 2 hype train. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. So this is not going well. I'm torn as to how to feel about getting money right now. But,
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
If
we need to
level
get
5,
we need to get Prime a Rat Dog T-shirt and say that he has to wear that on
if we
stream.
get to if we get to level, because I added the Rat Dog emote, right? If we get to level 5 and like complete it, can I add another emote?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Doobie, how are you making these emotes?
Stop the
Like,
Prime.
These emotes
Cat.
are the
Prime,
best thing
Prime.
I've ever contributed to the internet.
Come on, guys, we gotta get to the level 5 hype
Wait,
train. We
Doobie,
got it. We
is
gotta get.
everyone-
So Prime has to say what we all want him to say. So Doobie can add another emote. So come on, you gotta donate to Prime right now. Do it right now. It's really simple. Just
Listen, I
$5.
also want to see him wear the T-shirt.
Oh.
Yeah, T-shirt as well. T-shirts, come on,
No
boys.
T-shirts. No T-shirts. I never.
There will be
If the next one's not if it's the next one's not like a what's called like a rat cat, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Listen, we don't know what goes on in Doobie's demented mind. He's gonna come up with something
Doobie,
fucking weird.
how long does it take
Rat
you to
frog.
Come on, boys. We are 93% from a level 3 hype train. Come on. Just 7% more, and we got this.
I regret
No, it's
everything
level-
now.
Yeah, I know.
I regret everything now. But thank you, Lord and Paul, for gifting 5 tier 1 gift subs. Thank you, Zin, for help starting the hype train with your Prime Gaming. That's awfully kind of you. And thank you, Swamp Patrol, for gifting 200 bits. But 3 minutes left. I don't know how sure we're actually gonna make it. My pockets will be empty, but my eyes will be safe. My dreams will be safe from the nightmare.
Listen,
yeah.
you know, we're always talking.
Sounds like a
people
song
ought-
lyric.
Ought to be consistent, okay? If you care about Rat Dog and you're always talking like Rat Dog's one of the best emotes, right? Like you gotta hear Prime
I've
support it.
seen a
dude.
lot of rat dogs here, but not a lot of donating, boys. What the fuck?
No, donating doesn't help to the hype train. No, that's
Oh.
not true. That's
Yeah.
true.
I didn't know.
It's all that good stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's bits and subs. Though I'll take your money any way you give it to me. I'll be very happy
No,
about
do
that.
subs so we can hit the Rat Dog.
No, in fact, I think at this moment, I think it would be better.
Oh, 99.
Okay.
Here we go. There we
Okay.
go.
All right. So, thank you, Captain A. Jones, but you've also betrayed me. But yeah, you can also donate with the PayPal button below. We have a PayPal button below. Okay, goddamn it, truly false. Thank you for the 3 tier 1 gift subs, awfully kind of you. Yeah, so we have the PayPal button below. You can donate through that. Great way. We get a lot of your money, a lot more of a percentage of your money that way. And Rat Dog or Rat Dog's brothers and sisters stay in the trash bin where they belong. But oh, for fuck's sake!
In the trash bin. Fuck.
Oh, keep her going. Keep her pushing.
Anyway, thank you, Doobie, for the 5 hot tier 1 gift subs.
Doobie, I'm serious. Wait, Doobie, serious.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, let's go.
There we go.
Prime,
Wait,
this
Doobie,
is what
how-
you get for challenging your community. This is what happens.
Doobie, how difficult was it to make Rat Dog? I'm just curious.
It wasn't difficult at all, actually.
Rat dog T-shirt.
There
Rat
actually-
dog
Do
T-shirt.
you actually have any? Do you have anything in mind for the?
I know
the next
exactly what
emote you're
the
gonna
next
make.
one's gonna be. I know exactly what it's going to be. There's so many times I've been like arguing with people, and I needed this emote, and I just couldn't do it, right? Because it's not on Twitch.
Rat
Okay.
frog?
Literally,
there.
no.
So if it
it's
gets to
fucking
like
great.
level 5 and
I
you
have,
need
like,
to really push, are you gonna reveal it, Doobie?
I have like
You
like
don't reveal it
7 or
yet,
8
but like
hold on, I have like 7 or 8 Rat Dog versions. Like I have Comrade Rat Dog, I have Smug Rat Dog, I have Punished Rat Dog. Like I have a ton of them, right? But
You
it's the
have
next one is
Comrade Rat Dog and you haven't
Yeah.
shared it with me? What the fuck,
oh my
dude?
god! But the next one will not be a Rat Dog. Okay, it will not be one of those. It'll be something else.
Come on,
something else.
not only
Is it
do you guys
gamers?
get to,
I love
Not-
gamers so much.
not only do you guys get to hear Prime say some beautiful sentences, not only will he wear a Rat Dog
No, I'd say
T-shirt, but you
that.
get to see a new email. Emote.
He didn't agree to the T-shirt. I just tried to bully him into.
Yeah.
Listen, Wait,
This
Prime.
needs to be a rat dog
Merch,
wearing a
I'll
shirt
make
that
it.
is also the emote of the rat dog.
So
If someone donates $50, okay, Prime, will you can you make a rat dog shirt and wear it on stream one of these days?
that'd be a huge.
Can you do that?
If I buy you one, hold on. If I buy you
He's
one, and you
asking
donate
this
like
because
$100,
he is about ready
I
to pull
will
the trigger on a
I will
$50.
literally have one made for you. I have a rat dog hoodie made for you. You just wear it on the
How soon can you get it there?
shirt. Very soon.
Come on, boys. We're at level 4 hype train. 3 minutes left. You know what must
can do
happen.
this.
I see those rat dogs.
Come on, baby.
So thank you for Natalie for gifting a bunch of subs here. It's awfully kind of you. And thank you, Samantha Banana, for gifting 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. I really appreciate it. So we're level 4 hype train, level 4. Remember, we have to complete level 5. Looks like we're good. I always want more money, but today, you know what? I think this will
He's
be
lying
enough.
to you.
I think this
Leah
will-
hasn't even joined the
Loves
party
it.
yet.
Okay, you guys, he doesn't really. So many times, all the like if you, okay, actually Monday, I'll leak the DMs basically, but I'll show you guys. He's always using rat dogs and everything. Okay, number
Oh,
one.
87.
Lying. Okay, he's using. I'll leak it. I'll leak all the DMs. He's always using rat dog. We'll be talking. Be like, Prime, stop. It's so annoying. Stop using rat dog. It's his favorite emote. He's lying, dude. He's lying straight up to your face, chat. If you don't get to like the level 5 hype train, you'll never know the truth.
This is how I get banned off of Prime's Twitch because I just donated another 5.
Thank you for the donation. Fuck you for the donation. But yeah, so we got 2 minutes subs in. Thank you for the 200 bits, I guess. But less than 2 minutes left. Don't think it's gonna happen. But the money is appreciated. The money is appreciated. So.
No, it will definitely happen because Rat Dog is the best emote, and Doobie will reveal another emote if you guys complete a level 5 hype train.
Listen.
So Prime, when is that merch store with the Rat Dog t-shirts and emotes and pins? When's the merch store?
Would anyone actually buy that? Like, if I
Oh yeah.
Spite you? Yeah.
Put a rat dog in chat, boys. If you would buy a Rat Dog t-shirt right now.
I do town halls. I do town halls on politics, right? And they've been bothering me to make like rat dog shirts for like 2 or 3 years. Like unironically, people would buy this for sure.
Oh my god,
it's so close. Doobie, when do I get my own room?
That's all you need. There you go. Doobie's gonna, every time someone says I want a rat dog t-shirt, Doobie's gonna be like, hey, I have PrimeCayes merch store that I can just point you
Level
towards.
5 boys and girls and everyone in between.
Doobie, do you have a
Boys, girls, and
wereaboo rat
enemies.
dog?
A what?
Do you have a wereaboo rat dog?
I don't. I have a business rat dog. I have a pirate rat dog. I have a preacher rat dog. I actually have a lot of them. I really do. I have almost as many of them as I do the Doobie GIF that you see.
All right,
in Discord.
everybody. There's 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this hype train. I know you can all read, and also this is for the rat dog. This is for Prime's Pride.
Yeah, this is it. This is the big one.
This is the big one.
If anybody has any Prime subs.
Fab, you were nice. You were the nice one. I don't know where this came from you. This 100 bits. 200 bits from you. Oh, god damn it, Fab. You were the nice one. God damn it. It's whatever you. Omni for the random bits. And Zin for, I think, another 200 bits. But yeah, okay. Alright. Well, anyway, look. We got 3.5 minutes separating me from horror. Horror.
Oh, we got him sweating now.
Yeah, I do.
Come on, there are 327 of you guys. Come on, I know you all can do it.
Listen, we don't need everyone to participate, okay? We love the 1% here. If you're an Oiler and you got a lot of money,
I agree.
Perfect time to chill out, okay? We know, we love the 1% here. All we care
love
about
capitalism.
Yep, we love those big
Fine, do you love capitalism? Do you
What
love
oil money?
capitalism?
The oil money doesn't exist anymore. It's gone.
It's all Green New Deal money, right?
Go this way, dude. There are a couple bucks here.
Do you love the 1% Prime? Do you love them?
We look, there are less than 3 minutes left. And thank you.
Hey, that's one.
Okay. Thank you, Eagle Eye. Oh wow.
8%.
All of a
Oh.
sudden, all these other donors that I didn't have before are showing up. Wonderful. On this day, that's great.
Do we have any people who do we have any 25 gift subbers? Okay. Do we have any? Do we have any of those? This would be the
Guys,
perfect.
if we reach a level 5, if we complete this level 5 hype train, Prime will admit his best devil fruit, his favorite devil fruit that he would have. Oh God! There goes my knee.
What?
What? Are you okay? Are you okay, buddy?
It hurts. I hit my knee on something and it hurts a lot now.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I think that means you need to. I think that means you need to gift 5 tier 1 subs, right?
Yeah, I know.
This man literally looks like Rat Dog now holding his knee.
You do me.
I am nowhere near stone enough for this.
Hibiscus Shoot.
I need to switch weights.
Thank you for
I can
20
show
bits. Eagle Eye. Thank you for 300. Maybe I thanked you before. I don't know. Okay. So we have a minute and a half left. Half left in this hype train, and you know what? I shouldn't be greedy. You know, I call myself a socialist, right? I should know when enough is enough. I think we've reached it. Thanks so much, everyone. We did it! Hooray! Great. Tomorrow's another day where you can definitely give me more money. So tomorrow, during the prime time morale, is the perfect time for you to donate. Or if you just want to use our PayPal button below now, that's great. That's great too. Really very much appreciated. We have less than a minute left. What did you say?
Come on. I said don't hit the PayPal button, hit the sub button.
Chat, don't believe him.
Sorry. Hey, look. It is what it is. A minute, less than a minute left. I'm sorry, Doobie. Heartbreak. It's tough. It's tough for me too. I was sad. I was getting so excited for this, but not today.
I had something so beautiful to share with you guys, and you're just dropping the ball.
All right, you know how in those animes how it comes down to the last minute, dude. Nobody thinks it's gonna happen, and then somebody just drops the bombshell.
Yeah,
Somebody's
we're
time to
from
shine.
behind victory here.
No?
Time
Yeah, it's one Chatter's time to shine. Who is it?
It
Who's gonna
has
make
to
it happen?
be completed. Not even 98% or something. I said completed. And
My God.
Hey, so Prime, what is
Bowler's
your
World, you were talking about that $50. It's time to pull the trigger, man.
I don't have $50.
I don't have $5.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. It's heartbreaking.
Prime, what is your favorite devil fruit power?
The Yami Yami no Mi, the shadow fruit.
Okay.
Look, we got up to level 5, didn't complete level 5, only level 4. True heartbreak. The one and only Rat Dog still stands. It still stands. But maybe some other time. Yeah, heartbreak.
You win this day, Prime.
But thank you all for the support. Very much appreciated. Okay. So we can go back into it.
Well, someone was asking me a question. I was making coffee, so I wasn't around. Is that person still here? What was the question? If you don't mind me asking.
It wasn't as much a question. I was just saying that religious belief has higher stakes than political leanings because it's like eternal damnation versus ostracization. I guess ostracization if you oppose the political leaning that goes on in your local whatever. So it's a little bit worse to bias against people with religious beliefs sometimes because they may personally believe that their stakes are like, immeasurable.
Well, it also,
but hold on, but can't you just like, they're like white nationalists who literally think that the white race is being bred out intentionally, right? So why, like to them, the stakes are pretty high, right? They literally think that not only that do they feel like they're being discriminated against, they feel like they're being bred out of existence, right? Intentionally. This is a genocide.
So I suppose the difference is there's like a couple differences there, but pushing that political leaning means that you're meaningfully trying to impact the world in ways that could harm a people down the line. But you're not necessarily pushing this religious meaning. The religious belief just
But can you say how
it says that you should believe it, right? Like it's
I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that if so long as they're not advocating for their religion or attempting to evangelize and spreading their religion, it's not harmful.
But
it's not. Well, no, I'm just saying it's not part of it necessarily. I'm sure some sects of it may believe that that like it's essential that you impart your beliefs if you're Christian. Maybe I'm not
well,
sure.
that's okay. But even if it doesn't, let's say
What about
someone is a they're like a Catholic, and they're the type of Catholic that just hates Jews, right? That they think Jews are like the synagogue of Satan and shit like that. Like, why, whether or not they're promoting this idea in the workplace or anywhere else, if they've identified someone themselves as someone who has this belief, why shouldn't I say, hey, you have this belief, you're part of this belief system, I don't want you here, you don't get to work here. Like, I don't like, why should this be protected in any way
based on what they do?
No, I think if someone's decided to subscribe to a belief, whether it's a religious belief or any other belief that is detrimental to society, or just it's just like that I just don't like, right? Whether or not it's detrimental to society.
It's not detrimental to society, right? And
I
don't know what.
Yes, it is.
Religion in general is pretty.
Yeah, religion in general is most definitely detrimental to society.
We're just talking about this specific thing that he's speaking about here. This white or not actually, this Jew hating person. If he internalizes it and he doesn't say anything ever, which seems to be what you used to take issue with, even if they don't say it out loud.
Sure, but what if I find but if they don't say it ever, then I just won't know, right? But if they've identified it themselves, if I have like a line on my application that says, hey, if you're part of this religious group, you don't get to work here, right? You're disqualified. And they openly identify as part of that religious group, whether or not they're advocating for more people to join that group. Why shouldn't I be able to turn them away?
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. So. I was just gonna say. I'm just gonna say good night to everyone.
Okay? Oh, yeah, good night.
Yes. It's late. Okay. I'm tired. I got stuff to do in the morning. Thank you, Prom, for letting me on. I always appreciate it. Thank you.
Everyone, go follow Polar at Polar's World. He's fantastic. I love him, and he's an extremely intelligent human being. I think you'll learn something if you go to his channel.
Whoa, Prime. I'm a drama streamer now. Okay, what are you? This is just not the truth. I'm the #1 drama streamer on Twitch. Everything I say in my titles is completely true. No one is safe from being canceled. Even Prime and like all of these people on the panel. I'm never afraid to leak DMs. So if you're interested in all that drama and stuff, you have to come by. I'm streaming Monday through Thursdays, 4:30 p.m. Anyone who's like any of the people in here that have watched my stream knows I'm never lying about it. Okay, always drama 24/7.
All right, my man. See you.
I will also take my leave, Prime. Thank you so much for having me on. Great conversations, everybody. I'll see you all later.
Have a good one. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
Give me my own room, Doopy.
Oh God. So to be clear, right? I'm not saying that all religious people think this way, or that all religious people are bad, or anything like that. Right? There are plenty of good religious people. But what if I'm trying to form a society that discourages people from advocating for a certain religion or being part of a certain religion? Why wouldn't I keep this person from working for me? Why wouldn't I try to make it uncomfortable to identify as that thing?
Okay, I think the reason for that is the discrimination that can come from what your personal range of views are and what you determine to be detrimental to society. So abortion is legal, but if you as an employer think that abortion is reprehensible because it kills a child, and someone puts down their application, hey, I had an abortion, I don't think you should be able to fire them because of that.
If someone's putting an abortion on their like application for a job, I don't know if I would have hired it in the first place. Most because it's a bit weird to throw abortion on your fucking resume.
No, I'm saying
if they ask for it, which they shouldn't be able to in the first place.
Yeah, that would be illegal.
No, but
I just so Kyo. So to me, to me, like Kyo seems most consistent here, right? Because Kyo. I think you said that we shouldn't be able to discriminate based on even political beliefs. Right? Yeah. So long as you're not doing the bad thing, whatever the bad thing is, right, in the workplace, then we shouldn't discriminate. That's consistent.
So long as
saying that we should discriminate based on political beliefs, or whether they're Nazi or like a radical like communist or some shit, but we shouldn't discriminate based on religious views. Just doesn't. It seems really inconsistent to me.
I'm not making that distinction. I'm saying as long as it's done outside the workplace, whether it's a religious belief, political beliefs, you believe in abortion, I don't think you should be able to ask that on the application, and you should be able to fire someone because of it.
Okay, but T-Jar, if someone is not a Nazi in the workplace, right? In the workplace, they look like just a normal person, and then they go on Twitter or they go on TV somewhere, and they're talking about how we need to like kick the black people out of the country. Like, them working at my place of business is probably going to hurt my business. So why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't
That
I
has
be able
nothing to
kick them
do
out?
with you asking it on the application, though.
No, wait,
Like-
but he's still saying that I demonstrated or I represented that view outside of the workplace. So
Right.
that's what he's saying.
I think if you begin to demonstrate if your beliefs begin to hurt the workplace in some sort of way that the employer doesn't agree with, then yeah, we can have a discussion on like the employer is allowed to fire a person. But
Okay, so Lord,
if my beliefs aren't affecting my my employment, or if my beliefs aren't affecting like my time in the workplace, and I'm not doing anything outside like posting stupid shit on Twitter that reflects badly on the place that I'm working, it doesn't really matter. It shouldn't matter, and it doesn't matter what my beliefs are.
But what if why? I don't understand this. So
Why? What?
yeah, like
why would it matter?
Okay, but again, let's say I dislike what's the word I'm looking for? Islam. I think Islam is a bad thing. Just as an ideology, as a religion, or as a culture, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Sure.
And at the workplace, this person just they don't, they're not praying in the middle of the aisle or anything like that. They're just working like everybody else.
Wait.
Then I
So
find-
are you the person? Are you the person that
me, the person
doesn't-
who runs the company. Me, the person
you
who
don't like
I don't like
Islam.
Islam. I
Okay.
dislike Islam. Yeah. And I find that they are, they're in Islam outside of work. Maybe they're posting like fucking verses from the Quran or whatever on Twitter, or I find out that they're attending a mosque or something, and they're helping this thing that I think is detrimental to society in some way, harmful in some way. Why shouldn't I say, okay, you're taking part in something that I think is pretty damaging to my country, whether that's Islam or they're attending white nationalist rallies, right? And I say, okay, well, whether or not people are going to track you back to my workplace.
Now we're mixing this person. Like this is now.
I don't see it as any different. I don't see these two. I mean, obviously, there's a
let's
difference,
keep
like,
it.
white
Let's keep
nationalism
it
and
to be
Islam,
a
right?
reason.
But I'm talking about like a worldview, right? Like a set of beliefs someone adheres to, whether it's white nationalism, white supremacy, or Islam, right? If they are doing this outside of the workplace, and I don't want to associate with those people, why shouldn't I be able to tell them that? Why shouldn't I be able to fire that person?
I think there needs to be a reasonable acknowledgement of like how objectionable their opinions are. So if they're just practicing Islam, just that's it. No, you shouldn't be able to fire them if they post like a verse on their Twitter. No, like there's nothing objectionable about that. Now if they're like,
well,
I
shouldn't it also
believe,
be? Does it if it inhibits their ability to do their job? Like they're there to do a job, right? If what their like religious beliefs are inhibiting their ability to do their job. So, for example, when that bitch from Kentucky wasn't giving out marriage licenses because of her weird, stupid belief. That's some bullshit. That was her religious belief was getting in the way of her doing her job.
Yeah,
that's
in that case
crazy.
they should be fired because they're not
Hold
able
on,
to do their job.
Hold on. It wasn't her job
Yeah,
though.
that's
Eagle Eye,
for
right?
cause.
It was hold on. It wasn't her
It was.
her job. No, hold on. It was her duty, right? She took an oath as a public official to uphold and defend the Constitution as it's written.
What's the
and
difference?
She doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Splitting hairs
You're
because the
agreeing
duty
with
is
him just like
compulsory.
harder than what he said.
Yeah.
We
A duty is well, it's an important
job offer,
distinction.
it's the same exact thing. You
Why?
Yeah, well,
sign a
no, it's
contract.
an important distinction. You can quit your job if you don't like your job. You can quit your job, but when you have a
You can also
duty,
quit being a clerk
right? You have
of
a
accounting.
responsibility.
Yeah.
Well, no, because yeah, but that's not what she did. It was it.
Yeah, but I could also not quit my job and not do my job properly.
But if she's
I
not,
just
willing to
don't
quit,
see how.
Well, I would say
This is
that
an
yeah,
One
if
thing
you're
to
not,
say
if
that
you
like
don't
her,
quit
it's
your
one thing to
job,
say her position
Yeah, it's not an
was,
important
like,
distinction.
higher and it was like a little bit of a more distinction.
I would
but,
say
like, it really
hold
isn't
on.
that
There's
much.
a difference. There's a difference between somebody just like up and walking off their job as like a pizza maker versus like a county clerk or a governor or a judge, right? Like there's a civic
For the
duty at
purposes
play.
for the purposes of this example, I don't think that matters.
Yeah.
Okay, but I also don't think
Okay.
that distinction applies to this scenario, because the scenario is that they are doing everything they're supposed to do in their job. So regardless of their religious beliefs or not, if they're supposed to serve someone and they don't serve someone, you can fire them. They're not doing their job. But what he's saying is they're doing their job, they're doing everything right, but at home they post that they believe in Islam, or they post that they believe in Trump.
Or maybe they just donate to like some organization that I would consider anti-gay, right? Like some organization that like maybe they donated to a church that's affiliated with like a gay conversion center or some shit like that. Like why should, if they were to, that doesn't hurt their work. Most people probably are going to find out about that, right? But I would consider it a bad thing. And maybe I don't want to associate with these people. So why shouldn't I just be able to say, hey, you've done this thing, I don't like it, so you don't work here anymore?
So would it be
morally or legally?
Can I answer?
Well,
then you just take this.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Hold on. Let's our new guy, Fanatic. Go ahead. Give it a try.
Well, Doobie, I think the obvious reason why we probably would discourage people from doing that is because if we allow people enough discretionary discrimination, then we recognize how harmful people end up being, right? So, like, because then you have to think about where you take your line of reasoning, right? So maybe it's okay, right now you're just talking about religion, right? And obviously when we see that the vast majority of this country is Christian, what happens when Christian people start saying, if you're not a Christian, you literally can't work here, even though that has nothing to do with this job. It's completely secular. It's not like this is like a Christian organization, but just because I'm a Christian, what happens if I just decide I don't want any non-Christians to be able to get a job? Or if I happen to be a Christian, what happens if I decide to say, I won't let any Muslims be hired here, right? But they didn't have to stop there. We obviously recognize there could be even religious-based discrimination, right? So then what happens if someone just says, I don't want any Black people working here? We've been through that before. So we've obviously seen in the country some of the harms that are caused by discrimination. And we recognize that any form of discrimination just seems to be pretty harmful. So the idea that you're like kind of positing this, like, why can't we just squeeze in some discrimination against religious people when the vast majority of the country is religious? Then you recognize how bad it would be if the religious people did the same thing back to secular people. If you're an atheist, you just can't work here. That's a problem. That's why, right?
Yeah.
And I think Fanatic's onto something. I think Fanatic's onto something. Like,
please respond.
Okay, so Fanatic, I would agree with you, right? I would agree that that's consistent, right? Sort of, because what they're saying, what most of these people said earlier, and I think what you would also say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that if someone is a Nazi, or let's say they're like a Black separatist or some shit, or like anti-Semitic, right? And they're doing these things outside of the workplace, right? The work isn't being affected by it, but outside of the workplace, they're attending white nationalist rallies or some shit. Right? Why should, and these people said that it would be okay to discriminate against those people, to say that, hey, we don't agree with these beliefs. This is a bad thing, so we're gonna fire you, right? So I don't understand. I don't understand the distinction they're making, right? So why is it okay to? Well, explain it to me, because that's what they haven't done yet, and I'm trying to understand.
What I mean, I've never really been given the chance to make my distinction here.
You have it.
It's a reasonability standard. So if like you're somebody like if I am a Muslim and I'm posting like that's a minority religion, like that's not the majority religion here. If I'm just posting things that would be like just very typical, unoffensive by any reasonable standards, that shouldn't be something that you can fire somebody for. If I'm somebody that's like, oh, we should kill X people, that's going to reflect badly on the company. That's something that you should be able to fire people for. I don't think you should be able to fire people for their ideology. Like the same as Kyo-san. Like I don't think you should be able to do that unless they're doing it. They are believing what they believe in a way, and they're expressing it in a way that actually can come back on your business.
To also clarify something here, I also want to clarify like a point here just really quickly. This is such that we don't catch like non-bigots in how we define things. But if we like, this is why I'm perfectly fine with like say, and I'll just say this to my like Antifa snitching on people, right? You don't get to be a weekend Nazi, right? If you go to work and you don't act like a Nazi, that's fine, good, all well and good. But if you walk and march on Charlottesville and you get fucking ratted out to your employer because you're a dumb fuck who wears your employment badge around your neck, good for you. See ya. Bye. Right? Like
got
this is
caught.
how we. Yeah, exactly. Right. You don't get to be a Nazi on the weekends.
So
I think,
and again, it is also a slippery slope, So if we've determined that this group is okay to be discriminated against, then it's one thing. It can lead to more people being discriminated against, and we've seen that happen time and time and time again, like with what Fanatic was talking about with like black people.
Wait, but
Yeah,
maybe
you
some
just get
people
this
should be.
patchwork of people arbitrarily discriminating based on whatever their value system is, and that impacts the socioeconomic fabric of the country as a whole, the cultural fabric of the country as a whole. So that's the pernicious effect of discrimination. No matter how much you don't like whatever group, obviously, it's nobody's going to object, normatively speaking, if you discriminate against somebody who's a white nationalist or something like that. But you see the pernicious effect if you dilute those standards across the board.
Wait, I don't think we're.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
go
I
ahead,
got
Fanatic.
you, dude, because I know the question you were asking earlier, and I'm just going to address it really quickly. The distinction between the two is typically we kind of look at like what someone else said. Everyone's kind of circling around the issue of like reasonable harm. But it's not just reasonable harm. It's that like there are things that we recognize are like within an Overton window, right? And when you mentioned like first off, you're making like a false equivalency when you're like, oh, a white nationalist would be the equivalent of a Christian. But let's ignore that just so that the conversation can move forward, right? When you're talking about, oh, this person happens to be a white nationalist, you would have to find out some sort of identifier, right? There has to be something that that person is doing. And typically you would start evaluating the actions of the individual, and then that would allow you to be able to determine whether or not the person can work there. You couldn't tell a person that they couldn't work at a job just because you suspected them of being a white nationalist. So there would have to be some sort of action committed. And what would that action be? Then if we look at the actions of white nationalists and what they've been doing and engaging in this country and the rhetoric coming out of their mouth and how hateful and bigoted a lot of those things are, then at that point, the idea that you would be able to you'd be able to exclude someone from the workforce, it's not just based off of, oh, you have an ideology that differs from mine. It's that we would be able to have some sort of quantifiable, measurable, harmful rhetoric coming from you that identifies you as something that is not beneficial for a workplace. So that's where the distinction would be, unless you would try to equivocate or make these two equivalent. That's what the distinction would be.
Okay, I don't think that makes any sense. So with a white nationalist, I mean, we could talk about the harms, the harmful policy prescription that group has, right? But what if someone is a Christian, but they're the sort of Christian that attends a church that's connected to like a gay conversion therapy or center or something like that, right? Or maybe they attend a church that is anti-trans, right? I don't really. I mean, I think most people on this panel would agree that these two things are detrimental to society in some way.
We
And
all
so
do.
why should? Yeah.
Yeah.
So why shouldn't? So why? If I found out someone was attending a church like that, and they were this type of Christian, why shouldn't I be able to say, "Hey, you're this type of Christian. That means I don't want you here, so I'm going to fire you."
I think there are ways to liberate people from harmful religious ideologies that don't involve diluting anti-discrimination laws to the point of them being useless.
Well, yeah, and then there's a better example.
There are other cultural mechanisms to do that.
What about like Westboro Baptist Church? We already recognize like that just because someone claims to be a Christian doesn't mean that they can't be classified as a hate group. Because again, it's the thing that I stated earlier. You're going to have to look at the actions of the individual and some of the things and some of their rhetoric and the things that they're doing. If the things that they are saying out loud tend to be harmful, right? Because we can't just make assumptions or we assume that you're harmful because you have this like banner or whatever, right? But it's when we can start evaluating the actions of the individual, then that will allow you to be able to say that these people can't work there. Some of these things would be literally labeled as crimes against society. Some of these things are literally criminal. So we already have plenty of jurisdiction when it comes to the hiring process and not hiring people because of criminal history, right? So then, in the same sense, when you recognize like someone like Westboro Baptist Church going around saying God hates F slur, or making songs about these kind of things, you have their actions there. So simply a person being a member of that sort of church, which has been literally labeled as a hate group by the FBI, gives you all the right to not hire that person and to withhold employment from those individuals. So there are distinctions.
But
Yeah.
okay, but that, I think you kind of took it to an extreme, labeled as a hate group by the FBI. There are plenty of Christian and Muslim and other like groups in this country that do anti-trans rights activism, for example, that aren't labeled hate groups, right? So why?
And Fab have.
Give me an example. What do you mean anti-trans right activism? Like, what would they do? What would they be advocating for?
They'd be advocating that what is it? That gender is not a social construct, and that if you're born a man, you're a man. If you're born a woman, you're a woman, and that's it, right? We could say, I forget exactly what the Catholic Church's position on this. I know that they did keep like a trans pastor from like serving, but I don't think they've put out an official statement. So I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. But like let's say that just really quickly, let's say that a church's position was that you cannot transition, that whatever your biological sex is what you are, right? This would to many people be considered like an anti-trans position, right? So if someone is attending to a church that has this in their doctrine or in their belief system, like why wouldn't I consider that harmful? And then if I found out that someone was working there, attending a church like that, why shouldn't I fire them?
Oh, why don't we go? Sorry, to Soltart and Fab.
Okay, so real quick, so Fanatic, you're coming at your angle when you were saying that like if anyone does something, there needs to be a reason in order to get someone fired. Right now here in the United States, there's 28 states that have something called right-to-work policies. They're known as right-to-work states. There doesn't need to be a reason to fire somebody. And believe me, in this uber Catholic town that I live in, believe me that there are homosexuals that do get fired for some reason, but only because they are homosexual. But they come up with some other reason to fire them because they didn't wear the right clothes that day or they changed the policy. And if you look at the list of right-to-work states, because I had to look this up because I was just really curious, a majority of the right-to-work states are highly conservative states. There's currently 28 right now, about to move on to 30 states. That is 2/3 of this country that is moving on to this right-to-work policy, and it's just it's not. It's something that needs to be recognized because we're getting into a situation as these right-to-work states expand that there doesn't need to be a reason. So to Doobie's point, like if he hates Muslims, he absolutely can fire a Muslim that works for him and doesn't need to provide a reason for it. And there's nothing that person can do.
True.
No, absolutely is true. Because they don't need to
that
provide a reason.
absolutely is. That absolutely is. If you work in it.
Eagle Eye, go ahead.
I know.
Eagle Eye, try it. Finish what you're saying.
Because he lives in Tennessee, so he's also a right-to-work state.
It doesn't matter. I don't care where you live. I know what a right to work state is. Florida's a right to work state. That's where my dad is from. I know what a right to work state is.
And if your boss wants to get you fired, they can get you fired.
If I can finish talking really quickly, I was just gonna say
he gave me the floor.
Okay, fine. Then go ahead. Go ahead and spot.
It's anecdotal. I know people that have like rubbed against the grain on a manager that was person that was gay, person that was believed a different religion of the manager that they had, and if that manager doesn't like what you say, they can get you fired. It's very easy in an at-will.
And they don't need to list a reason. All they have to do is just list you as terminated.
They absolutely can. They can get you fired. They just don't have to say.
Okay, you're wrong. Both of you are wrong. You do not just because you're in a right to work state.
Cool.
Just because you're in a right to work state doesn't mean that you get to go ahead and do things that are in clear violation.
Well, they can't. Hold on.
So they can't write down on the paperwork that they're firing them because they're Muslim or they're homosexual.
Let Fanatic respond. Fanatic.
Just one. That's cool. Just one. Just because you're in a right to work state doesn't give you the right. What a right to work state does is give you the ability to be employed and doesn't require unionization. That's what right to work states are. It also and because of the fact that there's no unionization, that means that you can't force people into like that means that you can't. So unions typically can. That means that they can cause different But they have specific things to do within regarding and so on and so forth. However, it doesn't give you the right to violate the Constitution. There are plenty of protections within the Constitution that allows that prevents discrimination against religion and against sex, age, gender, so on and so forth. There is
protected classes. I understand that.
Right. So these things are at the federal level. So there's no, just because you're in the state of Florida, you can't then say, well, because you're a woman, I'm going to fire you. So what you're talking about is
That's my whole
nonsense.
point. You don't write that down. If you want to fire somebody because they're a woman, you don't write down, I'm firing you because you're a woman. You will come up with another reason to fire them that is not because you're a woman.
Yeah,
that's my whole point.
I've seen so many cases in right-to-work states where a minority or someone gets fired for some reason. They take it to court. They say that they are firing me because I am a minority, and it does not hold up in court because the judge goes, "Well, it's a right-to-work state. They have the ability to terminate you for any reason."
Literally any state.
This is totally. Hold on, wait, really quickly. So that wait, Fanatic, please. So I understand what you're basically saying that in effect this is how it is, right? In effect, they can do this thing, and they don't need to say it, so they could fire you for being Muslim. That's not really what we're talking about. What we're talking about is the ability for someone to say, "Hey, because you are a Christian, I'm going to fire you." Right? They don't have the ability to do that. If they did that, they'd, I'm sure, be sued.
Go ahead, Fab. You were trying to say something.
Yeah. So just 2 points. It sort of, I think we're kind of hitting the point that I kind of want to get at is that if you want to fire someone because X, Y, or Z, protected class X, Y, or Z, you can do it without saying that you're doing it. Like some other people have mentioned, you can fire them, be like, your performance was bad, but that employer is doing it because their actual intent is because that person was a Muslim, that person was a woman, that person was gay, whatever.
You could do that
but
anywhere.
the issue is though that can happen. That can happen. It's just
Can
that
that happen in California?
I'm
Can
sorry,
it
what?
happen in California?
Yeah.
Can that
It
happen
can happen
in California?
anywhere. It can happen anywhere.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
If it can happen in California, but it doesn't matter. It's not a right to work issue. There's no creative right to work.
You guys are in agreement here.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you on that, Fanatic, at all. I'm just making that point that just kind of wanted to make that point. But then also with right to work, just to help clarify what right to work has to mean, is right to work has to do with unions. It means that if you wish to work with this company, you have a right to work with that company. And that unions unions and businesses can't make an agreement that says everyone who works for this company has to be a part of a union. They can't. Those right to work states, that's what it says. It says that an employer cannot mandate that you need to be a part of X, Y, or Z union. That's all right to work states have to do. Just because I don't want to go down the road of a correlation versus causation argument, but just because right to work states are also more conservative and then also are more likely to fire gay people doesn't mean they are firing gay people because they are a right to work state. Right to work has nothing to do with the right to discriminate. Just like
So real quick. So I was actually wrong about this. I thought there was a difference between, or I didn't think there was a difference between a right to work state and an at will state, because I've always made the distinction that my state is an at will state. So you are correct about the unionization part. What I was referring to, what I mistakenly called a right to work state, is actually an at will employment, which is
basically,
what
I'm pretty
Tennessee
sure.
is.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty much almost all states are at will. Every job that I've ever had was an at will employment. That my employer could fire me for. They can just say, "I'm sorry, you're fired." They don't have to give me a reason. I'm pretty confident that that's pretty much the fact of most all states.
So it's
is that at will employment is a thing.
The stance that I am taking with this whole right to work state situation is that this is giving employers, this is giving businesses leverage against their employees. We make a joke. No, stop, hold up. We make a joke here in the state of North Dakota that a right to work state, what that actually means is that the employer is giving you the right to work, because if they deem for any reason, under any circumstance, they can get rid of you, and they don't care. They don't care if you're a valuable employee. They don't care if you're a waste of space, because it gives them the leverage and it gives them the ammunition. And this also discourages unions. When you have a right to work state, unions are discouraged, because if you have the backing of a union, you are less likely to get fired in this situation. And the list goes on and on and on.
You're completely misunderstanding what it means to be a right to work state. You just don't understand what it means to be a right to work state.
almost like he has the opposite understanding of what it
You have
means.
the complete
No, but
opposite
even
understanding.
worse,
Right
even
to
worse,
work.
Salter. All the things
Yeah.
that you said are true. All the things that you said are true, and the fact that, like, yes, right to work states they do give that they do give employers more power. Unions literally are a lot of time the bargaining chip required to keep employers in line so they don't do disrespectful things. But that has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. The conversation
and I
we're
think
having,
we can.
the conversation is about discrimination, and right to work states don't afford employers any form of unionization, like at all. So this is literally just completely unrelated tangential nonsense.
Yeah, and I think we can all agree that the right to
This is
work thing
giving
is
these
kind of
people
bogus.
ammunition to discriminate.
Oh, yeah,
This
it
is giving
doesn't.
them
It
ammunition to
doesn't. It
discriminate.
doesn't. A right to work, a state having a right to work provision, either as a law or as a part of their constitution, which many states have it as a part of their constitution, does not give them a basis for discrimination. It doesn't. All it does, what you are basically describing, and I think you're on that right track, is that in right to work states, unions are neutered. Unions have almost literally no power in right to work states because it's a right to work state. Because generally, in a non-right to work states, unions have it with that business, whatever, that you have to be a member of that union and then that to work for that company, and then that union will protect you in case of being fired for no reason, or in their contract that the union has negotiated that it says that the employer has to give a reason for firing you, and there's arbitration, yada. All those protections are gone in a right to work state. That's why it's more likely for you to just get fired for no reason. But that doesn't mean that you're getting fired for no reason because it's a right to work state.
So you're saying
really quickly, oh God, really quick. I need to step away for like 5 minutes really quickly. I don't think this. I want to be very clear about what I'm advocating for. Right, I'm advocating for the ability for an employer to say, "Hey, if you're part of this religious group or this religious group, or you're part of, if you're doing this political activity, I don't want you working here. I'm going to fire you." That just straight out. They don't need to hide it. They don't need to do some sneaky shit. They say, "Hey, if you're doing this thing, part of this religion, this ideology, you don't work here." Simple as that. Secondly, fuck unions, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes, but I'm still listening.
No to all but the political thing that you said. Like, religions are a protected class, and I think we should.
What are you going to do without Doobie for 5 minutes?
I got something for you guys. I'm gonna read it. So let's get out of opinion land, okay? Really quickly, I'm just gonna read this, okay? So there's this thing called wrongful termination under Florida law, okay? Wrongful termination as a claim generally does not exist in Florida, generally, but there are exceptions. Florida is an at-will state, which means an employer may fire, demote, hire, promote, and discipline employees for pretty much any reason or no reason at all. Blah, 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 right? Here are the types of termination that may fall in the category of wrongful termination in Florida. Number one, discrimination. Termination due to race, age, sex, pregnancy, national origin, marital status, color, religion, or disability. It's illegal in Florida. You are perfected from this type of termination if your employer has 15 or more employees, and in some counties, 5 or more employees, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to go into all the specifics, okay? So there's one. Reporting or objecting to discrimination. If you were sexually harassed or the victim of other discriminatory harassment based on blah, 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 all those other things, you can't be fired in retaliation for reporting such harassment. Objecting to or refusing to participate in discrimination, and so on and so forth. So that's all I'm hitting you with. Okay, so like at the end of the day, like we don't need to worry about opinions. I don't need to hear what you think. You don't need to hear what I think. Here's what the law says, okay? Right to work does not have anything to do with discrimination. So if we can just bring this back on topic, discriminating against one of the things we even mentioned in Florida, which is an at-will state, which is a right to work state, religion's one of those things. And it's for obvious reasons we're protecting it. It's cool right now, like Doobie, him being one of those, 5% of the country, because atheists represent are about 5% of the population in this country. It's really insane to me to have him as an atheist right now advocating for religious discrimination when it was literally something that we needed to do, that the actual Constitution included in it to prevent Christians from discriminating against other people. Do you know in British and in UK Parliament right now, they have seats that are reserved for the Church of England? Like they have to be church clergymen. So that means no matter how secular the country goes, right now, certain members of certain seats are going to be reserved for a church. Could you imagine how ridiculous that would be in the United States of America to say, we're going to make sure 25% of the senators, so what would that be? There's 50, right?
100, so a fourth.
So 25 senators are going to be Christians. We're going to insist on that. Do you understand how like ridiculous that would be? So we as a country decided we're going to go ahead and make sure none of that happens. There will be no establishment regarding the respect of religion. We're going to make sure that it's always secular in that way. We're going to make sure that there's a separation. We're not going to give like preeminence to like Christianity or anything like that. Like we made these distinctions, and then we created these anti-discrimination things because Christians were discriminating against atheists. And now you have an actual atheist on here who's just endowed with his privilege and has the audacity to start advocating for the actual inverse. It's ridiculous. Please stop.
Go ahead, Eagle Eye.
All right. So, Fanatic, you're talking about wrongful termination. Okay. My question would be, are you telling me that it doesn't happen? It doesn't happen where somebody gets fired for a reason that in the employer's mind was, I don't want some type of protected class working at my establishment. So I came up with a reason because it is an at-will state to fire them and got them fired. Are you telling me that doesn't happen?
Fab, can you answer? Fab answer. I want Fab to answer for me.
I asked you a question. I asked you the question.
No, he's saying yes, it does happen, but it doesn't happen because it's
he's saying that he's saying that it is illegal to do it, but you guys are not in disagreement. Is that what you're getting at is it's very, 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 very times a billion hard to prove wrongful termination unless a boss was idiotic enough to say to anyone, write down, put anywhere outside their own mind that I wish to fire Mary for being a woman. Like the moment that they do that, and then that is discovered and proven, then that person has committed wrongful termination. But because some employers are smart, shockingly, they don't vocalize or write down their actual reason for firing that person. So
that's my point. They will just come up with a way of
exactly, and that's not the
pretextual firing
Fanatic
for cause.
was not disagreeing with that. He was simply pointing out that the law says you can't do that if it's proven. Like you still have to prove that person did it, and so you're not in disagreement.
So, wait, hold on. So I'm over here getting upset, but this guy's agreeing with me.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. My bad, dude. My bad.
I'm getting real pissed, and I guess he's agreeing with me. It's just like I'm also looking at it from a real world situation too at the same time.
Right, it's hard. Like it is.
God damn! I knew I was an idiot. I didn't think I was that big of an idiot.
Can I bring up one distinction really quick though? Like, since we all agree that an employer, that has nothing to do with right to work though, but like that an employer can like maybe hide his actual intentions for why he's firing a person. If an employer can do that, then that means that they can do this. Like that means that they can fire him, they can discriminate, right? We recognize that this kind of thing happens all the freaking time. As it is now, it's illegal to discriminate with your hiring practices, but we already know that people with black sounding names are 50% less likely to get a call back, right? So the thing is, like, this has nothing to do with right to work again, because an employer in California, which is not a right to work state, can still fire you for the exact same reason, because they don't like you because you're black, and then they can like terminate you. They can do that in literally any state. So this has nothing to do with right to work. That's why I keep saying, like, literally right to work.
It only has to do with shop fees. That's
it would tangentially, insofar as neutered unions or unions that have been busted have less bargaining power to protect their workers from what they all know to be discrimination functionally.
Right.
But there's no union to back that up. So I think that's what Soltor was trying to get at. There is an academic difference between employment discrimination and right to work, what we were trying to get at. But I think it's kind of it's a bit removed from the point that he was trying to make.
Well, I have two distinctions I would like to make. One of the distinctions I was trying to make is kind of a real world situation. Is that so? If say you're working for Company A, and Company A is both in an at-will state and is also in California, well, you can't really you're discouraged to be in the union in at-will state, but you're in the union in California state. Two people get fired for the same exact non-reason. who is more likely to win this court case? The person that now is jobless, has no money, has to somehow afford a lawyer to bring this to court to try and prove through the law that they were discriminated against, and then the person that has the union backing gets all of the union funding to get the backing to prove the discrimination. Like, that was one of the distinctions I was trying to make.
Yes. Yeah, but that's a completely good distinction. But what I think my main objection was, you specifically said that if a person goes to court, that this has happened, that person has gone to court and be like, I was fired for being gay, and then the judge said, oh, doesn't matter, you're in a right to work state. That
was a real world situation.
Okay, so that judge is
like,
I don't know what to tell you.
That still is
Coulter,
actually.
you're actually lying. And listen, here, I feel like at the end of the day, though,
Like, yeah, if there's a actual court case about that, please pull it up and
Yeah,
please link
you
it
have
for me,
to,
because I would
but you're
love
right.
to. I would love to flame this idiotic judge right here on this
Yeah,
stream.
even though that doesn't exist. But the basic point that you're making, which we all agree with, is really, Solter, you're just saying, like, in a right to work state, that employees are less protected. That's all you're saying, and I agree with that. That has nothing, but there still cannot be any overt discrimination in any state. That's all that we're saying. So
And I will agree with you on that. There can't.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree with that there can't be overt, like,
So then-
blatant discrimination.
Yeah, so then we should just not talk about right to work at all anymore when we're talking about, like, literally the context of codified discrimination, right?
Well, I think it's relevant. I think it's secondarily relevant. I don't blame you for bringing it up.
Employees, like, protections. You can definitely bring it up, but don't say because it's a right to work state now they can't discriminate. It's like, no, it just makes it easier for them to discriminate.
Yeah,
I think that's a better statement to make.
And perhaps that's a generality that I should have been more specific on in the beginning.
And if it was a trial court judge, maybe he's been glib. But who knows?
Yeah, I don't.
Not at the appellate level.
not to shit on judges writ large, but just because one judge at the trial level didn't read the law correctly, I mean, that happens every day. So
well, and I really try to stay up and up on labor laws here in North Dakota, because, like, I'm a leftist, I'm B, not Christian, so I absolutely could not get a job anywhere in this state if I had to put down on an application what my religious beliefs were and what my political leanings were. Like, I would just not get hired.
Well, if they cared, that much.
But no one's. Can you?
Well, no, I'm going back to Doobie's point, because that is what Doobie's point is that if he sees someone on an application with either a religious ideology or a political ideology that he doesn't like, he just won't hire them, and it should be okay that he doesn't hire them.
That's why I thank God that we live in this great state. I mean, this great country of the United States of America, which prevents employers from even asking those kind of questions when they hire.
He's saying it should be like that.
I'm saying it should. Yeah.
Are you Solder?
Well, I'm just stating that I'm glad it's not that way. I'm glad that that we don't do it the way that Doobie proposed, like his little scenario.
We are doing it that way in this
Even if it was illegal to do what Doobie proposed, I don't think at this point it would happen. It would happen, but it wouldn't happen.
Well, I would just lie on the application.
Very frequently. It would definitely happen more than it should, and more than it is right now. But it wouldn't happen, like, very often, just because that kind of shit would get driven out due to competition. Like, the economic system that we live under would make that not exist after a certain amount of time.
I disagree with that, because in this country we are doing stuff that way with
For sure.
Yes, we are.
I'm not saying it wouldn't exist.
Here's a perfect example. Find me an atheist owner of Chick-fil-A, an atheist franchisor of Chick-fil-A.
On that point, find an atheist owner of Hobby Lobby.
They're already doing that, like being 100%. Like,
wait, is that true? Yeah, that's
not
employment though. That's ownership of franchise.
But I want to point out something, and this is really gross because I don't like arming, because I know how you left it skit. But y'all already hate Chick-fil-A as it is. But in reality, like the way they phrase their questioning and all that stuff is they ask you, like, are you family oriented? And they use these specific phrases, which, I mean, Which
it weeds them out. Hey, did you guys know they're not open on Sundays?
Atheists? No,
They're
atheists
not
hate.
open on Sundays.
No, it's well known that atheists hate children. So, like, of course, it's very easy to find out. Yeah.
And pagans eat babies. That's how it works.
That's how that
Yeah,
works.
like they have this really big process that when it comes to franchising, like it's not just a matter of money. Like you could be a billionaire. You can't just become a franchisee of like a Chick-fil-A. They're very, 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 very strict about it, and like they make you go through like this really crazy training process. They ask that there's all these interviewing processes and all these things. So you're gonna have to just lie through your freaking teeth in order to get that job. But they're gonna figure it out. They're really, really.
Well, but no. You're saying that getting the franchise.
Popeyes instead.
You're saying getting the franchise, not getting a job at.
Yeah, no, I'm just
those are
talking
very
about that.
different things.
They are very different. They are very different, but I'm just pointing out that is a form of discrimination that I'm pretty sure a lot of you leftists would hate.
I mean,
I just don't know.
I
Do
don't
you not?
shop at Chick-fil-A.
I don't know. I'm thinking
for a
about
couple
it.
reasons, but
You don't have a problem with the idea of Chick-fil-A saying you can't have one of our franchises if you're not Christian? That's fine.
yeah, I don't think you have a right to own a
No, if you're not
franchise.
Christian?
Wait,
No.
at one part
You
were
have a right
arguing
for
about-
equal
you were-
opportunity.
You were just arguing about like you people shouldn't be like denied employment based on religion, but now you're saying people should be denied.
I'm
like,
not. I'm not saying
no,
they
not
should.
you,
I'm saying
Attic,
it's
not you, Attic. No, not you.
Oh,
Not you.
me?
Lorden just said like you were arguing against people not being discriminated against on the basis of religion in employment, but now you're saying it's okay to do so, as
ownership.
an ownership of a franchise or giving out a loan, same
Yeah.
exact situation.
I don't think
That's
it's
what
the same exact situation is the thing. It's like we're talking about the
But how is it- but
ownership.
how is it
We're
different?
talking
But how
about the
is
ownership of a franchise
Right.
versus or something that's
how
already
is it-
owned, something that's already owned by somebody else or
But how
some
is it-
some
so-
other entity.
But
Like,
why is it wrong to deny employment on the basis of a protected class, but is not to sell them something?
do you acknowledge that there's a difference between
But what's the
owning
difference?
something?
What's the difference, and why should one?
What's
just
the
fall-
difference between
Wait.
owning something, owning a franchise, and
Yeah.
and being an employee of a
No, no, I
franchise?
know the.
I mean,
know
it's
the
literally
technical-
just power structures. Like
Okay,
I don't,
yeah, I know the
don't think
technical
I
difference.
don't like the idea of it either. I'm just saying there's a difference there.
Right, but then why should? But like why? I just don't understand the inconsistency there of why you're okay with religious discrimination, protected class, just discrimination, just to fucking stop with all these random terms, flapping flopping, discrimination, period, in employment, you're not okay with that, right?
Because if they have a brand that they are trying to uphold when it comes to owning
But what
their
if that's the reason? But what if that's a reasoning for denying employment? What if
because
that's the same reasoning?
I guess
uphold my
because
brand as Chick-fil-A. You don't uphold my brand as Chick-fil-A employee cashier number 246.
I think at some point you have to get rid of the acknowledgement of, or you have to. I don't think we should expect employees to uphold a certain thing. Like they aren't representing the brand unless they are actually on the clock. Right?
Can they? So, do you think that their beliefs outside of the clock can affect, or what they do outside of the clock can affect the business?
I think okay. I think if you have a Chick-fil-A employee that is like posting like "Hail Satan" on their Facebook page, yeah, that Chick-fil-A will be able to fire them like easily. Like
This is the original conversation where we started. We just
Come back.
They can't.
Yeah,
They
sure.
couldn't.
So the business should be able to punish them for the actions that they take.
And
right?
here's the other.
if it's gonna negatively affect the business.
Yeah,
if it's gonna affect.
yeah.
If it's gonna negatively affect the business.
That's not the distinction in the United States. It's not just if something's going to negatively affect the business. It has to be someone not being able to perform their duties, and it has to be non-discriminatory, right? So there's always these laws. So just because of the fact that like someone's a Satanist, right? And I do think that would detract from like Chick-fil-A, obviously, because they have some very obviously strong Christian ties within the organization. But someone saying "Hail Satan," that's their religion. And if that's their religion, like Chick-fil-A trying to fire someone just because they said that would be like an actual discrimination lawsuit.
Yeah, sure. So like I'm talking about like what we should do. Probably a little bit. Maybe I missed the mark a little bit, so I apologize if that was the case. But what I was specifically, I know that was the example that Lorden gave, but what I would specifically be talking about is if you've got people who, like, for example, marched in Charlottesville, and they got caught in like 4K, and the other people that business knew, and that was going to cause problems within the business. I don't think that there's a problem with the business owner saying, hey, look, everyone knows you're a fucking Nazi now. It's making the other workers uncomfortable. See you later, right? It'd be like similar to oh shit, there was like a dude this is going to be like a little bit anecdotal. There's like a dude at my work who used to stare at women. He was a starer. He's a real starer. He was a pretty good worker, but he was a starer, right? And he was making literally every other woman so uncomfortable in their work that it was affecting how hard they worked. So they ended up just sort of like letting the guy go because he was a bit of a starer. So
that Charlottesville situation is different, right? And the reason why the Charlottesville situation happened, whatever, is because there's going to be some reasonable association between the individual marching and the which he was marching and the violence that happened there and the things that they did. So if we're marching with a group of individuals who happen to have crazily hateful rhetoric, and you got cars driving into niggas and you got all this kind of nonsense happening, then at that point, the fact that an employer is going to sit back and be like, yeah, you one of them niggas, one of the people that hit a nigga with a car and was literally throwing stuff at people and talking about killing Jews and all sorts of nonsense. Yeah, at that point, now it's not just about, oh, you have a ideology or you have a religious for any of those things. It would be based off of the actions and the harm that you cause to society, and then that would be a fireable action. It's not
so
just
okay.
I agree with you, but so the example I used at the start of this discussion, because I think it's like a little bit more reasonable. I obviously went for the furthest point there, but the example I gave at the start of the discussion was Gina Carano, right? Gina Carano was fired for the tweets they made. Now they were given like several warnings, reasonable warnings by the company, but they also work with the tweets are specifically around migrants and trans people. And Gina Carano works very closely with someone who is a migrant, who has a family member who is a trans person, right? And there's reasonable harm that could come from what they were posting, and they gave them reasonable warnings too. Like, I think that like Gina Carano is pretty felt well where we would say that's like a super reasonable firing that would be covering like you are making people in the workplace uncomfortable. It's going to have poor conclusions, right?
Well, yeah, but her tweets were really, were pretty awful. It wasn't because it was once she started mentioning things and started like drawing these comparisons between Jews and things like that people started feeling like it was like incredibly dismissive towards like one of the most atrocious things that's happened in the history of mankind, which was the Holocaust. So like I think at that point again it would be judging on the actions and the harm that they were caused. Now you can say also, in addition to these things that were already pretty like fireable, that she also was saying things that were anti-trans, which could have caused workplace harm, and that might have been part of their consideration. But ultimately, the reason why she would be getting harmed is because of her harm that she was causing. And even when it comes to tweets, if your tweets are like anti-trans, and of course I don't use that very loosely, but if your tweets are like anti-trans, then that we could probably judge those as harmful. So then if that's the case, then it would make sense why an employer could reasonably fire you for those things. Yeah. Even if you don't have a single employee that a single like fellow employee who is also trans or has any relation to anything trans, just the fact that you're doing this thing that is harmful to society, then that's that breaks the morality clause, which is like pretty much present.
Okay. Now the issue I have with that fanatic is, well, I got a couple issues with that. But if you just rewind the clock 15 years, what if someone was advocating to be trans? At that time in our society, that would have been looked at negatively. That would have been looked at, disrupting the workplace. So would it be okay in that situation to fire them and not let them work?
No.
They were a protected class.
Yeah, they were. Well, back then, I don't think trans was ever specified as a protected class. But I think the point that you're making, which is, I don't think it's not that hot of a take, right? You're basically just saying that there have been different times in the past in which our social ideology was a lot different. People were a lot less inclusive. And so because of that, during those times, people were able to do things that nowadays that we've become more enlightened and more reasonable that we would probably prevent. That would be the equivalent of me bringing up to you, well, I mean, geez, like just back in 1957, my mother couldn't buy a house. Well, she was, she could, or not back in 1957, my mother couldn't marry a black person. I mean, a white person. Right? Like, and it's just like, well, sure, these are the things and these are the way that they were, but I don't understand why that would be an objection to what I'm saying.
Because what I'm saying is that thing that's off-putting to you isn't an objective truth. Like it's not an objective.
It was.
No, but what I'm saying is you're saying that you can make that decision that
not me, society.
Huh?
Not me, not the individual employer, society.
But
the idea of objective truth is unimportant here too.
Let's look at abortion, for example. That's the controversial issue. It's split somewhat 50-50. So if someone supported it and they worked at your job and you didn't support it, should you be able to fire them? Or what about the converse? If you did support it and they didn't, should you be able to fire them?
So again, you would have to be able to show me some sort of quantifiable, measurable harm. So just someone simply being pro-life because they recognize that, you know, the fetus inside of someone is an actual living, breathing thing, or living thing anyways. If someone had that opinion, like, no, you wouldn't be able to fire them for that. Now, if that person wanted to go to, I don't know, like an abortion clinic and start actually doing harmful things, like actually harming, like, you know, or bombing an abortion building or something ridiculous, in those cases, then yeah, you would have a problem there.
Okay, so
it's a literally quantifiable, measurable, actionable offense that someone has done. It cannot be just based on the ideas that you believe they have in their head.
Okay, so you're an employer, and a pregnant woman works for you. She goes on maternity leave and comes back, and then 6 months later, she's talking to chatting on the job, whatever. You find out she didn't have the baby; she actually had an abortion, and you're against abortion. So she did the harm. She actually killed her unborn child. You're against it. Can you fire her?
No, you wouldn't be able to fire her because, again, it wouldn't be based off of you as an individual. It'd have to be something based on society. Does society say that they can, is it something that is like considered pretty objectionable to the whole of society? Like, because okay, there are some sort of like, again, you need like a measuring stick for these kind of things, right? Some things are outside of the Overton window. You can have a difference in political ideology, but the second your differences start becoming particularly harmful to classes, specifically like vocalized protected classes within our Constitution and legislation, once you start doing harmful things to those individuals, and they obviously are protected classes for a reason, then at that point is when we get to say, hey, you're no longer employable, right? But just simply saying, oh, this person happens to be, I don't know, hardcore religious or hardcore, those aren't enough. Or this person happens to be a person that's doing something legal with her right provided by the freaking Constitution through Roe v. Wade and getting an abortion. Like, you can't.
Okay, but that goes against what you just said earlier, because you said if you found out someone
take FMLA for that
rally or someone attended a certain function based on the views that function supported, they should be able to be fired. You did say that.
No. Everyone here can verify this for me. I just don't think you heard me well, or you weren't listening enough. It's not just based on the views of someone being at a rally. I said that you would be able to reasonably associate the actions of that individual with the actions of the group. So then when you have the group that did very harmful things, like ran into someone with a car, that had extremely hateful rhetoric talking about kill all Jews, and all of those kind of things that would, like, obviously that all of society views as objectionable, when you can see that person participating with that group, then you would associate that person, that individual, with the group's actions, and therefore you would be able to terminate them based on those things. I never mentioned in any way, shape, or form just based off of your own opinion. This is something that society actually spoke out against. This is something we as a country very much are anti-Nazi, right?
No, I still disagree, because I think the whole term that you're using, that our entire society, there's too many different points of views and too many topics that are double-sided to say that you can take a position on certain things and say, well, enough of our society is against it, and because you hold that view,
okay,
I can fire you because of it.
So yeah, so you're basically saying, I don't want to be patronizing. Let me stop. All right. Yes, we all have different views in society, but we do have like certain things that like literally start leaving the Overton window. Like being a Nazi, something that's just objectionable. Now there are fringe groups that agree with this thing, but as a society, like that, being a Nazi is outside of the Overton
Wait,
window.
what does that mean as a society? There's a lot of stuff that we don't like as a society that's maybe not like well thought out, right?
Do you know what the word Overton window means?
No. What does it mean?
Okay, Google it. That because then you'll be able to follow. Like no,
No,
I'm not.
come on,
You got it.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful. It's that if I've been saying this word over and over again, and it's literally part of the conversation, and you haven't looked it up, and I've said it like 3 times now, and you haven't taken the time to do that, and then you ask me a question that's directly related by that word, then it's not my responsibility.
Fanatic,
I understand.
I get it. Fanatic, I get it, but just really quick, like we could have saved like 2 hours of discussion if when the topic of like what exactly right to work means, and the response just could have been fucking Google it. Because, like, you could discuss it.
Honestly, if people would have just Googled it without being told to, that would have saved a lot of time.
That's a little bit different because it wasn't that. No, that's kind of different because like Fanatic was using the term, and then he asked him like, well, what does that term mean? It's like he's been using it for the last 5 minutes. You had enough Google time to be able to look it up.
He's explained it so thoroughly that I understood the concept completely that he was talking. He explained. He would say it and then explain around it perfectly. So I didn't really word for most of it.
I put it up on my screen just in case you needed a.
So
everyone
everybody
saw it.
Yeah, you need to shift that window that direction, though.
Y'all better.
Yeah. So that's what I mean.
Well,
So
hey, it depends on who you are. Some would say you need to shift it the other direction.
Well, no, but that here's the deal. At the end of the day, we recognize that certain things we do disagree on. Like society can agree on one thing and like whatever, but eventually some things really are outside of the Overton window, and it really does sometimes depend on who's in power. They start shifting the conversation in specific ways. But at the end of the day, like it is a thing, and you can recognize when someone starts going off into some of these crazy fringes things. It's like, oh no, you've gone off the deep end, and now at this point, we no longer as a society choose to take you serious. Yes, and so. Once you start doing those kind of things, society does start kind of pulling back. Now, just simply saying something that's outside of the Overton window, like for example, maybe at one point, maybe circumcision will become something that's outside of the Overton window. If it ever gets there, I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't. But if it ever gets there, then advocating for that at one point probably could be like people could like really attribute that to like genital mutilation. Like, right, we already know for a fact female genital mutilation is outside of the Overton window, right? Like, no one can sit here and advocate for that or be known to be doing that and not be accused of abuse, right? So, like, there are things where, as a society, we have an agreement on. But again, it'll never boil down to an individual. It'll never boil down to a single employer.
I hate to play devil's advocate on this whole situation, but like, so if society views, like, let's use the example that was proposed of like a guy drives a car into a whole bunch of protesters and kills 15 people. Well, you would think that society as a whole, as society should, that 15 people just died. That's bad. We should agree as a society that that's bad. Well, unfortunately, there is a half of society, and roughly half. I'm paraphrasing. I'm being facetious at this point, but there is that portion of society that's going, well, them idiots should have just gotten out of the road. They shouldn't have been there protesting. They're stupid. Why were they there? They deserve to die because of that. So, like, it bringing society into this as a whole is just it's kind of hard to justify, just because while we know that it should be bad, there's still going to be a large voice saying, well, it doesn't matter. They should have gotten out of the road.
But that speaks to the failings of our that speaks to the failings of our political discourse, right? It's extremely hard. It's extremely hard to get conversations with Republicans, right? I remember feeling like liberals were the crazy ones until I found PrimeCayes channel literally and started joining in these conversations and started recognizing like, wow, you can have conversations with leftists. Sometimes y'all niggas are crazy. I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, I can at least have conversations with you guys. You literally can't have conversations with Republicans. They won't even engage you a lot of times. It's gotten absurd. Now,
really?
Man, you have no
No,
idea.
he's
It's
right.
actually
Fanatic
wild.
is absolutely right.
I feel like maybe
It's
that's
like
that
more
boils down
Republicans
to
than Democrats you can't talk to. Like there's some Democrats you certainly can't talk to, but it's more so there are more Republicans that you just can't even
There's militant authoritarian leftists that like literally you just can't have conversations with, right? But in general, like you can find so many left conversations, so many spaces, like on Twitch even, where it's like left, right? But when you try to engage a right and ask a person from the right to have a conversation, they're not willing to do that. So what ends up happening is, yes, they can have their ideas, But as a whole, society does kind of come together and start saying like, nah, y'all niggas is wild, right? Like,
okay, now to some extent, I want to agree, as far as not, agreeing with these people and not letting them do certain things in society. But when I look at the down the line, like the long term repercussions of that, because what you're saying is someone who's on that outlier, well, we can deny them work, we can not let them come in our store, we can kick them out of their homes because their landlord found out they were posting something. So basically what you're saying is we can take their whole livelihood from them. We can't.
I don't think it's important. Like, okay, let me just, I promise it would be as short as I can possibly be. I think the absolute most important thing that we can do, I'm sorry, I got derailed. It's that the reason why I was bringing up the whole like left and right and all that, whatever, not being able to engage people is because I think it's incredibly important that we actually engage people in conversation.
Oh no, I was going back to the business, like the fire.
I got you. Okay, not just engage, but this is related. It's this. We've become so incredibly divided at the hands of Facebook and Twitter, like that now people are not engaging with the other side. So the Overton window is sometimes being arbitrarily contorted into something that's not fair, that's not reasonable, and that's not actually beneficial to society. Because if you can't engage, if you have an entire swath of people that are completely not able to be engaged with, then those people just become completely disenfranchised, and then you get QAnon, right? So we need to be able to have these conversations. We need not to be militant. So then that way, this Overton window is actually is a lot more encompassing, so that we're able to actually engage in these things. Like someone simply saying, I support Donald Trump shouldn't make them not be able to be hired. Now, would I like that person? Probably not. After a while, considering some things, or either you're a boomer or you're just completely incorrigible and I don't like you, right? Because I make excuses for boomers. They're old. They don't know any better. So, but like outside of that, it's like, I can't just sit there and say, I can't hire you because you're a freaking Republican or because you're a Donald Trump supporter. Like that.
So, I'm talking about the more extreme cases, like someone who's racist, someone who's anti-trans. With your,
how do you know they're racist?
Okay, sorry, maybe you didn't hear me, but I was saying the word "so" again. That's my fault. Anyway, hi, hey everyone. We've been really enjoying this stream. We've been enjoying this types of conversations. We have them all the time. Do me a favor, hit that follow button, hit that notification bell so you know when I'm going live. I stream 6 days a week, and tomorrow or tonight or whatever, we're going to have our Primetime Royale. It's going to be a lot of fun. Fanatic was there last time. He got to 4th place. I think it was 4th. Maybe it was 3rd. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, he crushed it. I thought you did a really good job. I enjoy having you there. It's really fun. If you like the the Raj Royale. What did I say last time? Did I say Raj Royale? I don't know what I said last time. Anyway, if you like the Raj Royale format from previous, then you're gonna like the Primetime Royale because we brought it back, but more of a political spin. So definitely check that out. I want to thank the people who came and chilled with us. I want to thank our buddy Kyo-san. It's a rare treat to see Kyo-san. He doesn't come on all that often. He's got like responsibilities and crap. But Kyo-san, thank you for being here, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
There's Kyo-san's link in chat. Everyone go check it out. We also got my man Mr. Fanatic. Now I'm gonna put his Twitch link there, but that's not the important thing. The important link is the one he's about to drop for you right now. Could you see Mr. Fanatic makes beautiful music, right? He makes amazing music. Aria is his latest album, right? It's beautiful music to chill and listen to. You can buy it at Destructoid, I think, right? Is that the name of it?
DistroKid. That has all the links. You can get it everywhere, anywhere they sell music.
Okay, all right, everyone, go check that out. Last but not least, first of all,
the real question is, if we play that music on stream, will you DMC us?
No, look, I'll explain it really quickly. It's 100% DMCA free. It's all made here. A lot of it I compose actually live on Twitch, but it's actually really good quality music, if I do say so myself. It's 100% DRM and DMCA free. You can play it. You won't get like copyright strike or anything like that. I actually encourage you to use it in montages and videos. Maybe not this thing, Retro Future, the previous album would probably be better for that. But just use any of my music. It's all good.
That might be cool. It might be cool to actually use it on stream. I gotta think about that.
Maybe it'll calm us down when we get fired up.
Oh no. No.
Or it'll fire us up when we don't need to be fired up.
Point that finger at Fanatic. Someone getting fired up. No, point it at him. Listen to your own fucking music if that'll accomplish that, Fanatic. Any other streamers here?
Actually, can I take a second to promo my own music as well? Because I've been doing some for a little while. Yeah. If anyone wants to see the music, we got an album releasing. My band Blindside is releasing an album in about a month's time, next month. It'll be on Spotify and all your favorite spots. I'm looking forward to hearing your album, by the way, Fanatic. If you're into hardcore punk, that's what we do. So it's in the chat. Everyone get in on it. I should be promoting this more.
Nice. Yes, and feel free to promote anything you want in terms of like links or you're doing music or something, and whatever it is, like feel free to promote. Definitely. And Eagle Eye, you're also a streamer. Okay. Well,
I've been streaming since 2011.
Oh shit! Goddamn! Oh fuck!
As a veteran.
Yeah, my account came over from a Justin TV account.
Oh, holy crap!
Oh,
all right.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. That's...
Easy, old bastard.
Does that mean you can stream also while like on YouTube and Facebook? You have like one of those old contracts that allow you to do that?
Oh hell no! I'm not like big or anything, but
oh okay, all right.
Like my account is really old. If you click like my name, you'll see like I've got a really old account.
Oh, let's actually do that. I can't right now, but I'll definitely do that later. Everyone, please check them out. And then last but not least, we have our Dreadlord, Doobie. Doobie, thank you for coming through. Doobie, thanks for hanging out. Doobie is the head of Politics Discord server, and he has trusty mod comrade George, who is highly pixelated right now, and also he's also trying to advertise the channel, but he has it backwards on my screen.
He's had everything backwards. Everything that he's written has been backwards. I just haven't said anything to him.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything. There you go. But yeah, exclamation point Doobie in chat lets you know that you can find the Politics Discord server at discord.gg/politics. It's a fantastic place to be, where you can argue against fucking anyone. But Doobie has still more to say. It's going to advertise something. Go ahead, Doobie.
Yeah, I meant, well, first off, I was making coffee a little bit ago, listening to you guys. And honestly, I said this in chat earlier, but I literally understood what it was like to be Jesus Christ, on the cross, just talking to myself, forgive them. They know not what they do. Right? That's exactly how I felt. Anyway, tomorrow, we are going to have Daryl Davis on the server. Daryl Davis is a very famous anti-racism activist. De-radicalized like over 200 clan members. He'll be there at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So it'll be very interesting. You better talk to him, ask him questions, whatever you want to do.
Cool.
Okay, yeah. That's everyone. I suggest you do that. Check him out.
I like how. What? No, go ahead. Do you think?
No. What are you gonna say? You can say it.
Oh, I was just gonna say I like how Doobie like started that one conversation and then just pieced the fuck out for like an hour and a half and let us just rip each other to shreds over.
Okay. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna send you off to a friend Last Username who's apparently streaming. And Last Username has always been so kind as to come onto my channel when I need help. So yeah, let's be kind to him as well. Come back tomorrow. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm assuming. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, bye.